Hey guys, if you're just tuning in, it's Brian from the Vid-Bits. I'm more than excited that we are now within 100 steps to the throne room, guys. That's what we're going to look at here, is if we can min-max this and we can win every match before he wakes up, we're going to win the throne room and the throne of global Pac champion. We're trying to give Pac-Man the championship of the world for his birthday. I know we're a bit late, but we've been questing for it for him, and we are now logistically 100 matches away from being the champion of the world. So we're going to take our North American Championship and we're going to go into battle here, and we're going to be playing some more Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs as your reigning defending North American champion, going as like a thief in the night to take the championship away from MintDaddyPig. And what it is 100 steps away. So every step that we face before he wakes up is another step towards the throne room. If he wakes up and we battle each other, as long as I neutralize him, we're still that many steps away until he retires. And we're going to continue to put the pressure on him until we're right there up against the door. We're going to kick it down, we're going to chomp him, and we're going to become the world champion at Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs. And we're going to give Pac-Man, the OG Pac-Man, the only person that's ran 1,094 matches with him as the OG skin without ever putting any skin on him. We're going to let him shine for his birthday gift on top of the world, guys. And we're going to do it as the Vid-Bits. So hopefully you're hanging out with the Vid-Bits and you're a member of the Vid-Bits Fun Club, because we do stuff like this for you. And the people that are involved in that, we just cannot thank you enough. So thank you very much, our pioneer member, Skippy the Bard, and also we have the great Matthew that hangs out with us. I just want to let you know that those guys that are in the completely unnecessary tier of that fun club, we love you to death. We also have significant contribution members and members at the Buy Us a Bit of Caffeine tier. So people that are in those tiers, please know that we love you the most too. But I'm just so excited, I don't want to miss any names up. But you know, we have the Vids, and we have Musicus Dominium, known as Puzzler Studio. But you guys know that we love you very much. You guys have been here from day one, especially the conquest to do this. At the beginning of pretty much 2 weeks ago, we're going to culminate with a nice battle here, and I believe that we're going to win, and I hope that we could take the throne and gift it to Pac-Man. So every time that we get a dub, we're just going to take one more step, and we're going to just count down from 100, and then when we get to 0, we'll be right at the door. If he's still asleep, we're going to be able to chomp the pig, and Pac-Man will basically be able to then sit on the throne of the world, and the Vid-Bits will be the one that have gifted him that for his birthday, selflessly, not having any type of connection to making a character model here other than letting the OG Pac-Man shine the entire time. We're the first people to hit the metrics of all the 1,000 and now almost 1,100 wins. So again, I got to be a little bit focused here, because we have to get all wins. We have to min-max this whole session, this whole 100. And the only reason why I know it's possible is because I Babe Ruthed and called one of those in the road to #1, where at the beginning of the session I said I was going to do it, and then at the end of the session it had happened where I had accumulated 100 #1 places in a row, against a lot of odds, because obviously we've seen now that we have a couple blemishes, so those things can happen. But we were lucky enough to get there without that when we called it in a separate stream where we started and said it was going to happen, and at the end we were over the finish line, and I was overjoyed with the motion. And so now here we are with the same scenario where 100 wins will get us to the finish line. The only caveat is we might have a sleeping pig that wakes up and wants to defend his title, but if not, that loss that he took was the loss that we needed. He could have been mortally wounded, and the loss that he took was the one that demotivated him so much that he wanted to take a day or two off of the game, and he does not know that we were on the grind enough to take it like a thief in the night and become the global Pac champion. So I'm excited to see basically the excitement for you guys as you like, share, and subscribe this stream is that we #1 are potentially going to put America on top, the United States on top of the global leaderboard, because right now we are representing the United States as this Chomp champ. And if we win this conquest that we're doing and we beat MintDaddyPig, we will then put America, or the United States, on top of the global leaderboard for Pac-Man for his birthday and before Memorial Day. So there's not a lot of pressure, there's insurmountable pressure. So the people in my life that freaked out that I put myself under this, it all lined up in a way where I never assumed that this kind of cool thing, big and huge, could happen. So again, when you have one thing, or one opportunity in your life to do something that's amazing, big and huge, and gloriously superb, I'm going to take that over just about anything, considering the fact that I have bottomed out and relied on myself more than anybody else, and this is what my gut tells me to do. So if that means getting fired from my job, I know that that's not my full-time job. I'm about to launch into being able to do a full-time creation with my son with the means to do it, as opposed to doing full-time creation with my son and starving to do it. So we put in the time. This is the finish line for not only Pac-Man, it's also the finish line for the Vid-Bits. It will be the next to last episode of Chomp Champ's Road to #1 in this folder. Obviously, we will be defending and creating the new esports brand with this as we rule both of the leaderboards, and I can confidently say that because this is a battle royale that features an IP such as Pac-Man that will eventually, now that people have seen how somebody was fervorously dedicated to achieving such things, that we're going to be able to, launch this off. So that was our first dub. We're at 99 steps, and that's how we're going to do that here, and that's pretty much it. We're going to keep rocking, we're going to keep rolling, and then when this says 0, then you know we're at the door. As long as every time that we knock at the door, the pig stays asleep, and then we're going to slay the pig. So until then, each step gets us to the throne room, and that was step 1, so 99 to go. The only caveat, once again, if you're tuning in, is if he wakes up, we will fight head-to-head, so you are able to actually have this as an esport right now live to like, share, and subscribe to people, and let them know that we're facing head-to-head. The top person in the United States versus the top in the world at a game that you can see a commercial on right now for Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs from Bandai Namco Entertainment. So please like, subscribe, share. Let's get this going. Like, I get why nobody was with me in the beginning. I get why nobody was with me during the middle. But man, let's just jump on the end if you want. Just realize though that if you're not here for the right reasons, after you've seen the feat, we will be able to weed you out with our amazing community that we're going to create. Because this is all about something bigger than all of us. It's a change and self-actualization, and make it so that you think about and do the things that you can do in your life instead of procrastinate and basically live in hell on earth. So I hope that you're going to listen to this as an allegory for that, but also as a motivational way to say what you can do in your life in 14 days is become Chomp Champ of the world, not just the United States or not just your own lane. You can be the Chomp Champ of the entire world, and we are 99 wins away from it. So hopefully you like, share, subscribe, so we can motivate other people that they can do anything. Especially it means even more because it's an IP that's Pac-Man, the world's first recognizable video game mascot, the world's first one that had a cutscene in the game that really meant something and was memorable, called The Chase. And we've been chasing for 2 weeks the leader from absolutely the bottom coming up. It should be an inspiration to anybody that thinks that they can't do anything, especially when people have half the time over ahead of them, because he had half the time over ahead of me in the lead. And that is just so inspirational to me. It's just a person, if I'm being objective and I'm removing myself from the position. So I hope that can motivate you. I feel like that's why everybody in the universe that's looking at this or knows about it, and even if they don't know that they know about it, I'm feeding off of their energy to do this feat. And obviously I will be able to rest, watch some great shows, eat some tasty food, do a great shower, and then basically be able to know that at the end of the day there's only one person in each territory, or a couple people that can really truly say that they have on their page that they were #1 in local region and #1 in the whole global region. So I'm going for a super double title for Pac-Man, for ourselves, for the Vid-Bits, for me, for Bray, for the Chief, but also for all of the Fun Club, but most importantly for Pac-Man. So he deserved this on his birthday, and we're going to do this for him, and I'm so excited that you guys are along for the journey. Ride this out with me, because I'm telling you, it's just amazing that something like this is going on in an esport that people just are unaware of right now, that's actively being pursued. So the weight of this championship is mighty. You have the weight of over 100 hours of a person's journey trying to take the title from somebody. So, to me, that means that the fight and the conquest of trying to get the championship puts gravity to it, which is the whole reason why scripted wrestling stuff works, because the prop has weight to it based on the feel, the plight of the people involved in it. And I know there's a blossoming community over this game that is being overshadowed by the horrible things that happened with the closure of the previous game. So I hope between the game being cross-platform, and me trying to put all the positive spin I can on Pac-Man and get a bunch of great stuff for him and stuff on his birthday, like this global championship in his regular skin, so he's not all gussied up looking crazy on PR. You know, we can then eventually have some fun in elimination as a dressed up Pac-Man, and it'll be great. But right now we're going to put OG Pac-Man on top of the leaderboard globally, and there's another dub. So all I have to do is see if the pig is sleeping. He's not, or he is, so we are now at 98. That's how simple it is, guys. We're just counting down to 100, and let's go, guys. I love you, and I'm so grateful for you, and I'm going to sign off for a second so I can put my jams on and keep myself motivated in the mode. I really hope that people in chat can start doing the countdown for me so I can pay attention to just the game, but yep, here we are, man. 98 steps from the door. We're going to keep going. Love you guys. It's Brian from the Vid-Bits. You know, guys, as we get in the home stretch, I'm gonna try to really be really poetic and dialed in when I say things, but I'm also gonna know that I'll probably do some missteps, but I was just a raw human experience. When you watch this back, I don't regret anything that I said, maybe just sometimes the energy that I put in if it was misguided, but when you activate yourself maximum right now, pow, boom, and you're also an empath, it's really hard to not use your emotion to drive your point, especially when we're all children at heart. And what child doesn't want to have the last word? So if I had to say, the last word for this is, love yourself so that you can love others, because you can't pour from an empty cup. Growth looks different ways and different days, and respect the process. Trust it, remain eligible, and just know that if every day you just move one step forward towards anything that you want to do, you're going to achieve it. Because you can do anything that you believe in yourself in, and when you have a great support system, then you can talk about the things you do, but you usually don't have to because they see it. And if you overspeak and you overextend, then you won't be moving enough in silence to make a great impact, because people around you will poison you, and too many cooks will spoil the broth. Even people with great intention, their toxicity may be unintentional, and then it just fractures your bond. So just look at that, think about it, look yourself in the mirror, grab yourself a water, take a nice drink, take a shower, do some meditation, do some cleansing, get out of the shower, or after the meditation, look yourself in the mirror and just ask yourself this simple thing: what do you want? Well, I'll tell you what I wanted. I always wanted to be a world-class video game player, and I have been for years. I've not gotten my flowers, and now I have on a national stage, and I'm very thankful, blessed, humble, and appreciative to be walking towards the throne to ascend right after Pac-Man's birthday and give him the gift of being the global Pac champion. The people that know me know that I've been working hard for goals like this my entire life. The fact that I will be able to actuate this and be in the team, the Vid-Bits, with my son, a company that we started out of nowhere, where it was lightning in a bottle, and we just kept it as the best kept secret in this area, which a lot of the talent and all the different mediums in this area are. They're the best kept secret in all of their media, from Jess and her art to Jason and his paintings now, we have let's see, let me just make sure I don't misspeak here. We got I don't know, I don't want to misspeak. Some people I don't want to give too much attention to, but you know what I mean. But Huffman and his building this brand, Cincy Bob's, they're just doing great things with the community, getting it out there with what they do with getting these older legends out there to be able to get that hurrah and get their flowers before they pass. Like, unfortunately, something like a Steve Mongo McMichael, who did what he did in professional football and wrestling, and unfortunately was given his flowers on his, while he is in the hospital and very bad support, health-wise. It should be where you're giving the flowers to these people more than just commemorating something somewhere. And I think Cincy Bob's does something with these athletes by commemorating them in bobblehead form and bringing them out into the community so people can enjoy being around them, and so that it's like these stars are accessible in a way so that you feel you're part of that, which you should be, because we all are a part of it. We are all part of stars and all that anyways, but that's another topic for another time. And I just wanted to give a shout out to all that hard work they do there. I didn't check and see if the pig was still sleeping, so when we go through this match, if he isn't still sleeping, then this won't count as a step, just so you know. Because if he was awake, then we'll have to do computation, but I didn't want to do that. That's why I was checking in between each one. And what it was I calculated there was 7,500 experience points or rating points between us, which is exactly 100 wins at first place. So if you have the absolute min-max situation. So minimum, maximum output with a minimum variance of what the plan would be as far as time to activate. We will be able to do this in exactly 100 matches, where the 101st match will just be, if he's there, then I think the greatest thing would be that a couple steps before the throne room per se, we have the battle. And then I just either down him and ascend in a couple matches, or we could fight for hours, and it would just be epic to have the footage, and you would just know that we're fighting because you could see his rating has been going on. Like, I have been simulating this in my head. There's nothing other than the numbers in my chat that's been rallying with me, where we've created a scenario where we pretend that we can now see his play even though we can't. So we've taken a game where we're not playing directly against him, and even though we're not in a competitive situation where we're actually in the same arena, I have made it so this game is a little bit more quantifiable in a way where I can see how to actuate it. I'm kind of seeing the bigger picture. Unfortunately, some people can see, like, what it was is somebody would have saw 20,000 rating, and they would have known that it took 15,000 rating just to get up to Chomp Champ. So they would have been like, okay, there's no way, because that's Chomp Champ in a quarter just to touch that guy, and how many matches you have to do, which is about 80 or so just to, I mean, or more than that even. It's just, it was ridiculous to get to that route in the first place. So it just seems like it's unattainable for somebody that's not even trying to quest for it, when I just knew that I wanted to have my name in consideration, so I was going to push a lot of my strengths of all the different Pac-Man games, and you know, we'll give credit to those. So let's see though what this says. And is the pig still asleep? Yes, he's still asleep, guys. He's still asleep, so we can add another one. We can add another win. Again, we're doing this for history. You know, we are doing this because I've made this an esport for the Vid-Bits. Like, I keep saying we're looking for esports branding to be the first father-son esports team, but we already are. And our brand is the Vid-Bits, and now we've stepped out into the scene by showing you this great gaming feat and what you could actually attain if you just let us absorb into your brand. So this is our application. Look at this essentially as our submission or sizzle reel, because I'm doing this in real time now. I'm putting the pressure on myself in real time. I'm putting the pressure on MintDaddyPig to respond in real time. I hope that he makes it so it's closer. I think if it's closer, it would be awesome that in real time we will all see anybody that cares about a competition in real time, that they can see two people compete that are fervorously above the rest of the pack. There's only one other person in consideration, and that's Kofi YT, and since I started talking about him, he actually did play one game. Did you see? He came in and pinged one game, and he put his title, he put his risk on the line for one game, and I think what happens was he loaded in, and then he saw what the hell is going on and decided to respectfully bow out and not play another game. He will come for the title one day, I can tell, and I can't wait till he hears how I've talked him up. And when we take the championship and we get to focus on just everybody else, it'll be amazing, because hopefully you'll tune in for the nightly talk show that we have for this here at the Vid-Bits. And that's the only place that you're going to get this type of talk show that has this depth, and the person that's most anchored in and dialed into caring about the community for Pac-Man, Mega Tunnel Battle, Chomp Champs. So it's not just about me, it's about any other Pac-Maniac that's out there that's being told, oh, I'm sorry that Pac-Man 99 closed down, so your game sucks and is DOA. I say, fuck that. And I know that you can censor that, and you can use it whatever way you want. And I don't know how edgy the entertainment is, but I know that at this day and age, if I don't offend people, that I won't get their attention. You guys are fucking this game over by not giving it a chance. And we shouldn't have to make it free to play to appeal to casuals, when really at the end of the day, it should be for just Pac-Maniacs, and sometimes casuals are not that. Sometimes people are just better off to watch something and enjoy it, and they are happy to do that, and they don't have the ability to actuate it. In fact, there's lots of games like Shadow of the Colossus and games like Dark Souls series that other people will watch those games and be able to live vicariously through those experiences more than having to worry about trying to actuate them themselves. That's why people have spent too much time making titles like AAA titles, like fucking movies, that you have to actuate in order to feel the same way, because they've made it too hard, and then they spend 7 to 10 fucking years to develop those titles, and then it wastes every time when it doesn't meet expectations, and then development studios gets closed down entirely because of it, when really at the end of the day, like somebody famously has said recently, that AAA games are being eclipsed by indie titles, and it's very fucking obvious because those experiences usually have passion behind them. We are an indie experience called the Vid-Bits. We are an exploration into trying to change how you view YouTube and the YouTube algorithm and the future content creators. And I know that we will affect you positively, so therefore the windfall is infinite. We are Johnny Appleseeding this bitch. Every day, just planting seeds, and you'll water them. And when you watch this content over and over in perpetuity, like I have obsessively of people that don't give a fuck anymore and that have sunsetted their shit, I know that I am going to affect them and trigger them. And you know what they say. When you're on social media and you say something that triggers somebody else, or use a broad generalization to get your feelings out, which is most known as trauma posting, you're effectively trying to affect one person specifically. And if I am affecting you and you're feeling like this resonates with you, it's because I've been able to telepathically affect you, and I'm sorry if you're triggered, fucking change your behavior. We can all work together. We can all synergize. We can all have brand synergy and cross-pollination of brand ideas, and we can change the way to make a responsible profit here on YouTube. I know that Google knows that that's going to happen. That is part of my purpose. Not just mine, but Braden's. His ideology has helped shape every single thing that I say. We don't have this scripted, it's all raw and real, and anybody that's getting its reach, I keep thinking in my head that I need to start sending out DMs so people see this, and I just don't know if that needs to happen because it's just, I know it's going to get in the right hands because the feat that's being attached to it. I'm going to be the most dominant Chomp champ, and this is a publicly traded commercial. I have already sent an application for PR to Bandai Namco so they know that I'm interested in a brand deal. So there will be public attention, so they're going to analyze the things that I say in this video. Again, everything that's said in this video is trademark of the Vid-Bits, and we also know that it's sub-property of Google and are okay with that because we work for Google and are okay with that. We're okay. 20% for us, 80% for you. Sweet, pretty good deal. 10% for my child, 10% for me, 80% for the community. That's all we're going to do with the profits that we take. And then we're going to be able to change the world one channel at a time. We're going to create YouTube, your television, for people that you are empathetically linked to and can vibe with, and you can synergize with their efforts. We're playing these fucking games anyways, let's just all enjoy them together. And then when you finish one game in your programming block, you can throw another one in there, and people that can't play those games will always find that they either like the characters of the people creating them, or they're happy to live vicariously through the experiences that you're creating. That was when 1100, so that was a bookmark there. That symposium that I keep talking about going and talking to is the one that you're probably watching right now, or is being analyzed in some future capacity, and I appreciate that you are taking that in consideration so that we can change the culture as a whole, because we've already healed into and accepted as a mainstream culture the cosmetic aspect of geek and nerd culture, but we really need to understand that what I'm doing is just the absolute epitome and heart of what we're about. Raw gaming talent, being respected for our acumen, and knowing that we love each other, and the vibe of competition is all in healthy aspects that really shouldn't be about other lifting everybody up. The waves lifts them up. And then when we crash and we fall together, as long as they're there and we wave, and the wave lifts them all back up together, we're able to achieve great things. So, is the pig still sleeping? He is. I feel like I've lost count now of the dubs, that the math on the dubs now, because I got kind of I wanted to make sure I got that stuff out, guys, because it's important to use your platform and influence in the correct way. And since now I have a feat here, I figured if I don't use this as my magnum opus, I'm going to feel like I have a lot of regret. Yeah, I don't even know what's going on with the streak, so we'll just, you know, we'll just leave it there. We'll leave it at that. It doesn't really matter. I'm just doing it for chat, and nobody followed along, so I think they were too mesmerized with what I was saying, and I'm just kind of crazy at this point, kind of on autopilot. But I also love you all, and I'm completely healthy and happy. And after I get this feat done, I've made the barterment with the universe. I'm just going to relax and take a shower and take a good sleep, wake up and eat some amazing sushi, and you know, just drink some nice refreshing water, which is our sponsor. Our sponsor is water, so any brand and any type of vessel or any type of way that you want to drink it, that's fine, that's cool, and hopefully you have some. Also, I guess lightly sponsored but not sponsored by is Johnny Monad 777. Thanks, Johnny. I guess I can just say that. You know, if you need to know more, I can talk to you on a more individual basis, and I guess that's the best way to say it, because I don't want to, you know, HBO owns the rights to John from Cincinnati, and they're really, that show is one of those shows that you need to look up, and if it's still on streaming, please look it up and watch it. Binge watch it. See how it, what it means to you is whatever you feel at the time. So that's at the end of the day, that's all that matters. So watch it and see what it means to you, okay? There you go. Maximum right now, pow boom. Give it a shot. So this is brought to you by that. It's brought to you by your local independent music scene, whatever it is. So check it out. It's probably influencing mainstream music more than you realize, and there's probably more heart and soul there, and those people deserve your money. Give them some. It's also supported by your local artists, as far as like curio shops and people that are not big names, big boxes. Most of the time those big boxes just don't, you know, have a lot of the things that you're going to want. You're going to want an individual experience. So if you're worried about the people that are suffering, that are dealing with you in the big box stores, and you need somebody with a more empathetic experience, and you don't want to go online and shop, then you can go to a mom and pop style shop, and you can talk to somebody there, and they probably will vibe with you because they value your experience. So that's to not devalue anybody's big brand. And you know, I know there's a lot of great people in big brand stores that have very nice experiences and believe in their brand, and even if things aren't where they want them to be, they still try every day, and to those people I say kudos. Also, I'd like to say, again, if you love the chief that we have, our 4-year-old Siberian Husky, and you think that he's cool, and if you like the Vid-Bits and you think that you want a Siberian Husky, please do not go buy one directly. Please get one directly from your local pound. Adopt one. Do not buy one directly. Make sure that you're in a situation where you can try to see if you want to be a dog owner, number one, if you're not, or make sure that you can have like the safety net of somebody can help you out if you don't know if you want to be a Husky owner. Like, I'm not want to say have a respite situation, but you should, because if you buy one because we influence you with to have one because we have the chief, and then you buy one and it doesn't work out, most of the time they end up in the pound, which is the circular moment where I'm just telling you to go to the pound first to get one, so you don't spend an exorbitant amount of money and you save a dog from being euthanized. So please do that as a responsible dog owner. I don't think that that's being bad to say that. We're trying to keep animals from being destroyed. So thank you from the chief and the Vid-Bits, and that's for win 1101, which is very harmonious, with 1104 matches, which is very harmonious if you're into numerology. And no, I didn't plan any of that, and I haven't updated the number, so we're just marching, and we're gonna see. I don't even think he's still probably sleeping. We're lucky he's still sleeping. We're getting there, guys. We're less than 7,000 away. We were 20,000, and here we're just going to continuously march towards the King of the World's door. We're going to knock on it. We're going to joust one more time, and we're going to chomp our way to global Chomp champion. With that, it'll be a move in silence as I collect my thoughts and continue to march on and meditate towards how this is going to lay. There's no way to tell. I'm not friends with MintDaddyPig in any way, and I have no idea how he'll respond, but we'll all watch in real time. It's exciting, and I hope that you're having a good time watching the esport presented by the Vid-Bits, brought to you by water, sponsored by water. Any water, have some water, and hopefully sponsored one day by Jinkos, the jeans that are really expensive because they're durable. So if you're fucking mad about the price, save for them, but I bet you'll be happy when you have one pair that lasts for 7 years because of how fucking awesome they are. I have them to prove it. I can show you how they've held up over 7 years of wearing them. I would not fucking lie to you. My ruse are solid. I wish I would not have thrown away my original ruse. So brought to you by Jinko. Judge none except one. Not sponsored, but hopefully sponsored. Also brought to you by Bandai Namco Entertainment. They are awesome for making this game and publishing this game. Again, it's not sponsored, but we are appreciative of everything that they have done for the community as far as like people like me that want to have these IPs to compete on the global leaderboards and such. So thank you very much for stuff like that. Also not sponsored, but touting Arcade Legacy. Find yourself in the tri-state area, which I mean the Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, and Kentucky area, in the eastern United States. You should find out around the Cincinnati, Sharonville area, Arcade Legacy, an amazing arcade that has all kinds of things to offer as far as trade-ins, retro stuff. He's got a case that looks like it's in the middle of like a, you know, it's when you go through and you're like, oh, I want this stuff, like at Christmas time, that big window, the display window, a case full of awesome retro delicious goodness that are as varying degrees of insane rarity that you can trade in stuff to try to get in a media section, as well as a premium pinball section and an amazing retro arcade as well. There's so much to see. It's very beautiful, and if you like the aesthetic of the 80s and 90s arcades, I know that you will love to hang out at Arcade Legacy. Give Jesse Baker your money because that is the place that I would go if I personally believed that my trade-ins were given the most astute value that I could get, and somebody was going to give me a fair deal based on not just price charting, the ebb and flow of the market, but also what he has in inventory. So if he gives you a deal that you don't think is fair, it's probably because he's got a lot of that, and you should just respect it and move on. But he's a really fair man. I've known him for a long time, and I would suggest that you give him your business if you're ever in that area. So thank you very much, Jesse Baker, for over 20 years of business, and you are the man. So that's what we're sponsored by on our road to the top. We did 19 episodes of this in varying degrees. We did stuff called Pack Snacks, which was 90-minute increments of min-maxing, which basically is like you get 18 wins in a row, but only using the 80 seconds plus the load-in screen to get the dub. So like there's a lot of tech here as far as like trying to actuate if they ever reset seasons, how you'd have to pace yourself when you saw the leader. So there's definitely, if they do reset the servers and I want to go for it, I'll think about that. But like right now, I'm just trying to get this in and let somebody else have the glory after this because it's really close. And we're just blessed that we're just gonna keep going, man. And like everyone, like I'm not even refreshing it again. So, when it makes sense, I guess I'll do the math to make sure that we catch up in chat. But I've lost it, and I'm just kind of like going with the flow here. Appreciate you guys as we continue to become, I don't know. We might be the first North American dual champion, and that would be putting us in the history books, guys. And I think it's very possible, and I'm glad that if you're here and if you're not, you will see this later and you will know that the Vid-Bits basically Babe Ruth this thing. We pointed to the sky and said, hey, and Babe Ruth, the Babe Ruthing analogy is brought to you by my grandfather Michael. If Michael had not done the things he'd done and raised me in lieu of, unfortunately, the people who were not given the opportunity to raise me, he was the person that gave me the integrity and fortitude to make sure that I had my word be more than anything and basically believe that everything was about math and zeros and ones. And I may not have understood what he said during some of his long tirades, but the man was a legend around this area, inspired so many things. Just simply, he has so many stories that are just so personal to me that has to do with things that he could have done with people that actually went on to create companies that makes millions of dollars, people that are regionally millionaires. So I know he always knew there was something that was going to happen with me. So I hope that he knows that me, as a person, have learned enough from him to be able to inspire my son, and the reason why we are the way we are and therefore we can form the team the Vid-Bits is really because of Michael, and Michael happens to be Braden's middle name. So to me, the whole synchronicity of all of it is, if it all ends up being that he knew that I had the intelligence to become a millionaire, and I can use that to help other people, which is all he ever wanted to do, and he was so pious with his money and his situation, and it all will be a full circle moment, and this person will have, you know, in my mind, there's no way they could not be proud of me, and I will be able to feel a sense of closure in that. So this is brought to you by Michael, and I thank you very much. Mike, Mickey, like, we're doing it. Like, we're doing it. So thank you. He had so many people in his family that could have been very successful, and they were right in front of him, and they were at the cusp of greatness, and then they just decided to narcissistically not do it. Their conditions were that of, it was right there. And it had to do with professional baseball, and they were very talented. And it was just, for him, since he couldn't do it, he wanted to live vicariously through the thing and watch them enjoy it. And that's why this whole thing ends up being like a natural soliloquy with, it's just like a beautifully woven tapestry of my life, mixed in with how everything is coming full circle in a lot of ways. So I can honestly say, me being able to actuate things that I never thought I could do, and actually have all the pieces come together where now everybody can nakedly see that experience as a raw human being on YouTube for all to see, and watch me find my voice as a content creator in real time for you guys, so that you can know that you can do it too. It's not impossible, it's not fake, it's just in a way where you can use your inflection and tone and to drive change. It's why you're called an influencer, and at the end of the day, it's what team you end up on. Our team is neutral. We're neutral. I know that to be neutral is bad, but to be overstepping the bounds is bad as well, because unfortunately, speaking in absolutes is almost always bad. So until we have a way or a reason to voice an opinion in some sort of next to absolute, or, you know, there are certain things, you cannot be a bigot, you cannot be a racist, you cannot be spreading hate, you cannot be killing people. We do not associate with those brands or people that do those things or think that they're doing those things are cool. That is, like, that's the foundation. You cannot be an animal abuser. You cannot think that animal rights are like less than human rights. Like, those are the only absolutes I can say. You know, basic human rights need to be respected. Everybody is equal, and we are all frail vessels. Those are the principles in which we stand on. So if you can be down with that, we can hang out and try to do some sort of monetization or cross-pollination. But if not, this feed itself will lend itself to the point where the windfall, or halo effect, if you will, of this will make it so we will make it on our own. And I think that we would rather play ball with people that are already established, because they know that they can have more effect with their brand to have more outreach with the people that are like-minded and they feel safe with. And at the end of the day, tell me when I'm telling lies, and if we fuck around and we find out, then just shut us down. We'll be done. We'll just go back to just playing these games in this room by ourselves. But if not, let's affect some real change with this medium. Let's see if the pig is still asleep. He is. Let's go, guys. Trying to tell a story, and it's just letting it go, man. It's just great, because it's just as naturally, when you let shit go, when you go with the flow, and then when you get too bad, you settle the fucking stream. In my case, I just do a good stretch, make sure I drink some water. Braden usually keeps me grounded, but of course the Pac-Mania has been having to do shit when he's been sleeping, so that we can keep our content schedule going and everything, and we're not trying to disrupt that. And if you can see, there's consistency there, and we actually have people that are coming in and seeing it at a very small scope. So I know that, you know, when this gets blown up, there'll be people that'll be tuning in all the time. So I can't wait till we have like modders and stuff to be able to take care of that. So it's really difficult and draining to have to do all that stuff at the same time. I know that the people that started at the bottom had all these metrics and all these things that they did, but fuck if it's not taxing to try to do all of it at the same time. Come on, little guy. You keep your chin up. We will, you know, look at all these things we could be. Look at all these things that we could do. We could dress up at all these cool. I cannot wait to do that, though. Like, I will be so fatigued after beating all these metrics, and, you know, to have 250,000 pack points or coins banked. You know, 250,000 is just crazy to even think about how much that is. So to quantify that, I could spend all of the, it's like 83,000 500 or so. I did the computation of to wipe the store out of its inventory, and you know, that's one of the things I'll do as a victory lap thing, and I'll probably do that as an episode of Still Hungry and Forgot Your Manners, which is the overflow for any of the pack content that we do here on the Vid-Bits. And of course, when that becomes just on the Pop's Place channel, that will be also just the name of the sub-series too. So I can't wait to hang out with the pack community and again not have that mess with the Vid-Bits territory too much, because they probably will. Some of these people will get sick of it, and not all times do you need to diversify your fan base and then have them run away. But I don't think that. I think Pac-Man luckily was the chance that I could do that and not offend too many people, because as a gamer perspective, if you know that we're a gamer channel, you know that's Pac-Man itself is like a metric within itself, is like the perfect game and all that stuff. The history of doing that stuff at Fun Spot and Perfect Game. Well, I called this, guys. Like, I've had to work on the Perfect Game now for 2 weeks, and it's just like I loaded this game up and not knowing anything about it to becoming global pack champion, and how long that's going to take, and like being in the home stretch and knowing that there still could be a little bit at the end. So like if media picks up on it and stuff, that's cool, and if not, I'm not really stressed about it, because I don't know if the pressure would be extra if I started getting my phone blown up like, so you're doing this feat, can you do it here, and all this other stuff. And we even talked about that, and Bray is just so fucking smart, because he's like, nope, it's like we're in the lab, we're just chilling, doing normal gamer stuff. Everybody that tells me like when I'm freaking out about what's going on, they're like, nope, stay the course. And the people that I thought I could really rely on, that really I thought had a finger on the pulse of the gravity of what I'm doing is, it's weird, because I'm just trying to, I guess the message is, guys, listen, move in silence is so big until you're about to go across the finish line. That's a metaphor too. We'll use that as a jump off point as soon as you get the next drink of water. But the next topic, guys, if you are following along, is going to be gaming industries, and unfortunately these people pulling the trigger on arbitrary release dates way too early, versus how long it takes for the game to be done, versus having the thing on a physical palette, which is probably going to feed into going into removal of physical media and going and all that. So marinate on that, and I'll be right back after these pack messages. Dude, Panthers, Pink Panther, I really appreciate you, bud. I really do. Thank you so much. We got this, bud, because having this and having it in perpetuity where people could see that we have such a small subscriber base that are actually, it looks like it's 2,600 people, right? But like really the people that have really come on and hung on the last couple weeks, and like then this feat came out within the last 11 days, like it's lightning in a bottle. And you guys that believe in us, we're so thankful to have you at such a base level, and you have been like motivating in so many different streams, dude. Like we are right here, man. Look at the harmony there, you coming in like 1 1 1 1, like we're right here, bud. Like I don't even have time to do the math anymore, but at the beginning it just showed the steps. Like it's so little to get there now, and if he just stays asleep, we will do it, dudes. If he stays asleep, that loss demotivated him so bad, and I'm blessed, but I feel so for him. It's probably a disconnect shit or something, because that happened to me, that happened to P-Man. I would just, again, I have so much for this community and so much of my efforts for you guys. So if we can be sponsored for an esports, if anything else, so I can MC this stuff, you guys can like then, you know, use the data. We can start getting these guys out here as the superstar players that they are, because even if you look at the growth for this game being out with 1 week of early access and then only being out for a little bit over 3 weeks total, like it's got a good hefty 2,500 people that are just in there already, and there's so many people that on the metric that haven't even jumped into rank because maybe they haven't played through elimination to get to level 10. So there's even that, and you guys can make your own Pac-Man. You can hang out with us in the Vid-Bits. It's going to be part of our deal because honestly, I'm such a Pac-maniac. I will manage it. You know, you can say that you're hanging out with the person. When you see that commercial for Pac-Man, Mega Tunnel Battle, Chomp Champs, you know that you're hanging out with a global, undisputed, undefeated Chomp Champ, because every time, well, I wouldn't say undefeated per se. We had a skirmish. We had a little skirmish, he ran away. We had another skirmish, and I kind of felt dropped back, and I ran away. He hasn't straight up knocked us down at all, so maybe undefeated, because we're repping the North American Championship, guys, every time that we come up against this guy. That's why I have basically min-maxed my life's intake. I have everything set up where I'm having hydrations at the right levels. I have a restroom right next to me. I have a refrigerator full of cold, refreshing water, and then I'm taking care of myself. I'm and if anything goes bad, I will just stop the streams, and I'll go to the hospital, which is not far away from me. I have people monitoring me. I have everybody believing in me. So we are going to do this, guys. We're going to put America on top. We're going to put Pac-Man on top. So get people hyped. Like, share, and subscribe. This is an esport that the Vid-Bits are bringing to you. So we're not sponsored by any esports team per se, but we want to be sponsored, and this is our sponsorship video. It turned into that. This is our sponsorship video for so many aspects of YouTube, so either we can co-op with you guys, or obviously we're just going to stay in our own lane. But we do know that other people are part of the story, so we're trying to not do this on our own, because we do not have the finances to do it on the level that we can reach people with and affect the level of change that we know that we can affect. So, I want to be the influencer that can give away the money to the people that I know need it, because I've been around my community and I know the people that need the help, that would genuinely enjoy the help, that would not just take the money. They would ask what I would be able to find out what they need and actuate that in real change, and they're the people that are doing the hard things around the community and stuff like that. So you know, that type of influencer situation, you know, the Vid-Bits Fun Club would allow me to use the philanthropy aspect to do those things. So, you know, they would feel better knowing that they were healing communities as well, because then they could vet and submit situations in their own communities where we could affect real change for people that are being affected by not being able to recover after the economy crippled. So I appreciate the fact that in general, just video gaming in general, it can be a superstar situation which can affect real change that can change the culture and the way that they perceive it, other than just looking at nerd culture as something that is a fashion statement. Everybody that's on the ground floor of this and are the Vid-Bits Fun Club know that they're at the ground floor of something bigger. They all have individual things that they do, and they just seem to flow into our lives, and they are always, I know it's important, because when they come into our chats and they come into either me or Spray's stream during the programming block, it's always during clutch moments and the things that we needed. So he just popped in and he says, Pink Panther says, "You got this, Bri. I believe in you." Do you know how it feels to have another person believe in you? You have now resonated, and you know that there's another person that believes in you so much that no matter where they are geographically located, you can feel the energy, the support. It's like Goku from Dragon Ball, another amazing property that I can naturally segue because of how much it's affected my life through the acts of what Akira Toriyama has done with his art. So when I say cross-branding that makes sense, we're talking about nothing that we're shilling because it's anything that we are getting paid for because they're getting paid for it. It makes sense because we're living it through our life and the actualization of like what it does to affect our life. So anyways, Goku summons all the power of everybody around, and then all of a sudden a Pink Panther appears, a Wild Panther appears, and I get to have him help and be towards the end of this legacy stream, where if other people around me was like, why didn't you tell me you were going for the Pac-Man world record? I've told so many people in my social circle, and guess who's here with me at the end right now? Some people have personal lives and I get it, but Pink Panther, who's not in my area, not in this remote area, and he has just popped in at the right time to at least motivate me, knowing that I can eventually give him some sort of a guesstimate and start to get YouTube some sort of guesstimate when this event will end. So hopefully they will make the algorithm appear where the most eyes will see it in the home run, because it's an esport that we're delivering to you as the Vid-Bits for free. The Pink Panther, though, is awesomely appreciative to get to see it live, and he doesn't have to pay anything other than the fact that he's a sub. He's treated this way. He's not even on our membership tier because, unfortunately, we can't help Panther with his financial situation. But when you help us, then when we use the Vid-Bits Fun Club money, whatever is going on where people weren't in the situation to dono in the beginning, those will be the immediate people that we use that kind of money for, because they're probably in bad situations, because I know they support us in other ways, and I know they would be able to push the other buttons more than they did. And Pink Panther has donated money. So to me, you have to look at those metrics, because what happens is eventually people get so big that they don't care about the people that made them, and the people that inspire us are still taking care of the people that have made them from the very beginning, and when they can make sense of it, take care of the people that appeal to them. So that's why a sponsorship video is the best way to go, and that's what this is, in the form of us taking the global Pac-Man championship and putting it on regular skin Pac-Man in a game that came out over 3 weeks ago, was competitive against old school arcade people, taking 2 straight championships. We have all of the footage archived in a folder, have done it all live, raw, and unscripted, have made it a curated experience so that you can feel like you're going through a RPG, as now we've battled the end boss of Pac-Man at this point, which is called MintDaddyPig, and shout out to him. So once monetary things are gained from this, they will get some sort of cut for being a great opponent and a great sport. And if that's the point where they are somehow now found us and watching the stream and decides to job to us, and then the end of that, we cannot say, because we do not know them personally, and we don't know if they're watching these streams. And if it does encourage them to do that again, we appreciate it, because we want to be the champion. But you know, I'm in wrestling at the end of the day, so if he was to shake my hand at the end of the day right here and say it's a good deal, I'm probably still going to glom him with the belt. Like, look at that. I got confused because that guy was skin on top of me and he's got that hair. Like, look at that. Angry jar. So yeah, this has just become its own thing, and it's just amazing. And I think that the fact that we can only run it this way live one time, and anytime that somebody tries to curate an experience like this, they will in perpetuity, like somebody like Matt Hardy and all the universe that he's created, and Zack Ryder and all the you know, Matt Cardona per se, all the things that he's done, you know, they'll be copying the Vid-Bits in this new style of how we approach programming as a father-son duo, and how now we've done what we consider a conquest series where we've made this a very exciting end. And now my mouth would be off anyway, so let's see if the pig is sleeping. He is still sleeping, so I will actually computate the new finish line for everybody if I can do the math real quick. Real quick here, let me pull my calculator out. So 87,322 minus our 80,991. Then you take 6331 and you divide it by 75. That's 84. So 84 to the door is where we're at, baby. 84 to the door, and if that's all wins. So then the next one would be the one that would do the duel. So 84 steps to the door. If we're reloading that and you know, hashtagging that or getting people, so you know, now we're almost a fifth of the way there. People that didn't tune in from the beginning, which is fine. I don't care. I'm doing this for me first and foremost, which is vicariously doing it for the Vid-Bits. And you know, 84 to the door, and we're gonna be you know, to me it's important that we can be together for this moment. 84 to the door. But yeah, I appreciate you guys, and I'm gonna get into my jams, and so I can keep, you know, keep things going. I don't care about, unfortunately I can't moderate chant too much, but I appreciate you guys, and I'll be right back. Okay, I've been able to settle down a little bit. It's been a little bit stressful. Um, we're getting there. We're getting there. Oh God, my mod. So I've just come to the conclusion that it's just about chilling out and kind of meditating into it. We're really just at the mercy of whether or not he wakes up and decides he wants to defend the title. We have the North American Championship, so I'm pretty happy about that. And got Braden over in the other room sleeping away, ready for his day of content. He still has some Dark Souls 3 to go after. I'm not quite sure exactly where he's at with that, because I've been in my own little freaking pack world, just using minimum sleep, but maximum output and also energy conservation. I'm very blessed that my support system is keeping me healthy and happy, and I have everything clocked and doing very well. I hope that the pacing can continue, and we will, if anything else, continue to blast off into new stratosphere with the scores hitting new metrics and sites that no one has ever seen for the first time. So there's more great ground to be made, and all we're trying to do now is kind of like I said, be so far into space that people like Mothership in space look at us up in the top of the Chomp champs. Upper echelon, if you will, and not want to even mess with us. So really, I don't know if even Kofi wants to come back, because he came in and maybe because he loaded into a game, but then saw how even though the last time that he loaded in I was pretty well below him, I gave him a shot to come back in with only having given him, like, going one victory over him to take the North American Championship, and he did not decide to come back and even bounce back and get it right away. And now when he decided to log in, he's very far behind. So if you don't know, 15,000 points is a lot. And I'll eventually break down how much time you spend if you do min-max this game. There's plenty of ability to do that in a game like this, because really when you push the button in between matches, as long as the server lag is minimum, in most cases you'll see, there's 80 seconds or so plus a loading screen, so 90 seconds, almost a minute and a half to do whatever you need to do. So as long as you're staying healthy and happy, and then you also decide, in this case, to show the world what it's like to, as live, keep pushing the bounds as to how long you can play and min-max this game, to show that you're the true Pac-Maniac with using all the healthy balance possible. You know, good lighting in your room, a good support system, a refrigerator of healthy snacks, proper hydration. Shout out to our preferred hydration. It's water. Yes, we have water. Any type of water. You can have it bottled in your any type of refreshment vessel, or any type of bottled water from any company that you like. We don't care, glass bottles or plastic bottles. That's not for us to argument. Whatever ones that you think is awesome, good for you. And I hope that you enjoy some more of that today. It's delicious and nice water. We should be having more of that, guys. I know. I mean, it just seems like a no-brainer, but none of us really activate it. And when you do, and when you have that water, then every drop tastes like Felix Felicis. I'm still so stoked about when we have these lobbies full of all real packs to replace these bot guys, because I'm telling you guys, I'm not really worried about it right now on the way to the top, because me getting to the top is going to be the jumping off point for this league. It's going to be what we need for media to get people to be behind it, so I can start to heal the perspective of this. And also we can talk about as a culture how to not, cancel culture per se, great ideas too early, and or decide something is a success or a failure based on an earlier metric, and then just seeing what happens. I don't know what the barrier to entry as far as like what they think that you should make financially from some project like this. I don't know how something as far as how much it costs versus how much the output is versus how much time they're going to give it to grow, all of those things, server support, whatnot. But when you look at a game like this, you would assume, consider that it came out for the Google Stadia, and then it stayed out for almost 3 years, considering the fact that that platform unfortunately had limited reach, and they decided to bring it back, that there would be the belief that since it's cross-platform and it's just now within the infancy, so over 3.5 weeks now, something like that. You could have got it on May 8th. As normal people, with everybody else locally, we got it like that night, so almost into May 9th. And then if not, if you are a Pac-Maniac, which we did not know this was available, you could have got this game a week early. So you could have started playing it and launching into the leaderboard and into the stratosphere, you know, early. It's one of those situations where, you know, we didn't do that, and allowing us to not do that makes it so we have the chase. So these people that were on the top of the leaderboards had a long time, a week ahead of us. That's why this should matter to you guys, because what you're probably saying is this game is in its infancy and has an install base of a couple thousand people that really care, and then those people above them, so whatever. Oh, have you ever been the top in a couple thousand people? Okay, then stop judging me. Have you ever then been competing in something with a couple thousand people to be the first to do something? Okay, then stop judging me. Have you ever tried to push yourself in a video game acumen to try to go up and live up against some of your heroes that have hit some of the amazing scores? So when I go to conventions and talk about this feat, we'll be able to say that I've used Pac-Man and pushed him before other people did to amazing thing. I'm having a couple of things that I have to deal with. There's some variables that I don't get a chance to control in this thing, so I'm making myself eligible by doing everything possible to make this happen. Everything I'm saying is just a flow state, but I'm trying to make it so that I can do a lot of firsts, so I can have a lot of fulfillment for basically on a world stage performing for you, and also we can grow our brand, the Vid-Bits, and grow us into a new variation of something that you can enjoy on YouTube that try to synergize with everything else that exists. So because we like to play nice. We like to play nice with people. As long as it makes sense, then it makes sense. So at the end of the day, how you feel about it is what matters. Loving the support. 69 dudes. But also, you have to understand, as I'm trying to achieve this feat live that I didn't publicize I was going to do, I didn't call my shot to the public, I've all just called the shot in our little production studio, in our humble area, doing the best I can with next to no budget, and being starving artists, and literally starving, and trying to still be the best we can to everybody and everything to everyone. Me and Braden have worked our ass off. That is the honest truth. And the universe has provided me as a chance to basically use this as a prospectus for the company that we have created out of fucking nothing and put everything but our heart, soul, blood, sweat, and tears into. And now we're one of those success stories that I keep hearing about. And it's just like, again, if you can't ever find the man, then it's you. I know people now around me that are starting to do great things. So being able to network with those people and that energy is going to be amazing. There's a reason why you're always in the area that you're at and you're feeling the way that you feel. So sometimes it doesn't make sense when you're smiling at people that you can just feel good energy around. So basically the people that doubted us and kept giving us conflicting energy, those people are going to know how to feel about it, when I guess I keep saying you'll know what side of Vid-Bits history you were on. And so I know when we approach each other into a really respective business perspective, that you're going to understand that we're willing to synergize and work well with you as we continue to grow and make revenue, as long as we're making a responsible profit, and we play nice in the playground as long as you're not really a hidden bully. We don't need somebody going home and then making a hit list of all the people that they're going to do PR pieces on. We have people like Carl Jost that can do the awesome research when people do bastardized things in the industry. We have people like that will take care of the people that are bad. We are trying to be part of the solution and definitely not part of the problem, or we would not do anything other than just stream video games from our basement. There's a reason why you do anything that you feel, and if you do it right then, maximum right now, pow boom, then you can activate your life in amazing ways. And we're using this platform to achieve this global thing as more of a, like I said, a commercial for our brand, and also showing that when you look at the commercial for our brand, everything that I've represented during the entirety of this over 100-hour project has turned into an amazing movie that you can create, and I won't be mad. Create one just like this. You will know that you ripped me off. It's like if I decided to make sequelitis and be like, oh, Ego Rapper, I'm talking like this, and I have my janky stick figure animation because I can't make your awesome New Garden style animation, and, you know, I already pay homage to you by giving the cadence sometimes and the delicious dulcet tones of my voice, because you've influenced me in such a great way in the industry, and we should stop worrying about who we talk about industry and the industry that we are influenced by, with the exception of the fact that unfortunately when we all have misdoings that we have to fucking hold each other accountable, and I think for the most part we have, and if you don't hold each other accountable, then hopefully they hold themselves. So now it might derail our plans a little bit. Hopefully the pig is not still woke up. He's not, so we'll just count that as a dub, and we'll do the math again later. But 68 is where we're at. Man, when I get passionate, I get an L. So anybody that thinks that anything crazy is going on, all this footage has been stored, and I've worked for this every day since pretty much when I got home from work the night that I realized I missed the launch. And then when I loaded up and realized there was 2 different editions, and there was no reason that day to have gotten the pre-order edition, because then I missed the starting point. And I really think that it shows you this whole allegory for everything happens for a reason. A Pac-Maniac like me, and I've said it many times, I got the Xbox 360 console just for Championship Edition at first, not for Halo because I had not played that on the previous Xbox console. So I got the new console just for Pac-Man Championship Edition because I loved Pac-Man so much, and then I loved that game and mastered that game as much as I could. So definitely the channel will go back and cover that when we can, because I'm really good at that, and I'd like to do it again from a fresh profile and see how I could do when I don't have to focus as much as starting this. But I'm also starting this for so many reasons. I've loved the Battle Royale concept, I love Pac-Man, and I'm not good at Battle Royales except for when I'm with a team, and at this point I'm in Pac-Man, which is a solo game, but guess what? I have a team. It's called the Vid-Bits, and the Vid-Bits have driven me to greatness so that I can achieve it for all of us. And when you work as a team, then you win and lose as a team. Team. I say that like the A-team, you know what I mean? And if you haven't seen the IT crowd episode about that teamwork and everything, the teams rise and fall together, and when they do, it's like the problem is when they don't do it together, then there's the problem, right? Because when we're in some sort of work synergy atmosphere, when you're like at your work and you're having a horrible day, and you take it out on everybody, you've now brought down the entire vibration of the work atmosphere. So that's why people usually wear the earbuds, or they try to like leave you alone. You know what I mean? Those things are bad, because those people could be resonating like me, like some sort of, what they say, light bearer, starseed. Those people, those influencers, we call them the same. There's the same. It's like religion. There's the same thing, but it's all, we call it different depending on how we're trying to market it. Like hand sanitizer for work, home, and hospital. Like, oh, okay, so one's red labeled, one yellow labeled. It's all the same thing. So we call them like influencers, light bearers, starseeds, whatever. I know that I'm probably categorizing, and I'm going to get flamed in the comments. I know that the intent is the same. You're here to heal. Some people are selfless with it. Some people sacrifice so much. Some people get themselves so sick with their body because they spend so much of their energy trying to heal other people. And other people like me don't understand why they can't quit doing it, at almost always the detriment of their own physical health or the strain of their own personal relationships. And there's a reason why. Eventually you'll find your purpose, which is to be able to heal those around you and also seamlessly integrate to where everything clicks. So what we're saying the Vid-Bits will do is we'll make you money based on the algorithm pushing us because of the wholesomeness of our content. We'll try to be always on the level and transparent with you, and also the fact that we are branded with Big Water, any of the water brands, because we're saying you can either drink it out of the tap and be happy, you can do whatever you want with your filtration and be happy, you can buy it from any type of bottle, vessel, company, any of the brands, and we're happy. And all those people then, because if they love the Vid-Bits and we talk about water, they'll drink more of it, and so they'll make you money. Like, if you can make sense to me about something about why this concept doesn't make sense, I would love to talk about it. But now I guess I'm not trying to trademark it, because nobody trademarked Big Milk. Nobody trademarked Got Milk. Everybody's pushed the fact that Got Milk, and it pushed the entire dairy industry. So I guess I'm helping the entire water industry, and also helping the entire world by making them know that they should drink more water than all of the other things that they consume. And if you're thinking that that harms those sales, well, those companies almost always own a water beverage as well, so they should be pleased that they're still getting more sales on the back end. Transparency is key. So when you put yourself in a position for a once-in-a-lifetime thing, for everything to hit lightning in a bottle, for everything to, click, I'm trying my best to flow with the algorithm and not make either side mad. Just go with the flow, be super chill. So when I say there's these periods of times now in this last couple stretch which I shut the fuck up, I've just really tried to hone in what the message is here. We love you guys. We love fucking video games. We love indie developers. We love AAA title developers. We love all the studios that still can continue to try to exist in the industry, and we hope they all grow and thrive, and we don't want anything to get thrown into any negative situation that reminds us of things that we caused, the crashes, because the wave lifts us up, but it also crashes when we, are not in harmony, and most of the time it's because oversaturation of shovelware, depreciation of people in studios. When we see studios flip off and a developer that they were working with, and then they go find a way to create an indie studio, and then we don't buy their title, then we didn't fucking care. It's almost like when you ask for something that you really want and then you don't peruse it, you don't take advantage of it. So, like, not to be shitty, but if you're loving this content and you can't believe that you're in this situation, please like, share, and subscribe. You can tell that I only trip over that because it doesn't feel fucking natural. It's like when I work at my schmo job and they say, push the combo. I know that they fucking want to come here and they're already here for some reason, so why do I have to tell them to be here while they're already here? They're already spending their money and their time here. Well, it's because sometimes you don't actually like, share, subscribe, you just watch something and you enjoy it. But again, I think I will go ahead and go over this point again, that sometimes you reverse a text a little bit. Don't you do that? You didn't text it out right, so you have to back up a little bit. That kind of shit happens on your phone, so that's extra time you could have used button-wise to help us out. There's times that you say ducking instead of the F word. Okay, that's what you tried to say, but instead you'll erase it and not send it because you're meticulous about it. That's a bunch of extra depressions. I'm showing you love in chat by putting a chief emoji and the number of the countdown to try to keep you a part of the story if you're just coming in, or annotated it when you're seeing the live chat afterwards. But the whole point is, there's more button presses on your phone that are unnecessary that you could just go like, share, and subscribe real quick, and then just forget about it, because obviously you'll be back. You're here for a reason. We appreciate you here at the Vid-Bits. We're not trying to do anything but add our own special sauce to what is the delicious stew or sandwich that could be on the buffet of YouTube here, and play nice with everybody. We also want people to come out of retirement. There's so many people in semi-retirement. Come on, guys. You're sitting there in semi-retirement, and you know why? That's what we'll say, a win that we're coming up with. We'll say 11:27. We'll match, 11:31 coming up here. That this is out all to all our YouTubers that are in semi-retirement. Do what Norm's doing. Do it back for the passion. Do what MatPat's doing. If he ever does something again, it'll be strictly for the passion. I hope to God that Sean Evans links him up with Hot Ones, and we will use our platform to make sure that they link up if we become, for some reason, big enough to make that voice, because I want to be on Hot Ones. I want the answers. I want to give the hard answers while I'm eating really spicy food. I'm sure Braden would love that too. We've been training up. We can handle over 1 million Scovilles. It'd be awesome. I can dream it so I can achieve it, right? I'm doing this now. I'm in a main platform where you can see me, and even if I'm talking to an audience of one, I know that I'm right to say that I'm saying, well, I'm getting a chance to achieve greatness, and I'm hoping to God that when you have an opportunity to see this and know that we started this live, every time that I could, outside of my personal life, taking care of so many insurmountable odds, that I'm doing it to give you inspiration. I'm finding what they say, finding your voice. It's when you actually disconnect, and they say that you don't have an inner monologue, but you try to make less mistakes when you're saying shit off the cuff, number one, so that it doesn't affect your fucking ego. But number two, you can kind of hover your avatar and just say the things that need to be said for this situation. And it makes it so that you're taking people at face value, and you're also understanding that you're not always fucking right. You're not. Nobody ever is. And if you think that you are, you're never learning or growing. And if you're never learning or growing, then you're not going to fucking be a good catalyst for change, and you're not going to be a good fit for us as a company either. So that's number one. And number two, actuation is always going to be something that we say we'll probably find a way to make it more sexy and hone it in. But right now, we're trying to say actuation, and all that means is just do fucking whatever you're passionate about. Don't hurt everybody else, and just know that staying in your own lane is important. Sometimes it means reevaluating the contracts of the relationships that you're in, and finding a way to sound, a little bit less manic when you don't know how to progress that energy out there, right? You know what I mean? And I guess why manic is all over the place, and it kind of is funny because I'm now considered the Pac-Maniac, and that's probably awesome. And the Pac-Pop-Pop is what I prefer. You can call me the Triple P, Pac-Pop-Pop, because I love the fact that this is going to be a great catalyst for me to learn how to have a better relationship with my family. And they've suffered a lot through all the things that we've done together over the years, because the wave lifts them up. but it also crashes together too, guys. And we have to learn when that happens that it's not basically, like they say, how you react, it's how you fail to react. You know, they don't say it like that, but I guess I'm saying like that. Because if you don't react at all, then, you know, maybe you didn't learn the lesson. And if you do react, maybe you can change the circumstance. So maybe today, instead of going right, left, right, you go left, right, left, or vice versa. And then once you do all of those things, you stand in the center of all the situation, and that's what we basically call seeing both sides of the argument. And you make the most logical, non-emotional based choice, which is going to move you forward. And that is literal time travel, people. That's what it is. That's what we can do. And that's what they say, staying on the perfect path and perfect timeline. And basically all you have to do is then not be emotional when things look fucking bad, because you don't know what timeline everybody else is around you. So they could be having a shitty day, and you just have to let them have a shitty day. And instead of getting super deep in it, when you feel how their energy is, you say, cool. And it doesn't mean you don't fucking care, but they're not going to be like an energy vampire and suck away your creativity and your ability to progress, because they have some sort of thing going on that you're obviously not affecting it, especially if you're around those people for more than a couple weeks. They're never going to listen to you. If you are around them more than 10 days of extreme influence and they haven't fucking activated any of your advice and you're perfectly balanced, then get the fuck out of there. It is not going to help you. It's not going to help you be Pac-Maniac. It's not going to help you be on the timeline that lets you get this in another called shot, and hopefully just, you know, if the adversity is there, that we can deal with it. If not, it's going to make great content, and we're just going to go with the flow, because we got a Chiefos and he's asleep because it's 5:30 in the morning and the AM, and we are still ruling the North American division of this game. And Pac-Man is my freaking favorite thing. I can't wait to do a snapshot of a really close-up of the page of my mother's handwriting about my obsession with Pac-Man, or at least saying something that he likes, you know, in my baby book when I wasn't able to tell her that or write it. So at least I can validate that my obsession with Pac-Man comes from like birth, I guess. Also, I really love the Hanna-Barbera cartoon. I don't know what the political tape is about talking about that, but so I appreciate everybody that's hanging around. We are really close, 66 steps to the throne, and we will be able to see what's going on. And we are like, it's like really almost 5,000 rating. So I'm gonna make sure I redo my math to assure it's correct. Ugh. Yeah, it is 6, and then like the next one will be right there, right in there. It's funny because it's either, you know, it's just a will's battle at this point, because he could come up and get up and stay up for a couple hours, but then it's also still the stamina. I'm at the point where I feel like I'm doing the best I can to clear these as fast as possible. The variance is because it's all bots, is how dumb they are. So again, this is a promotional thing for this game, so that you guys will come in here and populate these lobbies based on how interested you are in the Vid-Bits, how interested you are in trying to challenge the undisputed champion that I will be here within a couple hours. And I'm really blessed to be in that situation to challenge you, so that hopefully you're motivated to shut me up, purchase this game. So yeah, it's a gotcha, but it will also keep the casual people from feeling like they can participate. So the people that come in will really want to be there. That's really why I was okay with this having the price point that it did. I've in some people's opinion, overspent on collections of arcade games from companies over and over and over again, and still found great joy in it. So there is a subset of people that are allowed to be okay with that. And to me, $20 for the semi-casual people that enjoy it, and you know, $30 for the hardcores that basically can then like wreck the leaderboards like some of these people did, and make it so casuals, and then some of the hardcores just can't keep up, so they can wreck them and basically self-advertise. You know, for then how much? Look at it this way, okay? And this is gonna be like a hot take, but as a gamer, you're a superstar gamer. You're out there in the public advertising your brand as a gamer. Like, there's people out there that wanted to be a pro gamer and they would advertise themselves by making like professional t-shirts and stuff. How much better of a way could you ask that you could have paid $20-something to a developer and get yourself so badassly up into the leaderboard where if your brand is associated with you as a person, as a culture, that your name up there, like the negatives and like there's some, I don't want to like misspeak some of them, but there's some people that are on some leaderboards that I see across the leaderboards of all the different consoles on these type of games. That's what I'm appealing to when I get to talk to hopefully the person about that. A lot of this is like to sponsor me for, so we can get these things all harmonized where people can learn how badass these people are and start giving them their flowers, and also make it so that we can learn and as a culture make these guys the superstars, not like an idol. As far as like, I don't want to be like paid the money unless that's what it's based off of, the bargain that I've made, which is 20% of all of the things that we make for the Vid-Bits. And you know, after we make the taxes and stuff and all that other stuff happen, then it's basically 20% left for me and Braden, so that we can split it 10% each, and then the rest goes right back into our brand and right back into philanthropy and, you know, being able to do stuff for the people that are in the Vid-Bits Fun Club and stuff like that. So I feel like I'm trying to make sure that when you guys are looking at this as a sponsorship video and how we're creating it, that it wasn't ever meant to be that, but as the fact that we just now have monetized. Pac-Man's birthday's up. I've obsessed about this by myself offline for so many years. I'm good at it enough to be able to be on the top of the leaderboard. I love the company that publishes these things between the RPGs and different stuff, and Braden loves them for different reasons, and we don't write that. That's not scripted. He loves the Soul stuff because he loves to show me up. It's basically, that's the secret sauce in that scenario, that he loves to show me up at Souls because I have a hard time dealing with it, and you guys can see that I'm a world-class gamer between what you've seen and what I can show you. So that's just me that you don't know about, but there's so many other people like us, so many father-son duos, so many singles, that this community being built now in a public way with people that have the money to start these things would really be the new esports. I think that we need to look at it more than it's also that it's starting, but let's make sure that we diversify and then get to be on the ground floor of how we create that part of the culture and show people what more it can be. Because like when I hear stuff like people get Letterman jackets at school to be part of esports now, I'm thinking, are we talking about added up fucking people playing FPSs and stuff? Are we talking about like true gamers that like really know the heritage of they're cultured enough so it's almost like we can think it's scholarly and then have a respect about it upon it, like in a different way where like as a culture it's not just how you dress and stuff and shit, it's like what you do as a gamer too, because it can be, your cred can still be okay at all different levels as long as it's genuine. That's really all we're about, is authenticity. As I've been trying to say, unapologetically and authentically you. And the only reason why you apologize is because you really are fucking checked on it, because you're supposed to. If somebody checks you, you fucking call yourself on it, because if not, you're going to damage the foundation of your brand, and part of the people are going to split off and run away, and they're going to have every right to, because your integrity is going to be called into question. That's probably how religions split off and how politics have split off, for the same reasons. And that's as far as we get into that. Anyways, it's really important though that you understand we're really willing to work with a lot of the people that we already are influenced by. So it's almost like a soliloquy to all those people that we enjoy, and being able to have some sort of entryway to let you know how accessible we are, and like how we know that you're more accessible than we've given time to, but we just haven't had any time to sit down and talk about how this and how we can like now utilize this type of ideology to get people moving forward. And again, this is not me being egotistical, it's for everyone. I've given this score to everyone, I'm giving this platform to everyone. We're gifting this to Pac-Man the victory. We're not being sponsored by Bandai Namco, we're just doing it for the love of the game. You can see on our channel how many videos we've already lit, and our feature it for Game of Day may get demonetized because that goes to whoever it's supposed to go to. There's passion projects we've now been starving all the way to create and spend hundreds of dollars on games to just put together into videos and then get them demonetized because we don't do the research first. We just do out of the fucking maximum right now, pow boom fucking mentality, what's the right thing to do, and if it's demonetized we just move on and go forward, because that just is the way that we roll. But it's so much more of a unique model than a lot of creators, and I'm just gonna sell you on how that is going to be growing on the platform, and do you want to integrate and synergize with our brand moving forward, or the metrics are showing us that we're moving up, and Braden keeps hyping me up, and then like we have to calm each other the fuck down so we can just keep creating. Like when I get this record, all I'm thinking about is the rest of the stuff that we have to produce on the schedule, even though I've had to like stop every fucking thing. And then also start to neutralize the rest of my contracts, and I'm gonna have to find like real life sponsorship for people that can help me with more of a financial stability, so I can just pretty much relieve myself from my job now, because I have enough of a foundation that I know that the groundswell for what's going on here is going to be big enough to account. I mean, it's going to be some work and people are going to have to sacrifice, but I'm sure they'll be fine. I hope that the sponsorship video and all of the stuff in the groundswell that just marries up with giving Pac-Man the gift of being the only person skinned up as Pac-Man, wrecking this game, taking the North American Championship before Memorial Day, and now possibly taking the Global Championship before Memorial Day, when some reason there's a video game historical feat that's tied to those things, or around the 4th of July. I just feel like it should not necessarily be considered patriotic that I'm going for. I'm going just for the feeling of togetherness, the feeling that we can all be part of this wave and like lift up together and start to rise to new heights of creativity, and using the platform and the jump off point of this moment to do that instead of just fucking activate it and be like, woohoo, woohoo me, woo. Like, I mean, I could do that. I'm so forced from all the content creation we're doing. We're just trying to show you pure joy and adoration for these fucking people, like, using their life force to create the video game medium. And wasn't that what it was all about? I think that that's the fucking final thing. Like, this whole thing, if I was doing this as a college thesis, right, I'm gonna get a fucking A, because the whole thesis marrying up, that whole fucking moment, that whole fucking guy on the couch in the movie PCU, when it all marries together, is me saying the industry got started to be fucked when people weren't appreciated and they had to move elsewhere. So like the four moved from fucking the Atari situation and formed Activision. Well, we can go whole circular about how that whole poisonous Activision thing unfortunately is cancerous to some other aspects of the industry, which we call that karma, but we're not going to go there. But if we go back circularly, we go back to start appreciating programmers again and not taking them for granted, then there's no crash potential. That fucking makes it so that they learn what potential way we can do. They can survey us, and we can find how the happy medium is to development cycles for AAA titles. We can find the sweet spot for the indie titles, which we don't have to fuck with that. They already have found that. It's pretty much about 1 to 3 years, and when you leave them the fuck alone. And that's what happened to us. We got left the fuck alone. And the reason why is because we tried to reach out to everybody to help us, and the people that were supposed to did, and everybody else fucking ran the fuck away. So when you get left alone to cook for 1 to 3 years, you can catch lightning in a bottle, you can find your voice, and you can too do what we're doing. So I hope that within the 2-year crash course, or 2-week crash course that's married up into all the hours that I could put into Chomp Champs, you're gonna look at that also as an allegory for success on YouTube, the future of how creation on YouTube can change, and how selfless I tried to be with removing my fucking ego in the equation. And it's been hard. There's been lots of periods of time where I'm just going around the maze. This is a game where I've been able to use thousands and thousands of 7-minute periods to fucking learn how I'm gonna say, like, how I can be effective to the human race, and how I can feel like I've made a difference to the human race. But if anything else, how I can, then it's like the flip side is healing my family trauma and righting my ship so I can enjoy the other half of my life, because I'm in my midlife. So I really am blessed to be able to share that with you, more so with my son. And I hope that we can continue being friends, and you guys can hang out with the Vid-Bits, because it's just getting started, and I can't wait to see what people just come offline and saying, I got this and this and that, and then we're like, nope, we'll still starve instead of take that, because that's the mentality we have. So if you aren't in this position that are going to be like that to us, then we would love to hear from you, and this is our ultimate sponsorship video. Thank you so much, as we're celebrating Pac-Man's birthday, and we're crawling onto the throne room door trying to secure the global championship so we can hoist both titles high and be the ultimate Pac-Maniac for Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs by Bandai Namco Publishing Entertainment. Again, not sponsored, but if it makes sense, then we'll work with it. But if it doesn't, I'd rather gather all the other sponsorships, because the money coming to fix my fucking food situation, and I don't even get super personal about all the other things I need that I'm just dealing with. And I mean, it's because everything's just gone back into the art, and like, it's hard to be a creator when you are working on 20 hours a week and your partner is a young kid, and you're trying to let him find his own way in his life, and we're all dealing with the stressors of life. So I don't put the pressure on him, and he's working for Google full time now. So, you know, when we get nothing for the payment because we're trying to not guilt people into giving us money, then you have to go the sponsorship route. I think, unfortunately, that we're doing so well that the people that are coming on, and as I don't want us to be parlayed into an e-begging people, so once the sponsorship hits, we can just go straight into fucking creating content mode, and then you guys will be able to see what we're going to be able to output. So it's like, just bet on us and you'll see what you're going to get. I think you'll look at the 852 videos that we produced in under 2 years when you look at also the metrics of the dormant time that we've had, that we've not only added to video game history with the preservation of a 3DS eShop game by making Braden, or not making Braden, but Braden making himself play it every single day for an entirety of a year, which happens to also catch a slice of America in the form of a claw game. Or then we have all the different things, like I'm playing a bunch of Call of Duty Zombies games for the first time, and experiencing those for the first time, so you're seeing those reactions real, and how I'm dealing with the stressors of trying to be in my age, trying to get into something that he tried to get me into, you know, 6 or 7 years ago, and I had nothing to do with it. And the stressors of that, and also learning, as you can see, that I'm a world-class gamer, and then having to be humbled by not only random subscribers, but my son ultimately, because he's superior in that game. So, you know, that's just the breadth of the iceberg. I don't want to go into a full-blown commercial, but the main project, I guess, if I'd say anything other than that, is to please, besides Braden's conquest of trying to go from Dark Souls 3 and finish all of that and the DLC through Elden Ring to catch up and to when the DLC for that comes out, which is a great road and the momentous occasion that you can see the momentum of somebody building the characters and all that, as opposed to, you know, probably what you're going to see is people loading up stagnant characters or rushing through a playthrough. He'll have, you know, have some really good cadence in that playthrough up into that point. So that's his conquest right now that you can follow him on. Or what we have, this is our super passion project, which is Game a Day May. It's kind of like the big game for the Vid-Bits, and what it does is pretty much serve as a way to showcase a different game every day in the month of May. This month we're doing indie games this year. Last year we beat a different game every day, and it was awesome. This year we're not beating a game per se. If it makes sense, we do. If not, we are just playing a different game every day that's an indie game, and I look forward to seeing what happens tomorrow, because he's been having to do a lot of those solo recently because of this pack conquest. So let's still see if the pig is awake. Nope, we're just still quietly creeping to the door. 63 is the number, 63 steps or 63 wins, and then if they wake up, it's literally head to head, and if we slay them in a battle of endurance, you guys will get to see a mighty contest. I am narrating this amazing contest for this game that nobody's seeing. I have 0 viewers right now, and it's marvelous. It is gloriously superb. I'm sitting here with tented fingers because, again, I said that I would have just done this for myself. So that's what it is. I have so many people that I can get the reach to that they would see this right now. And I just am going to wait for Braden to wake up naturally and tell me what he thinks we should do, because he knows who we could send it to too, and we're just going to wait and see if it feels right. And if not, if it doesn't gain traction, it's okay. Because in life, you should only be doing it for yourself and for the love of the art. And I love you, Pac-Man. I love you. You're just regularly, gloriously superb yourself. Your cute little orb self, where you don't have to be gussied up with these costumes that are flooding in. You can be, and it's fine. And we will be one day in a different elimination mode, in an alt account perhaps. But for our ranked playthrough, we have never played as any of these people. We've always been awesomely, unapologetically, and authentically us. And we are Pac-Man, and we are about to be the champ pack of the world. And if little Brian would have been in his room thinking, I'm going to do this because my mommy's just supporting that I love Pac-Man, and she lets me watch the cartoon, and I have a little plushie, and I'm just not good at the game because it's, you know, it's the Atari game, and I'm just not good at it. And like my life just continues to go into the point where I'm just not good at that, and I just don't think I can. I just doubted myself so much. But I just knew one day I would be able to show that I was the best in the world at something, even for just a little glimpse. And I hope that all this should do is inspire you to do the same thing. I'm gushing and excited about it because I'm trying to remove myself and just look at Brian playing Pac-Man and just zoning out and just about to achieve this for all of you guys, and also using it as a vehicle to launch my brand with my son so I can heal everything else with my family with this money, and show you that if I had it, that's what I would use it for. Taking the responsible route of taking almost next to nothing. Again, 20% goes to us, 10% to him, and 10% to me, and 80% back into the people that are supporting us. Because there's people supporting us right now that are all over the world in small little places and, you know, other countries. Then there's people that are rooting for us supposedly in our own backyard, but you know, they haven't thrown anything financially. And again, this isn't a guilt thing, but when random people are saying that they're starving like us, they're hungry like us, but they'd rather forego a sandwich or a cheeseburger to just make sure that we're a little bit closer to the goal, or in Braden's case, somebody, you know, supported some of the DLC money for his Dark Souls 3 journey, so he made sure to thank them. So they are actually curating the experience, but I don't believe it's e-begging because we're starving. Once we're not starving, we won't be begging. We'll just let things go because we've established how things are going and how we feel. It won't be like, please super chat. It's like, no, when you do those things then, because you're going to do them anyways, these are the ways they affect things. So, and unfortunately, some of the concepts are so crazy that if we get so big, they won't work because I won't be able to do them. They're really because it's been like an Easter egg for some of the small people that we've been dealing with. Like, you know, if you super chat, then it changes the way that they get the stream flows type things. But I don't want to even go into that fully because we couldn't moderate that to the degree if we were to blow up per se, and then all of a sudden we couldn't activate that in an individual way, which is the whole thing of making that we're like curating the experience too. So that's why people actually eventually get to the point where they do blunt stuff like just call outs or whatever, because you can eventually play with all the viewers. You can eventually do that. So that's why we do the community Minecraft server, to kind of give you a hub to hang out with. So if anything else, you can start to be a network to play with each other, and you know, have when you have downtime with your friend groups and stuff, you have a new friend group or a different group of people with like-minded interests in gaming and art and culture and all these things. So we're trying to be a little bit more than just a gaming channel, a little bit more than just your friends and people that you can tune into. We're the accessible TV. Have you ever seen, it's like if you watched your favorite sitcom and then live you said, hey, can you grab that water, dude, you need a drink, and then they're like, oh yeah, I'm in the middle of this take live, I should do that, and then they fucking listen. That's again the reason why it's beautiful to be sponsored by water. You should be able to find it everywhere, and when you need to take a drink, it should be there, and it should be your buddy, and you shouldn't have to worry about the fact that it's going to make everybody money when the Vid-Bits remind you to drink water. Water loves that. They're happy about it. The secret sauce of life taste is different to everybody, guys. I don't like fucking avocado, but sometimes I do. I don't like guacamole because I haven't had somebody look at me, hang out with me, make it in front of me from fresh ingredients, the freshest of ingredients with their family's fucking secret recipe, and then mash it up right in front of me and hand it to me. Because I guarantee you that if I took a fucking chip and I ate it and we had a conversation, it would be probably the most fucking amazing thing I've had. But you know what I mean? It could be horrible if they're a bad cook, but bar that, it could be amazing. But I don't give it a chance because I'm just like, ooh, I don't like avocado. So that's also some sort of allegory for our channel. If you do like some of it, well, that's cool. If you like none of it, that's cool too. But if you at least looked at it, like it, or at least share or subscribe, just so you can see if you like something else, but at least share it so somebody could be attracted to all of the things that we do, because we got so much shit. We got Plants vs. Zombies, we got Red Dead Redemption, we got Dark Souls 3 to Elden Ring, we got arcade games, we have Dave the Diver, we have the Pac-Man stuff going on, we got Borderlands, we got Bioshock, like all these series that we'll keep doing stuff in and add into the programming and the rotation when you guys request it, because you know, it's one of those things where creatively it's easier to start driving the train towards the project that we're working for in the future than do stuff that's not getting any traction. Like we wanted to do Mario Wonder, but everybody did it, and so we just, you know, we shifted gears instead of just like fucking overproducing it, making it long form content, and then it doesn't hit, and then fucking being demotivated. Stop doing that, guys. It's maximum right now. Pow, boom, live stream, min-max your fucking thumbnail, just get on there. That's what it is. That's the fucking activation key right now. Braden knew it before the algorithm knew it, and then we started doing it, and we started flowing into an algorithm that was already creating that. So it's because if we will weed out the shit. Like if you don't you won't watch everything. You know what I mean? But when you can create your own identity, and then again, a YouTube, you're your own unique station on YouTube that has your own programming schedule. So in this case, you see his individual things, my individual things, and then we do things together. To me, that is unique. Now, other people could do it and call it different things. I do not have the time to study your shit. That's why I haven't beaten Ninja Gaiden. That's why I haven't beaten Ninja Turtles, because I don't study tech about some shit. And I guess like how the other people are doing it, I don't want that in my brain to affect it. So like if I fucking do these things and we do these things and it works, and we fucking find that we have commonality, we didn't rip you off, we can talk about it. But in the same sense, I don't want the influence of our secret sauce to be influenced by too many chefs. You know, too many chefs spoil the broth analogy shit. everybody's out there and capable of making their own unique footprint, but if we can find a way for everybody else to find the new structured way to do it, or then we can create YouTube, a new, like within YouTube, you know what I mean? It's like we're playing nice with the algorithm, we're making these guys money too, and they're happy and we're happy, and we're trying to be all wholesome. And if there has to be like an after dark aspect of some of it, and as long as people are completely fucking aware and transparent, it's not marketed towards kids. Like, the only reason we would do more kids marketed stuff if we could also separate the fact that we just unfortunately get a little bit rowdy and a little bit cussy, because, you know, we don't want parents to be in a situation like I would feel like when I couldn't have explained what the hell's going on to my kids. So we do get passionate and fiery about the topics, especially when it comes to gaming, because that's ultimately why we're here, guys. Like, if we weren't passionate about games, we wouldn't be here. If I wasn't passionate about the fucking Nintendo, I wouldn't be here with Braden. Braden wouldn't be here, because I wouldn't have been the dad that was super into fucking games and loose about letting him explore what he liked about it. Not ever, like, maybe I didn't understand it, but I never, like, ever made him feel like he should give up on fucking, like, liking something and pursuing what he liked about it. So basically maturing his dreams and just being the person that just waters that instead of just fucking just stomps it out. So I guess that was, again, going back into the thing about parents being the people that are continuing generational curses. If you hated your fucking parents, and then, like, you're making your kids suffer in silence because you won't help him fucking get into streaming, or at least databasing. If you don't want to let your kid stream, then at least let him fucking record all of this gaming content, so that when he gets the fuck out of the prison that you're creating, then he can go out, or they or she can go out and do whatever they want with that footage. Instead, you won't even, like, get them that because they can't connect to that internet or whatever. Like, your kids are trying to feel useful, and they're probably telling that you could do, they're telling you they can do it, and then you're not even fucking investing in them. And then you wonder why some fucking of those people, like, push their parents off when they just come begging for it when they make it. Like, it's not like that here at all. Like, I will feel we are in a situation to heal our entire family, and then make it so that we're going to be able to, instead of, like, have years and years of generational trauma. My family is very, you know, smallly rooted into America, very, you know, a couple of generations in, because of heredity. Just we're survivors and very smallly put in here. So, like, I want to make sure that the root is detoxified, and it, you know, this is a way to do that with the income too. So that's why it's like, we'll just keep fucking spending money on games. I want to be comfortable when I play them. I want to sound good when I talk to you. I want to be hydrated all the time, and I want to eat healthy fucking food so I can have good fuel for my body. And that's what we're asking for. If we get to travel and do fun things because we're doing stuff and seeing stuff with you guys, then that's when I'll do it. But we're not gonna, like, fucking do anything affluential. We're just gonna go straight into the grind again. You know, maybe take a small break because it would be nice. I mean, my grandmother needs her health checked. I'd love for the right people to be able to get in here, and, you know, I mean, I don't know if this is also, like, the ability to have that happen too. So oh, Pro Gamer is gonna play Pac-Man again? That's cool. We're having a pack attack here in the 6 a.m. of the EST, the Eastern Division of Pac-Man Chomp Champs, and we are the Chomp Champ of the North American Division. Overall, we are the overall one, and we are going into battle, and let's see. We're still going against the Sleepy Pig, and as long as he stays asleep and we creep up to the finish line, then we will knock on the door. And if, you know, I guess that's what we'll do. We'll knock on the door for a moment. It's only fair. So if we get up to him, we'll knock on the door so that we can have an endurance race to see who's champion. That's the bet I'll make, if he doesn't wake up at all. That way I can have an easy road to that. I can do a new thumbnail, and I can say knocking on the door of the champion, and then basically, you know, put it out there that we're doing that, we're waiting for him, and then if he cosmically comes, cool, and if not, I'll feel like the bet is that we're just meant to be the champion, and I'll run away with it for a little bit, and then we'll be able to flip and call it. So, you know, this folder then will end up either with knocking on the door 21-20 or, you know, 20-20 or 21. So I'm not sure, but I think that it's only fair if we can get there, if we can creep up silently instead of just creeping past him. I want to make sure I make the outro of what I did for Kofi. Like, we got right past Kofi and gave him a long time to get on and pass us, and that didn't happen. So I feel like the karma there is equal, the exchange is equal. So I'll only feel okay if we go up to Pig. We'll do we'll do the announcer thing. I'll make sure I give the top 10 a shout, or 20 a shout out, and then we will see what's going on there and do one last, battle. Or if he doesn't show up, we will just take it. Like, I'm not going to message him directly. I'm just going to let it lie. But I figure if we pause for station identification there and that, and we're right there outside of it, that'll give him every opportunity to see where his sleep cycle's been, or where his life cycle's been at, or he'll be able to see if he can come defend it. So I'm thankful that we're just having fun right now. The only caveat to that is if we fight one more time before that, and it's a long fight, and then he goes away, then we're just going for it, because guys, the stamina issue eventually will tap out, and then unfortunately we'll lose some ground again, and it won't be bad. We've gained so much ground, so it's never a bad thing, and it will just make this series even longer, which is still a good thing, because I think that there's still things that we can say when we're hanging out with each other, and then eventually we'll tap out on all those super crazy metaphysical things to say. You can just reference some of the weird things that we talked about during some of the victory annotations as to what number I was on, and other than that, we can just go about our day talking about cool stuff like wrestling and movies. I love all kinds of pop culture, and we can just use me mindlessly beating the crap out of people in this Pac-Man game to do that kind of stuff. So I can't wait for that. Also talking about what kind of great Minecraft projects that you're doing in our community Discord server. I'm really excited about those things and seeing those, because I know how much time me and Braden's put into them. What we have that you haven't seen there, the people that are in there already, and we're really pleased to know that there's so much potential there, especially with Minecraft's 15th anniversary and how people have such great nostalgia for it. So if you're disgusted by Minecraft or it frustrates you, yes, we have that server, but it's mainly for people as a hub to hang out and network. And then if you like to do anything other than that, it's awesome that you have the opportunity to do that right now, where we are at a smaller homegrown capacity and can offer that to you. So, if you're hating on that, again, you're part of the people that don't need to be here. You can at least respect that other people enjoy it. And we're not a Minecraft channel per se, and we're not sponsored by Minecraft, but we do enjoy that from time to time, and we do have that for people that enjoy that. And I think that it's ridiculous that we're spending too much time focusing on the wrong things. So there's that. I'm a B in Discord. Very VC. I'm not sure how to access all that stuff right now. I am speaking of it as if I think links are active, but Bray and Musicus, I think, do stuff like that with that. So if they're not in chat, I can't speak to it right now, because I'm also self-modding and updating the numbers, and we're at 60 now. I'm just going to grab a water and use the restroom real quick, and we're going to keep moving on. Yep, and we're still safe, and we're moving on. So it's exciting what you can do when you put pressure against yourself, because I was able to make this game over the last couple weeks my own narrative, my own thing, and was able to find Pac-Man as an allegory for my own life, and also to show you that you can do anything that you want to. So if you don't like or share or subscribe, if you at least take that away, I feel the equivocal exchange for the time that you spent, even if you didn't do those things, is equal still, and we're still going to keep doing the damn thing either way. So thank you so much for that. growth looks different to different people in different ways and different days, and you know, sometimes I get upset when people don't do the things I expect them to do, but it's also because I love them or I wouldn't have any expectations for them all together. You know, that's what it is. Like for like the people that I want to sponsor us, I just want them to grow as people, and I know that they're already awesome and they're already growing. So if then all I want is to add to that. So to be able to be blessed to have the opportunity to do that, I'm just gonna go ahead and, like Eminem says, I'm not gonna miss my chance to blow. I'm not being an MC right now, though I am classically pretty amazing at music when I can, you know, basically do what I'm doing now, which is pretend that nobody's here and go fucking all out. Really, like, it could go so many different ways. There's the universe where you guys think I'm the manic crazy guy, and then you fucking make memes about that. There's the universe where I'm championed as the amazing arcader that did this endurance test. When you look at how I've streamed so much combined in a small amount of time, and I did it in the most medically safe way I possibly think I could. You look at the people that then, you know, the universe where people then are just hating on me altogether because they don't understand why it's just a stupid Pac-Man game and there's only a couple thousand people that play it, and Pac-Man 99 died and it's all these people's fault, when really I think unfortunately when Pac-Man 99 was coming to a point where it was coming to a close, they knew that they wanted to revive the game that was on a limited platform and put it multi-platform to give it the best chance for survival. And when it was on a limited platform, it still survived for 3 years, so they're just trying to bring some Pac joy to the world, where, as you can see, they've called it Pac-Man, it's his birthday, and now people are still shitting on him about something he has no control over. Like the gimmick I made, which is a game where he's out doing PR for it during Pac-Man, and he comes back to find out everybody's dolled up in the new Pac-Man game, and he's nowhere represented. So I'm the only person to have represented him like this character, and I don't know why I chose to do that. I could have put some goofy stuff on and just rocked the maze, and there's no reason to do that, or not to do that. You can do whatever you want. It's very much built into the game, and I can't wait to do that with you guys. And you know, maybe that's the reason it's going to be so epic when you get to see Pop do that for the first time, or Dad or Brian do that for the first time in a game where he's played thousands of games and just accidentally did it for a second in like the shop. I also haven't purchased all of the stuff, even though I have 250,000 Pac coins, way more millions of Pac coins than the next to no money I have in my bank account, which is absolutely something I can prove. As we're starving artists and putting everything back into our brand, starving so much that we're just on bare needs and bare necessities to be able to make it, and hoping that we're going to continue to have to not e-beg and virtually beg people around us just to help keep us, so we don't have to prioritize just surviving over being able to create content, because ultimately all we want to do is do this full time. We don't want to wait so Braden can do it and then I can do it. Braden's already doing it full time, so now I'm ready to quit my job and do this full time. I mean, to the point where I'm actually violating social contracts with some of the people that I'm working with or trying to employ with, because I'm just fucking going all in. I'm grabbing my fucking balls and jumping. That's what it is. You either do that or you don't. You have apprehensiveness about it or you don't. I really just truly believe I'm put in this position with all the knowledge downloaded into my brain, through all the things I've experienced for everybody and anything that I've ever seen, with all of the empathy that I've ever summoned as my spirit bomb, and I'm just fucking going all out for everybody, because if not, what was the point of all of this? I was just going to still try to get to the fucking number one on lead or whatever, either way, if me and Braden weren't the Vid-Bits, but man, we've decided that we were going to fucking keep going for this, and it's also the way to fucking like distract ourselves for how shitty things can be, which is unfortunately a lot of the times not being able to be, you know, better control your situation for so many variables. So many times we hold it against ourselves what we can control and other things we can't control, and that's not the point. We all rise and fall together. We all rise and fall separately, and when we rise and fall separately too much is when we don't have the ability to accept somebody's help when we want to be picked back up. Our ego is too fucking, you know, in the way about it. So it's just really hard to deal with all the variables there, and especially the fact that you never want to hurt people around you, but you know that unfortunately you have to hurt them a little bit to either they to grow, and then you split apart when you fracture the relationship because you lean on somebody too much. I digress. You put a Discord invite to your Discord server to my Discord server. Got you. When Bray's up and activated, pro gamer, he'll be able to hook you up. We're going to try to get the nexus of all this information together eventually. You know, especially when I can spend some spare time with it, or get some people that are passionate about Chomp Champs with me to start to database some of these players when they are willing to submit their information. But you know, it will just be the fact that we are actually the champion of the game that they're playing that will actually give them the validation to want to pick up and look at the messages and start sending us stuff so we can start writing that stuff down. I'm amazed that even be and blessed to be able to have the credibility. So, you know, if anything else, they can watch the play and know that it's me and authentically me, unapologetically authentically me. And, you know, Braden will, you know, hopefully be okay that I'm still so obsessed with Pac-Man, but again, we have it so it's not going to take over the Vid-Bits. It's going to go on Pop's plays after I hit this milestone that you guys don't know about here if the pig does not wake up. So if Mint, you know, you're not waking up and we're just going to keep rolling past you, except for the little pause to call out the leaderboard and move past you, then we'll be able to hopefully hit our goal and make some closure here, and then be able to move this onto the Pop's plays and just not sunset per se, but you won't see this type of content keep coming on the Vid-Bits. You'll see it on Pop's plays. That way you're not, you know, continuously dealing with that. And I want to not draw any attention away from Braden's conquest. The whole point is just to bring attention to our channel with feats like this, so that he can also get some attention from people that are all around the world that either don't think that they should play or could play Dark Souls 3 before they should play Elden Ring when they're being advised to do so, or to get their chops up so that they have, you know, a good fighting chance that they play Elden Ring, anticipating the DLC, or to motivate people to try to do any of that. Really is what it is to motivate people to try, or at least look at it, especially in the demo that he hits, because it motivates people like me to think that I can try to do those things, when most of the time I just live vicariously through people that do them, like you probably are when you're watching this. So I mean, I'm not saying I'm zoning out, but obviously I'm zoning out, and I can't wait again when people are like, oh, it hits this amount of easiness. Okay, then do some of the near miss stuff that I do, do some of the lane change stuff that I do. This is my Donkey Kong moments where I know how to manipulate ghosts, and like, ooh, ghosts, you know, ghosts are not manipulating me. And then I get cocky and I turn around and that because I got the DualSense battery notification. So let me get that plugged in somehow. But yeah, it's wonderful, you know, when you're in a flow state. And I watched a movie, and I don't really want to bring too much attention to it because I don't really know about it politically, who really had to do with it. But there's some really good people in there that have some really good quotes, and there's just a guy talking about. He's talking, I think, about Atari's Berserk, and just like, there's just a moment in the game where you get to a flow state where, you know, and especially it's different. So it's like, it's like growth looking different ways in different days, like type thing, where, you know, different days the machine's a different beast. And you'll even hear it when people talk about stuff like Donkey Kong based on what arcade you're playing it in, or there's like this stigma or this weird belief that the machine sometimes comes alive based on where you're at, based on I think it's based on the energy of the universe trying to provide you the experience that you're supposed to have. So like, I guess the example would be like, say you're not doing enough good shit in your life that you need to be doing, then you don't get to have a great game, because maybe you need to be pissed off that your game was supposed to be great and it wasn't, so you actually started doing something else with your life. So to me, this is something we were doing as an outside way to distract us from all the crazy things that were going on in our life, because we were disrupting the system, and I don't want to get into all that. And to be able to focus it in and hone it in on something that is more, or means more. In my case, it was just trying to find myself and reset myself so that I didn't make the mistakes I did if I got into relationships with people and stuff. So I had that motive. And I think that when you have a motive and a structure, again, I think I talked about it earlier, you can kind of create the battle pass for your life, where you can integrate your video game habits in your life to feel a sense of accomplishments when you're doing them, but also have a good, healthy work-life balance. And if you decide that you want to do this as your work, and as long as you balance that out and you call yourself on all your insecurities and all your karma, and you can realign all your contracts with all the people that you've wronged, you are in a line in a situation where you can call your shot to do this fucking 2 weeks ago, as long as you make yourself eligible by streaming it every day. Still fucking not know how you're manically gonna get through a fucking something that you didn't overproduce, because guys that are on here as content creators, you could not have been able to produce a better movie than I just did. And I'm at the finish line, and that's the only reason why I'm talking about it, because I'm okay with all the variables. I've done all the variables in my head now, and because I'm okay with all the outcomes, I'll talk about the fact that it would just read like a movie if you watched it from beginning to end, and it's over 100 hours. And you're going to be like, oh, he's just playing Pac-Man. Watch and listen to what I say. I'm putting myself out there, and I'm just trying to put heals and heals and heals, and also just get support, and I try to be like less me, and every time that I'm fucking put my ego out there, I put myself in check. That's life. And if that doesn't get us a sponsorship, then nobody needs our brand, and we will still do it on our fucking own. So that's why the algorithm is happy that we're here. We're trying not to offend anybody. We're just trying to integrate into the platform well and make sure that this is our welcome to the world. Here we are. We're the Vid-Bits, and this is what we do. Please sponsor us. We would love that if it makes sense, and that way we can go forward and have great nurturing relationships and great synergy and brand synergy. And we just are fucking awesome people to hang out with, game, and talk about. We'd love to give you tech and fucking shit personally. Just shoot the shit, eat tasty foods, and fucking hang out. Like, not like do all kinds of crazy stuff that's affluential. We don't really hang out with that and stuff. But like, if it makes sense for either content or, most importantly, the fun club wants to see it. Because I think at this point, the fucking fun club wants to see us have fun. They're loving watching our programming block. So wait until they get to watch us like kind of have a little bit of fun that's not programming, or the fun would be them completely curating some show that goes into the block, and like we can just sit down and start like looking at it objectively as how we're tag teaming days where, and again, it's so easy that we're tagging each other out in 8-hour shifts, and then sometimes when those shifts cross over, we do the content together. Like, come on guys, no brainer. It's lightning in a bottle. You guys are working in teams together now. I mean, I'm giving you the recipe, and I can because I'm talking to nobody in chat right now, or maybe next to nobody, and the people that are here already know what we're doing, so I'm not doing. They're luckily just being blessed enough for me to not be like, I know, dude, I know, stop selling, but they know, because I don't know when anybody's going to come in the stream. And a stream of consciousness in a flow state, especially when you're a creative endeavor, has to keep going. That's what brainstorming is. I'm brainstorming this for me, for you, for everybody, and I'm under the agreement that anybody can rip it off because I'm out here and it's copyrighted by Google. But just know that we work for Google, and me and Google are tight. So if you rip off our ideas and we back it up and say, hey man, can you see that moment when we birthed that as a trademark? Do you have our back on that? They either will or they won't, and we'll move from that. But our fans will know that you copied it, so they're not going to flock to it unless it's good. And if it's good, then we'll be networking with you, and you'll give us credit for it. And if it's not, you'll get fucking weeded out. And if it's neither of those things, we just don't fucking care because we don't have time for that. It's about changing the game, and that's for everybody. If it was about making fucking, ones and zeros, we'd be fucking all rolling in it right now. But we're all about making zeros and ones, unfortunately, until we can prove that that's our way of showing that we're pious about it, to the point where then, again, you reward us by putting us in situations where we can have fun and stuff like that. And, being able to do, eat healthy foods and stuff because you want to see us do that. Like, I love that. I love that stuff. Like, I feel like it's asking for so little. No, do we want to go, like, to Salt Bay? Fuck no, we're not down with that. Do we want to eat a good meal because it's going to make us feel good because we're just eating processed shit and it costs so much money nowadays to get the baser needs? Hey Pro Gamer, thank you very much for thinking that hoping that we become #1, man. We're going to keep questing for it, and it's been awesome to see you hang out, and I hope that you one day jump into ranked and you can get up here so that your name's on the list, and when we call out the people in the top 20, and then eventually the different tiers, that we can give you some shout out and link it to your page and stuff. We'll figure it out. It's just right now you can see we're in the throes of doing this and obviously creating all that stuff, the esports sub league for Chomp Champ stuff, because this game is not even a month old yet. So it's amazing that we're on the forefront of trying to talk about these things, and again, we don't know if people are also talking about them yet. We were talking about them like they already existed, but then all of a sudden we're looking around on Discord, people are like looking for tech information and looking to network with people. So this, I guess, again, if you don't know who the guy is, maybe you're the one. Well, we have over 100 hours database of this, and if you can just, even if you don't want to listen to me talk manically about it, you can turn down the volume and just watch the tech itself, or I'm going to annotate stuff and I'll do like voiceover stuff where it's just talking about the tech that's going on, and not necessarily the stuff that was going on in my life while I was flowing through a state of creativity through 2 weeks playing Pac-Man and trying to become #1 in the world, which is, luckily the pig is still sleeping, and we have 57 steps to go till we're out the door, and we will be there. So we're just trusting the process, remaining eligible, and loving you guys, loving life, loving that we finally found our voice on YouTube and in life. And it's just a blessing to be here, guys. So thank you so much for supporting us, that support the Vid-Bits. And me and Braden love you guys, and the Chief is definitely floofing around here somewhere. he will love to meet you guys at meet and greets and stuff. He's just such a happy dog. So the way that he jumps around the fence around just somebody coming around with their little doggos, I can only imagine like when people can come up into him and talk to him like they already know him and stuff at conventions and stuff, how happy he'll be. So yeah, I will warm my heart when he gets to be that celebrity Huskos. So he deserves it because he's the world to us, and he's amazingly supportive. And honestly, you know, when their lives don't last as long, they have to burn super fucking bright. So they deserve to be super fucking spoiled, you know? That's why Chief is counting down the steps, man. Skippy, I think we outplayed him. I think that we found the perfect marriage of committing to the universe, knowing that we wanted to barter with all of our contracts and all of our agreements to spend the time necessary to do this feat, but then find the synchronicity and the harmony of the universe which would marry with his sleep schedule and how I beat him down and all the 1v1s that we can go back and watch live through the metric of the most simple gaming metric is just text, when you can see when we're moving against each other on the leaderboards, because it keeps showing that. I think if I hadn't kept doing that, then people wouldn't have been able to follow along with the story. That's why I'm continuing to do it. I also made a barter with the universe that when we get right to the door, which is what we're counting down to, I'm going to wait and I'm going to do one more recap, so there's a chance that he could respawn, and then if he does, then everybody will be able to watch the fucking battle live, Skippy, as we defend the North American Chomp Championship against the Global Chomp Championship and try to hand it to Pac-Man, the original Pac-Man, put him on the globe, and if anything else, it's going to show how the Vid-Bits curate a unique narrative through fucking real life experiences that they just fucking navigate on the fly, maximum right now, pow boom, and show you what the actuation through streaming can be, and motivate people that are fucking just looking at this and be like, I could have done that. I do that shit all the time. Yeah, you probably do. What the fuck's wrong with you? Why are you just waiting to do it? Just be YouTube. Unfortunately, if you're waiting forever, you have to wait 2 years to get monetized. We've been fucking grinding our ass off for fucking free forever. Luckily, we got Skippy the Barb that's been helping us out. He's been fucking buying us a little bit of food here and there. I mean, it's all by proxy, right? Because he's donoing, and then it gives me the confidence that I can make it happen, and you know, all that stuff is going into a bank account. And like I said, the first big stretch goal for us is we're going to fill that up as much as we can and buy the Switch 2 and all of media that we possibly can, and be able to fucking have all the stuff at launch so that we can showcase that and put that into our amazing programming block style structure here at the Vid-Bits, and deliver all the charisma and amazingness that you've seen that I put through in this conquest. But then you look at the conquest that Braden started when he just started doing Dark Souls, and his journey is going to end at the end of the Elden Ring DLC. So, you know, when you want to see him do Dark Souls 1 and 2, we can do that stuff later and stuff like that, but right now he's doing that as his conquest, and I know a lot of people are gearing up for that too. So the whole relatability thing, we try to have our finger on the pulse of what you want to see, but then also not be married to just doing things because other people are doing them, if that makes sense. So when you have people like Skippy the Barb that already gets it, and he's been hanging out, he gets to see this feat that is going to be living in video game infamy, as we are the first double Chomp champion, maybe just the first person in North America to be hoisting both titles. Not really sure where Mint is from. And we also, by proxy, have riddled out through Pac-Mania that we're going to help create, the Vid-Bits are going to help create the database for this technology, as far as like the database for when people get to look at the scores and stuff for this game and how much they're busting ass. We're going to be the first and foremost database for that, because we're the champions, so we are the authority on that. So again, we're lucky that Skippy the Bard supports us and hangs out in chat, is the first member of the completely unnecessary tier of our membership. Again, that's not a shameless plug. It's completely unnecessary, so he chose to do that, and we're totally happy and blessed that he's done that, because that kind of stuff motivates other people to do it too, and that will help grow our brand. So thank you very much. And if you don't want to join any of our membership tiers, we're completely happy just if you like, share, and subscribe this feat that we provided for free, this esport that we provided for free, of the inner machinations of the mind of a madman that's trying to be a Pac-Maniac for the course of 2 weeks of trial and error, of finding out how he can use min-max technology and what he called Pac Snacks to do 90-minute increments of busting through this game 18 holes of golf at a time, and using that mentality to micromanage on insurmountable odds, which is beating people that had already had a whole week of head start on us, the leaderboard, that had paid to get there, so obviously wanted to be there, and then now competing with them head to head and hopefully defeating them for the championship. I believe that we will. I really truly do. We got people like Skippy the Barb that's helping me out, and then also Matthew, the second member of that, and then there's other members of those tiers, and I'm not trying to not shout them out, but I'm just trying to, you know, hook up people that are hanging out here too. So, and yeah, Skippy the Bard says, what a legendary climb I got to witness. Yeah, the cool thing about this was I had to do it more in the night cycle for the eastern United States, so he happens to be wherever he is geographically in sync to be able to see these at Lee and his work and be supported for that. So I'm grateful to have been pretty much broadcasting to an audience of one in certain times and stuff again like that. So when the reach is super huge, just know that we paid our dues, and we were very appreciative to the people that were on the very bottom that are just as important to anybody else that jumps on now. So the only difference between us and other YouTubers is we will not let people hang on for no reason. We do not take irresponsible profit, and the fun club will kick you out. You know, it's It's basically as simple as that. They're not going to tolerate it because they're the OGs. It's almost like if you get a restaurant job and the crew has been there for a long time and they're super tight and you're the new kid on the block, if the crew that's super tight is there and they really are meshing well and things are working and they're enjoying their time together, they're not going to let the new kid come in and disrupt it. And if they do, that's the problem with the club. So the Cool Kids Club, you know, the I keep saying that, not Nintendo, the Vid-Bits Fun Club, they're really all about hanging out with each other in the community and trying to, you know, mature each other's interests and be there supportively as far as like gamers go, and you know, adore and have adoration towards each other's gaming accomplishments, so that we drive each other to higher heights. And they have motivated me to show and set the bar for the things that we can achieve really high by doing something like this, because we are already hoisting the North American Chomp Championship, and now we are trying to go for the global one, so we will have 2 titles and we are not going to be held back by Fully Guard. Now we know that he's a bot, but eventually he'll be somebody like a Skippy the Bard or somebody like a Pink Panther or something like that, and they'll be in the tunnels chasing us because hopefully Pack Fever becomes so infectious that people will give this game a chance and realize it's all about networking with your friends in a fun little way that you can, I showed you, spend an amazing amount of time. You can play 18 holes of golf, so to speak, and that's if you get the first place. It's still going to take you an hour and a half, which is about the length of an average medium length movie that people go see and then complain about. And this way you can actually go into the server, and once we get Pack Fever going, and even if we literally can take over this game, guys. The Vid-Bits can take over this game, and just all over the world when we spread like wildfire and everybody's completely happy with how fun things are and how you guys keep growing and blossoming as a community. You guys could be going through each of your divisions and coming up who's going to come up and challenge me as the Chomp champion. You know, I really wish we could do stuff like that with a game like BioShock 2 multiplayer. I really loved haunting those halls as well, but I digress. Maybe you guys as a community can help us get that back together. This is probably the only time I'll talk about it in this stream, because I don't know how the logistics would work, but I do know that people get older PC games together and get a good base of people that are their friends and have fun with those things. So shout out to Scotty, and I'm glad that you're recovering from the horrible things that happened to you, and I'm glad that you kept the faith, because you guys deserve everything and you're awesome. So we're at 50, guys. We're halfway there. 50. 144. Harmonious. 50 more steps to the door, and we will be basically, so it's half of the halfway mark of the stream, so almost at the 4-hour mark of what would basically, we timed out the last event to be an epic stream, and if he fights me, it could go into legendary territory. And the only way he'll gain ground during that fight is if I cut it off, because I have to cut it off because we don't want to go to 11:55. So, dude, it's been a grind because I did 16 hours and then I slept 4 hours and then I jumped back in, so almost 5 hours. So it was 16 hours, and then but the grind that I did before the 16 hours was almost like 14 hours in a 24-hour period. So like I built, if you watch the beginning of the you've watched it, Skippy, but like I started with smaller increments to get my stamina up, and then I let life flow the way that it could, and eventually got to the point where I had to tell life to fuck off so I could just make this happen. And I guess that's another, you know, motivator, is to say, hey, eventually you have to tell life fuck off and then make something happen that's going to be a miracle to some people, big and huge to other people, and then fucking nothing at all at other people. And all that matters at the end of the day is what it means to you. And what it means to you, Skippy, is that you know that we can do fucking amazing things if you're going to be a part of the Vid-Bits, and you already are. You are the first person that decided that they wanted to go to the highest level of dedication. And again, my fan base, Braden's fan base, the Vid-Bits Fun Club, nobody knows, they know that I'm not shitting on any of them, and it's all good. Like, it's all good for everybody. And I'll do the hurrah lap when we're, you know, opening gifts and all the other stuff, but right now we don't have time for that. You're just the one that's here, so that's the one I'm seeing. So from this point on, no offense to anybody in the Vid-Bits Fun Club, but unless I'm not trying to prioritize anybody over anybody else, but when you guys are in chat and everything, from this point for the rest of this feat, I will definitely be calling you out as that, or if I'm giving some inspiration based on something that I know you've said, because you guys have all helped me out in your own individual ways through this journey too. It's been a rough 2 weeks for some of us, and I'm so thankful that we are going to come across the finish line together, and you're going to see it, and it'll probably marry right up when Braden wakes up and stuff. So you know, we're looking time adjusted, so 4 hours over whatever time it is again, as long as he doesn't wake up. And if he wakes up, it's great television, and we're gonna be right till prime time, daytime. So hopefully somebody on the internet will pick up that this guy is actively combating himself to, you know, defend his title. And if not, then we will be able to expose that this narrative exists, and that is also part of the reason why we're doing it, is to get people to understand that these type of scenarios exist. You can have thrills, chills, and spills with leaderboard competitions, and, you know, also stuff like there's father and son duos that sharpen each other's skills by pushing each other to the limit, as far as you know, gaming goes and gaming feats, because the whole ego of not wanting to be as crappy of a gamer as your dad and play the old stuff, or the dad not wanting to play the more modern stuff because he's just a classic gamer, and breaking down all those conventions. What you get as a brand from us is just amazing. And, you know, again, the pitch here should be pretty evident. I'll be honest, again, one of my favorite movies is the movie Blank Check, and, you know, we've gotten a check for $1 million here, and we're just going to fill it out to the person at the end who we are wanting as our first sponsor employee. And, you know, we're just going to pitch. This is a pitch to you. So when we say your name, when we cross the finish line, all that's going to be the end of it. I'm going to say, hey, you know, we appreciate it if you look to sponsor us. This was our application, and that'll be the end of this video. And I'm going to try to just jump right into a celebratory lap where we push as far as we can for just a little bit. I'd like to just do a pack snack. If not, it just depends on where the stamina is. If he comes back and fights us, then we'll just end it as soon as we cross the finish line, so we can jump up on that splash page and see it, because we know he's going to be going to work to get it back, and we can just rest, take a victory lap, look and see what the PR is for the whole situation, if there's any. And I'm just, again, I'm not doing it for that. I'm doing it for the Skippy the Bards. I'm doing it for the Pink Panthers. I'm doing it for the Manny the Mormons. I'm doing it for the Karzaks even. I'm doing it for all of you, and it's just going to be actuated through me as the person. So thank you so much for being around and hanging out and seeing it. I took a second place, which doesn't really matter. We had a little bit of a leeway there. So if we're going to do the math, let's see here. Let's do the math real quick. Which I can, you know, we've talked about so much about being anti-gatekeepers the last couple weeks. And, you know, hopefully you understand that's important to us as far as like maturing the industry, because it does nothing to hide tech from each other. It doesn't make anything good. It's the age of clarity. It's the crystal age. And when you do that kind of stuff, nobody gains anything. You know, I shouldn't have to like hunt down in your videos and like when nobody's doing commentary and try to find out what you're doing if you're like showing your feeds. Like when you have the ability to, if you haven't reached your maximum potential, share some information with each other. And I know that those groups do exist, but I think the whole point is a transparency and a more actuated group where people can start to network in there more than I went to speedrun.com because 18 people went to this game. Well, there still is so many people that are not competing that don't know they can compete. So having somebody that has a widespread reach, being able to be the beacon for, hey, we have that and we cater to that because we love that. That's another reason why this is an easy sell for us, the person that we're pitching to almost directly now, other than the other people that we've already pitched to and they know who they are so far, I would hope. 3746 is what we're going to do. So 3746 divided by 75, it's 49. So 49 victories gets us to the door, and the 50th one will close it or open it or close it if it's open. So we're opening at 49, and we're closing the door behind us at 50 if we wait. So we should wait, I believe. Like I said, part of the karma is waiting for him once we get there, because it's a respectful thing to do, because we've been creeping like a thief in the night towards this goal, and that's not really fair to him, you know. But it is when that's what the game has been for the last couple days, is when we faced him one-on-one, we min-maxed an even pace together. I kept showing him on the leaderboard in between, and then eventually he gave up. And then the second time he came back just a little bit later, and, you know, basically we had a little bit of a quarrel for just a couple matches, and he realized he should leave. Then after that, he came back again, and I had a little bit of a misstep, unfortunately, and I'll just take my, you know, tip my hat to him for that. But it didn't feel like I fully got thwarted there, but I did kind of get rattled enough where I had to run away, so to speak, if we're looking at this as a boss battle. And then after that, he's been gone, because I took a nap after that, because that's when I decided to sleep, because I conceded and ran away. So I slept for several hours, and when that happened, he suffered a loss somehow. The loss is the reason why we're here. Something happened in his playthrough when he took that loss. That's the same thing that happened to P-Man, where he just was not motivated to continue, and that luckily was been enough for us to make this ground, because this man had 20,000 rating between us, and we were just pacing and pacing and pacing and just whittling away, and he gained some ground back around the 11,500 mark. But then when we came back from the sleep and we came back and when he was wounded with the loss, we just have not seen him since and been lucky to be able to close that gap. So gain about 8,000 rating doing this. So we're in the last 50 steps, and you know, it just feels right if we get there to just go through and the list one more time, the top 20 people, and then afterwards, if he's not on, we will just move forward into, you know, we will just be crowned the undisputed Chomp champion of the universe, not of the universe, of the world, really, because it's global and it's of the United States, so we'll be the Chomp champ of the world, which is exactly what, if you look at this folder, I said it was going to be the Vid-Bits road to #1. I called it because I believe in our brand. I believe that we can do great things, and I hope that it inspires you to start your own brand and home grow it and pay your dues, and then be lucky enough to be influencers in a way where you can responsibly do it, because I think most of the time the universe doesn't open yourself up to be an influencer until it feels like you're going to do that in a positive light, or if you you know, think that you want to be an influencer and you are really good with your content but you don't want to get exposed, maybe it's because you haven't figured out what you're going to do when you get that platform yet, because it's really important. You know, and we're still learning every day. We don't know everything. Again, I keep talking about symposiums to talk about that stuff. I just think it's important to keep networking and learning and growing, so that when we get in here and we have, you know, the responsibility of being influencers on YouTube, more than the fact that we've just always, as empaths, been influencers in people's lives, we do it responsibly and make a responsible profit. So that is that rant, and I hope that you appreciate that. 49, so that was 48. Skippy the Bard says, you know, that actually helped me through something in working through internally, and I'm going to keep moving forward with that in mind. Please do apologize to Braden for me. After around 17 South African lime, I head to bed because days are rough. 17 African time, so I've been missing his streams that start around that time. I will be present in all of his future streams. What to support the Dark Souls journey so bad. Besides, I really love watching the Souls games but keep missing it. Playing catch up and then allowing him to defend 1v1 only on this channel. Do we respect you even if we have never spoken to you? The undisputed, undefeated, reigning, defending, universal Pac-Man, Mega Tunnel Battle, Chomp champ of the world, Pops. Read this and I did. Oh, for sure, man, I did. Always appreciate the rants. It gives me HP. Yeah, that's what we're all about, is giving heals. I mean, I actually just didn't min-max that spot because it was more important that I read that, and he could have all of a sudden started and, you know, threw us off a little bit, and that doesn't matter because everything happens in perfect timing if you make yourself eligible. Eligibility is key, Skip, and I know that you know that because you're here. You're getting to witness history in such a small batch, and again, I've talked to Braden about how many people we should APB this out to, because we do have some reach, and I know people that are awesome. So I think there's some, I don't want to say celebrities because they're so humble, but I know somebody in that realm that's very accessible, and I'm wondering if I can get him in stream at least so he can witness this, and maybe he can understand that the goal is here to get this voice out. So as we start our content creation journey together, it just helps access networking, in which will lift all of us up, especially people like you, Skip, that are spending time doing the damn thing. And I'm sure that you got some sort of passions that, you know, are not doing what you're doing now, that involve you like more actuation of your dreams. But you know, we're all financially strapped, so when, you know, you being the pioneer member of the you know, the Vid-Bits Fun Club, the first member of the I mean, you know, of the what is it, the completely unnecessary tier. And again, all the names are subjective. We're trying to play nice with everybody, but whatever, this is where our placeholders are because we're always evolving. But you know, that whole thing is just more valuable than so much, because we have people in our own support systems that have been like, yeah, high five, you're doing it, and then just so much doubt and crap. Whereas again, we have never talked, and you've done so much for us and healed what we've done, because we've kind of formed this thing, even though it's been over 2 years. Like, the whole theme of things have really honed in and dialed in. If you guys would look at the beginning of this year and then flash forward to even now 4 months later, how much more we're dialed in the last 2 weeks to really finding our footing. And you know, you being there, and we don't, when we see the numbers of what people don't know and stuff, I mean, I guess it matters. You can see more when it's the different memberships tiers, but we don't ever be like, oh, it's only this or only that. It's just like, oh, it happened. So I think that's another reason why, you know, it separates us from other brands, and we're also trying to not put that strain on people that like us and, you know, really can't afford to do that but do it. versus put it on the people that, you know, already have the money to do that, and we're just doing it because they feel guilty or feel like it should be equivocal exchange that they pay us for how much free advertising that we do because we gush about their products or whatever, and it's only because also the contract will be that they're okay that we shit on their products if they need to be shit on, because, you know, you never grow and learn from anything if somebody keeps masking or parading that a shitty game exists and it's okay. Like, that doesn't do anything for the culture, just makes people like lose consumer confidence. But yeah, I hope that everybody that's in their content creation journey can get themselves a Skippy the Bard, who kind of came out of nowhere and has been really amazing and has just been he felt I guess when people say you felt moved to contribute, that's why sometimes people contribute in a situation where they really can't fucking afford it. And I guess the difference is we feel guilty now because we can't afford it either, so we don't. And then so we feel like maybe the universe isn't giving us as much of that because we don't. But also the universe knows that we're doing some good work to put ourselves in the position for people to hear these words. Because again, you've never met us, and we just, either me or Bray, you are very united in the message. We just say it in different ways from some kid from the 80s and some kid from the early 2000s. So it comes across differently to different people. And again, at the end of the day, how you perceive it is what matters. As True Guard and Quiet Sauce are out there, so just like if you're looking at synchronicities in some of these names, like yeah, Quiet Sauce, yep. I can't per se read what you're saying now. Wow, there's 4 of us in here. Well, if we can get one more, we'll get an achievement to pop, which would just be awesome here at the end. Nope. Oh. Oh, I asked for that. I also am just happy like I'm gonna try to just hone in, and having you guys in the chat just grounds me back to like start talking to you guys again, because I've been talking to everybody for a while now, and it's just like trying to get us launched, so when we're all being able to fucking hang out in the lobby of our fucking, like, you know, Knights of the Round Table, and everybody's got like their spot and everything, we can just fucking laugh about how it didn't take nearly as long as some other people. Once you guys were gravitated to jumping on this like before we discovered lightning in a bottle, you know what I mean? We're just blessed enough to be able to help heal some of the situations with the people that, I mean, obviously I feel like when I clock you in real life, you'll read how I read you when we're hanging out, and the energies that you guys present when we're in chat, but obviously it's all subjective. But I truly believe that that's not really going to be a problem, and we're going to be able to, you know, do great things together, and, you know, loosen the shackles of productivity and all that stupid shit. And we're just breaking convention. It's like the moment for the people that are watching this, like I feel like I'm living the moment in like some sort of weird lucid moment about at the end of the Bill and Ted movie, like when all of a sudden the moment's been broadcast to everybody's TV and they don't know what they're seeing. Like, that's what's going on right now, guys, and you just aren't watching it. And the people that are watching it know that they're seeing something special, and the people that are infectious enough to see it for just a second are hopefully telling somebody else to watch it, because you guys are missing history as we talk about how we're going to continue to evolve and change things instead of just leave things the way that they are. Like, the open discussions usually happen behind closed doors, and because we're doing a viral movement, I'm just using all of it as the platform to do that, and I just want it to just remain out here raw over the course of like 110 hours or whatever it is, because I just have had to like rise and crash and stuff as a family so many times, and wipe people out and be wiped out, and it's just I'm so tired of wiping other people out. So like when finally the message is heard and everybody knows that the cosmic contracts have been drawn, the people that are against us are not going to get to have that movement, because you know, our motive is pure. We're not trying to add to any political party or religious party or anything. It's about you and self-actualization, hydration, and loving yourself and the community. And if it comes across too hippie, I guess that's the closest thing you should be able to damn us to. And then it's just whatever, because we're just trying to change the game. We're just trying to change the game. We're just a little bit different and just trying to change the damn game. And that's why still we're lucky that Mint Daddy is sleeping, and we got another step closer to the door. It's 47 steps to the door, and I'm just blessed to be able to be walking with you guys hand in hand to it as we take the North American Championship here shortly, all the way to the door of the global champion, and knock there and hope that he just wants to at least have a joust with us. And if he doesn't, it's because we didn't directly message him, and that's our fault. But we're not doing that. We're just letting everything, we've just been laying it how it lies. Like if you were playing as me and you saw how we've been streaming this, I've just kind of synced up with this dude's sleep schedule, and we're kind of combating each other stamina wise. So like anybody that's ever done that against somebody in a leaderboard, or if you've done it yourself when you keep logging in, somebody's taking your spot, this is the type of video for you. You know what I mean? It's also for like Avi Sada 007, because they've seen that movements happen, so they know that they're being featured right now, because either they're watching it on YouTube because it's been all live streaming, every fucking episode, every fight that I've done, all raw and out there for you to see, and then they now know that they've been featured and been talked about, or they feel the energy, so now they're trying to show out because they're going to get to see, you're going to get to see movement for the rest of this time while we're featuring it. But this is the whole point. I'm using this platform for other people. The Shiba Inus, the motherships, all these people that are on here busting their ass that nobody knows that they exist, and even if they just get pinged from somebody says, oh, you're 7th in the world, and then they think, me? I just thought that wasn't good enough, and then fucking some random person starts messaging them, because unfortunately, guys, you are doing an advertisement by having your gamer tag there and be that good so everybody can accessibly see you. That's why I call it the splash page. But it's also, if you're at Arcadester, you want it on the splash page, because that's ultimately the fucking high scoreboard when somebody walks up to the machine. So we want the Vid-Bits to be the same that you see when you see fucking, Bandai Namco's fucking Pac-Man game that's out, because we love Pac-Man here. Or at least I do, and Bray tolerates it. He loves Pac-Man too. It's his, his passion is Mappy. So if Mappy came out in a game like this, that kid would rule. But when he, really hones in, he's going to give you guys a good Mappy score, because he's a top ranker on an arcade one-up machine version of it. So I know once he acclimates to controller, he'll be able to adapt an arcade hamsters arcade archives version of it and put up a decent score. He's just not doing that right now because he's got too many other things going on. We have so many things that we can achieve that we haven't data banked them yet because we can't slow down. But we also have 860 videos in the can in less than 2 years. So people will be like, why can't you slow down? That's because you're not. That's why you're not making it. You're stagnating. We don't understand why we move the way we do, but we just become eligible for it. And we move with the flow. And I'm just saying, that's creative people and showing the blueprint to you and being naked about the process and anti-gatekeepers. That doesn't just apply to tech. That's obviously applying to whatever we're showing as why we're working as a channel so far. And until we see a day where we have fucking such a massive drop off, then we can be like, okay, it's a problem. We just can continue to trust the process. Or just luckily for you, this specific series is more of like the sell of the channel and what we're all about, because I manically feel like I need to passionately use my platform of a success story to moderation of like whatever video game feat this is also to fucking get this voice out that we want to be seen and heard, because we're just sick of being ignored. The best kept secret in gaming today is like the Vid-Bits right now. And that's, I guess I'll fucking fight you if you don't believe it, because watch this and believe me that you didn't see this coming. We're doing this for ourselves, and it happens to also be doing it for Pac-Man because it's his fucking birthday. We did not plan that shit. That's when you go with the flow, how perfect synchronicities happen. And I'm trying not to freak out how big and huge that is, that I can do this and fucking land North America, not only since we're on top of the leaderboard, but fucking put us on top of the global leaderboard. And it should be inspiring to other people, because I'm already inspired to keep doing other things besides this. There should be people that be like, oh, you've already achieved your dream. Like, yep, now done, and on to the next one. Not that I don't fucking appreciate what I just did, but you got to keep going forward and keep creating. So, I eventually will take my flowers in a victory lap, but I'm also using this platform to give flowers to somebody else when I hit the victory. That's the way that we roll. We hit the fucking tape at the end of the finish line, and we thank the people that got us there first. And if that means we don't have time to thank our fucking selves, it's because we gotta get back in the lab and keep creating, keep cooking, keep moving forward towards new conquests and series and stuff, and formulating things that work and kicking out things that don't and stuff like that. So I hope that you're along for the ride, guys. We are completely a little bit different than other things on YouTube, but we're here to try to harmonize with your programming and not really fuck around with like the people that are, you know, the bigwigs that could get us kicked out of the playground as we hit level 29. Only the second person in the world to do so, behind the person that we're about to defeat. So that's another feat that you got to see in Synchronicity, me talking about all the awesome things that you get to see for the first time hanging out with us. You got to see the second person in the world live hit level 29 in this game. So the great value that I am sure if Skippy the Bard writes down just the shit that he, you know, has witnessed as a base level of people just having faith that even if he didn't buy into the membership tier that we only curated within the last couple weeks of having accessibility to do so, that this man would have just stuck by us as a subscriber that hung out in streams instead of being the subscriber that's like, yeah, you do that thing, and I'm annoyed by the notification about it, even though you're fucking infectiously hyped about it, and I can't hide my hype around you, but then I hate myself too much to fucking even hate watch you. So, you know, fuck those people, because I'm really getting tired of that shit. I'm glad that I finally have like taken the power back where I'm not worried about what I can and cannot say, because I know that we're on the precipice of greatness, and I'm not really worried about it because we're humbly just asking to be able to hydrate ourselves, take care of our family and friends, pay back the people that really invested in us. They were the original fucking people that were sponsoring us to be here and keep grounded on Earth, and then fucking be able to eat good food, floof the chief, and make sure that he's happy and kept up to date and everything on the things that unfortunately we're, you know, able to use him for. It's just like an emotional support to Animal, and I really wish that we could do more for him. So him being able to be out in the public and you guys being able to floof him and, you know, get pictures with him, and he would just love that. He's just an amazing dog. So, you know, all those things are possible with the Vid-Bits Fun Club and your money, because that goes into everything that we do. And again, we're still going to be starving and doing it anyways. We're just going to have a little bit more help, and it's going to go a little bit further, and then eventually we won't be starving, so we will never complain about that. And since we'll be full on the food, we can then be hungry to create more content for you, because right now, unfortunately, the creative stuff, it's not tapped. We're just lucky that we still can do the base minimum of our programming schedule, because that would just be our normal gaming acumen that we're showing for you live to keep us sane, which is what you guys do anyways when you're gaming, is, right? A little bit of escapism, just a little bit. So, I don't know what choo-choo, I mean, choo-choo when you see it on, it just looks crazy. Choo-choo. Like, it's also just like, it's a fun thing to say, choo-choo. Yeah, and nobody else is going to come at one of these guys on a leaderboard like a thief in the night and give him a chance to respond by just like letting resonance happen and see where he's at in his schedule. But the only reason why we're going about that is because we have the respect for the fact that both of us know that we've been fighting this game on each other's schedule. We know that. Me and him know that. So when it's all said and done, I can sit down and talk to him and be like, so what was you thinking? It could be as simple as, yeah, I casually only had time to play it to this and this time to. No, I was really feeling it. I can't believe that you won the Battle of Wits and I had such a big lead, which is what I hope that he says, and he respects my game, because I think at the end of the day, when we're able to, you know, look at how we're monetized or whatever, I think that it's fair to give him some sort of prize for being such a good sport about it. But also, I think that it would only make sense to me that in other situations where I did just push past other people excessively, not give them the chance to respond, that's the reason why I either found less joy or, you know, a little bit of bitterness in the whole exchange. So just to recap, we took the North American Championship from Kofi and gave them hours to respond by only being one win over and having no control how we responded, and let the universe resonate, because we don't know him personally and he did not respond in several hours. So I think the fair thing was at least 4 hours, enough to be able to give yourself a minimum amount of sleep. So we're trying to, we don't know what schedule they're on, so again, it's not like we correlated it. All these things also should be like enticing things to start actual tournaments, so that you can see people when they know that they're going to be called and we're seeded and everything, and put in situations where how we actually perform against each other. But since I, you know, respect Mint, I'm going to get to the door if he doesn't wake up and just sit there for enough time to do a broadcaster section of the top 20 before we just push on and forward, guys. So I'm blessed to be in this situation. I think when I continue to reaffirm that contract, that's why every time I reload the screen, he still hasn't responded, because it's just hopefully meant to be. And if it isn't, it'll be great TV, guys. Meant to be or great TV. That's another one of our things here. So the stream is brought to you by Water Pops from the Vid-Bits. That's right. Pop's quick question: does Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle come up under the gaming tag when you create the stream? So meaning the game tag that is under the description. I'm not sure. Braden has been helping me. I just loaded this quickly because I needed to get back in there, so I hope so. If not, hopefully he can like change it so that it can get some traction. This is the first stream that I was actually able to monetize while we're streaming it. I don't know what I did, but I was able to actually click monetization while it's streaming, so we're actually getting ad revenue while we're streaming it live for the first time. So once I figure that out, that needs to be fucking happening, because then if it demonetizes it and posts that, that's fine, but if it could have gone all of its initial run while people are watching ads, then that's amazing too, because at the end of the day, that's just helping the channel. So the people that are suffering through those ads, we appreciate you as we take the time to curate those more towards a narrative that's more in line with the goals that we're setting as a company. But unfortunately right now, we only know what you don't want to see by somebody flagging that or letting us know, so we can prioritize turning those ones off first. And this is also the pains and throes of figuring out this process live and being completely transparent for you about it. And take a drink of water after that. Well, you know, if it's original Pac-Man, that's fine, because it's OG Pac-Man's birthday. So in this case, if this is the last one we do that, and when I roll over and everything, I can flip it one more time. But I just don't remember what he tagged that as, and it really should be Chomp Champs. But at this point, I think he's got hashtags that's trying to tie it to it. What was in parallel with what the official Bandai Namco website is doing with Pac-Man. So egotistically, I'm a video game superstar now because of where I'm at, so I need to get a good social media manager to help me like transfer over my I just need to clean up my own personal socials and be able to transfer that immediately, or I have like a business social sub-social of my Facebook. So again, that's going to be something I'm going to have to look into, so I can look more professional when we're talking about the league and getting people recognized. The legitimacy is important to me, because when, this is the best way I can put it. When they decided that they were going to create like the MLB, when MLB was going to be created, it was a couple clubs of people that were playing rurally and competing each other because they were tired of just facing off against each other's intramural squads, or it was too big, so the A team and the B team got sick of getting their ass beat because they were picked when they pick which sides type shit, and then they didn't want to play nice with each other, so they're getting tired of that. So the clubs outgrow each other, right? So then regionally they kind of like look that they're all playing the same thing, so they realize they can compete against each other. So that's like literally what we're looking at here is, you know, there's at least 2,000 or so people that are playing this game, and once we let them know they can be a superstar gamer in 2 weeks, do what, you know, what Brian did, and he just had a dream of being a great Pac-Man player, and then everything else. And the worst case scenario is people shit on it by saying that it's underpopulated with bots. But if we blow up as the Vid-Bits Fun Club, and what I think will happen is it will be synergized with whatever brand picks us up, they're going to see that it's okay, and we're going to be able to play nice, and then it's going to blow the thing up, and the next thing you know, these lobbies are not going to be populated with bots. They're going to be popular with people that want to be a part of this and are feeling bad that they waited a fucking month. And then it's going to be awesome, because people like me may not be Chomp champion next time because they had fucking to face a bunch of real people every way on the way to the top, and the people that are on the top are losing to real people all the time, so they're getting their rating knocked down and they're getting their ego like my ego is at top because I look at my win-loss percentage. I could lose like 30 games and it still won't drop below 100% because of the fucking metric. If that was all against real people, then I would really know that I'm the best. I need this to happen so I know I am the best. I know that I am, but I need these fucking lobbies pulled with fucking real people and completely cold with real people, and like it was a couple times in the beginning when I was on my way up, the Ryan SILs, shoutouts, and the Heisenbergs, and those guys are paying their damn dues, and you can best believe like once we're vested in and we have our feet firmly planted, we'll do some elimination games and get humbled and lose to them, you know what I mean? And I guarantee it'll happen because we did on the way up. So we're completely different, guys. We found a way for part of the secret sauce to be that we come up with contracts with people and agreements with people that serve everybody's interest and promotes everybody equally, because it's just, unless you have a reason not to be there, then you'll resonate out. The fun club will call you out, people will call you out for being a cheater or whatever on whatever accomplishment, and we'll fucking self-regulate. Nobody wants the next great fucking cheater that's just kind of, oh shit, did he move? Bro, did the pig move? Bros. No, he didn't. Okay. I got nervous. It's negative 25 still. Okay. Whew. That would have been okay, because I mean, we're kind of summoning it. Okay. Okay. Oh, so, because I see the, okay. Glad to hear that the stream is monetized now. To close it and reopen, I want to watch some ads for you guys. I appreciate it. It hasn't always been okay. I'm getting paranoid, guys, because again, manifesting, giving him the opportunity, which, who's going to do that? They're gonna be like, oh, my channel can just like crest over this threshold, and now I can be the free advertising Chomp champion. I've openly admitted an application to Bandai Namco several days ago before this feat came up, so they could demonetize us at any time for all the content, but nobody has all this content, so we literally have built this club for them. So if they wipe me out, then the people that we're gonna let know about this on the Reddit, they're gonna fucking be mad that then it will look like they're trying to kill this game, and that's not a threat. It's just gonna be like, you're not gonna support this, people that are doing this for nothing. Like, we put the application in because it's also like our sell, like, hey, look at all the work we've done. I was willing to put in over 100 hours of internship by becoming the champion in grassroots, promoting this game by proxy for free, because other than the monetization of the channel itself, which is not enough to really cash out and live off of, but I've been just doing it for the love of the game so that I can get the word out there. So also it makes me feel better about the accomplishment, about being the best in the world at it, and then it's going to be a great gimmick for my channel if people knock me down a peg at the least, and at the best we're going to have a talk show every fucking night about this now because I'm the best in the world at it. Like, it's such a win-win situation, and that's why, like, it's like a humble brag. Because ultimately, we just did a fucking thing called Humble Brags, where I'm this great at Pac-Man at a world-class level, but one of our subs just fucking downloaded a game with Bray, and we played with Bray, and I got my ass whipped, and I fucking just left it out there raw for everybody to see. And that person could say, when I become the world champion, that they fucking beat the shit out of me and stick fight the game. That's cross-promotion for stick fight the game. That's cross-promotion for whoever just fucking beat my ass. That's me being humble enough to leave that up there, not fucking edit it. You see what I'm saying? That's what you get from the Vid-Bits. So eventually we'll get to the point where you're going to want to be in the fun club, because we're not going to be able to just do this with everybody. We're going to have to vet who these things happen with. But when we are capable of legendary things like top 10 fucking speedruns in the world of DuckTales for the Disney Afternoon Collection and stuff like that, and gaming feats that because we haven't had the time and the energy, because we've not been the safety to fucking push ourselves, or in the environment with other anti-gatekeepers to talk about tech, we haven't fucking done some of the things we know we're capable of. So if it's all about gaming culture, and YouTube wants to lean into the algorithm as far as like people that are watching gaming content all the time, again, we are an easy fucking sell. Let's fucking go, people. I'm going to keep actuating by setting a record, which will make it so a bunch of people that care about Pac-Man, which will also look at Pac-Man more because it's his birthday, and it's also look at Pac-Man more because of the patriot aspect of it. Well, all these things will also fucking line up where hopefully this will go viral. I mean, everybody goes in purpose to try to make a viral video, where this is just Donnie Darko its way into a fucking viral video, and I'm just trying my best to remain eligible, humble, thankful, blessed, and appreciative to fucking actuate it for you guys, because God, the fucking soul is exhausted. Just want to get through it. Just want to get through it so I can have some sushi. But I'm not even going to I mean, you know, it's going to be a while still, because I set high goals for myself. I say I want sushi, and I handle having a Dave single from Wendy's instead, and it just is what it is. Pro Gamer's back again for round 3. So that is awesome. Pro Gamer knows that you don't want to mess with the Vid-Bits with this game, because he knows that I'm also doing this for the betterment of his culture. If he's playing this game and trying to be a superstar, if we blow up for this game and become a superstar, all the people that have been in chat obviously are some of the first people that we're going to look to help us do these things and create this e-league, because obviously it's Pac-Man. It's Pac-Man now in an esport, and nobody's blowing up on that. So we have found the way to be the first foremost authority of that, completely by luck. We are not the definitive authority of it, and we can't wait to find out who can join us around the world to do that, to form a great team about this game. And I'm speaking of it to that level instead of it's going to be shut down next year level. So does the wave lift this up, or does fucking people's negativity let it crash and we can't have Pac-Mania again? Do you decide? Like, it's your story. At the end of the day, Brian from the Vid-Bits will still be grinding away to become the world champion and stay that as long as possible, but will not harp his responsibilities as full-time YouTube creator too. So, you know, it's just amazing, man. I hope that you guys enjoy the ride, as we're now at 43 steps away from the door of the world throne, the world champion of Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs, and I'm dominating the Mega Tunnels. So it's just such a blessing to be here with our fans, with Skippy the Bard, and Pro Gamer is back, and he's been helping me out, motivating me, man. He hopes that we do it. You know, Knights of the Round Table, what a cool name for us. I know, dude. We are the Knights of the, we are different. We're a little bit different, man. And the Knights of the Round Table can fucking see all these we can make like the Justice League of fucking content creators, because there's so many people out there already that are waiting for more people to be like-minded. Like, they're not wanting to lean on each other so much where they burn each other out, and like, you know what I mean? That's why they're staying in their own lane too. But man, if we could just do some awesome stuff collaborating, and I can't wait to see how that happens, and I just get goosebumps thinking about it. So yeah, it's one step at a time, and just one maze at a time, and dealing with, I mean, taking, you know, when life hands you lemons, you make lemonade, right? So, you know, the lemons is, oh, this is underpopulated, full of bots, and the lemonade is, oh, it will not be like that. It may take a couple months, it may take half a year, but, you know, it may take 7 months, but it will happen, because I believe it'll happen, and I want to have it happen for Pac-Man, so that when people talk about this, they'll be like, Brian really, with his son, the Vid-Bits, healed Pac-Man and had a resurgence of Pac-Mania, because they're trying to do it, because it's all about joy, man. People think it's about getting your 20 bucks. There's so many things in your fucking life you waste 20 bucks on, and you do it like every week. You know, multiple times a week, some of you, and this will be one-time expenditure. You don't have to buy the extra skins. There's plenty of things to unlock, which will be the bonus, which I actually get to go through and unlock all the cosmetics, because I haven't worn them. I can still unlock them all and show you them all. You can still be uniquely you and have a fun time with this game, and not be good at it, and know that you can rise and have aspirations to go from bronze up and be eventually in the Chomp Champion category, because anybody can at least get there. So let's be Chomp Champs together and have some fun, and let loose a little bit. Know that it's a little bit of a sacrifice, so even if I don't see you till 4 months down the road, because you have to save $5 a month from doing some small task or not having some sort of treat that you think that you need, not only are you increasing your health a little bit, but 4 months down the road you can start your training with an awesome free non-gate kept guide from the guy that was the #1 passionate guy on YouTube about Pac-Man right now, and doing it in a way where we can get our brand off the ground too. Everything just synergizes. It's harmonious, guys. You've seen some of the numerology, and you see people about that on YouTube. Like, it's not a lie. Like, you don't have to look into it deep, but angel numbers and all that stuff, like harmonious numbers, like if we're in the Matrix, so to say, just to joke around, if we're in the Matrix, so to say, that's the code speaking to you and letting you see the code bleed through in life through math. And I have to stand on that, because my papaw, Mike, is the reason why I believe anything about anything before we even had Matrix movies and all that shit. So, you know, and he passed before the first one came out, so he was all about timing is key, eligibility, and math. And man, if he didn't just decide that he did not want to be part of some great stuff on purpose in his life, and, you know, do it because he wanted to live a more pious life, but did he not also have his genus or his family tree miss out on a lot of great opportunities because they just were not eligible, and he had to suffer through empathy and watch that happen. So vicariously, part of all of this motive is so I can heal personally this relationship cosmically with him, and he'll know that his fucking grandson made it. And we weren't even grandsons by blood. It just shows that really family is the people that raise you, not necessarily the people that you're related to by blood. So with that, we're at 42 steps to the door, 42 steps, and then we will wait, knock on it, so to speak, do a countdown of the top 20 Chomp Champs in the Chomp Champ division, and so that's married between the local and global divisions, and we will go do that, and we will then say a thank you to all of the Vid-Bits Fun Club that I can remember off the top of my head if Bray's not here, and hopefully you'll remind me, because I'm so, like, trying to keep it honed in. And we are going to be looking at a one-on-one. If it doesn't happen, we're just going to ascend to the Chomp Championship, guys. It'll feel gloriously superb, especially the people that started this journey with me a couple weeks ago, and anybody that's been along the infancy where it just seemed like a pipe dream that was going to take a long time, and the fact that it'll wrap up quite neatly within 2 weeks, which is great because Bray's Conquest is going to take at least, you know, another because the DLC doesn't come out, so at least another month till it comes out. Then he will obviously slow roll that content, and I don't blame him because everybody should enjoy that and not rush right through it. So hopefully you are enjoying that, and we're, like I said, 42. So I'm going to go ahead and mute myself real quick so I can listen to an anthem after this. I'm going to do Move in Silence. I'll answer chat after this match, and then I'm going to listen to an anthem or two on my phone so I can keep myself pumped. But we are in the throes of the end of it. His hit points are almost dwindled to the point where it's not even worth him trying to come back. He knows it, and if he does, it'll be a great little joust to see, and if I can knock him down one more time, and then if I do, I will just push us through because that will be the last confrontation. And the great thing is you'll be able to see it symbolically like that if you've been able to do stuff like Dungeons and Dragons in your life, or you've seen like MUDs or, you know, ASCII DOS games. Like, I've literally compartmentalized this into that type of situation, and it's amazing to be able to do so because there is no boss in Pac-Man except for yourself and how far you can push yourself. And I pushed myself to face some of this across the globe in a game that they had very well rooted themselves in dominance, and did it under the motivation of pushing my brand to the top of the leaderboard. But ultimately, I guess vicariously, I am now going to push us up the algorithm. It's going to spread like wildfire because this whole series has a lot of weighted content that is now all monetized and lengthy and can be watched compartmentalized and studied for whatever reasons. And I can't wait to talk to all of you at the times that I can, and I will always try to respond to everybody at least once. I may not be able to go back and forth with a banter about whatever subject more than once or twice based on when I can talk to you, but man, until it gets to the point where I'm full, I will keep reading because I've been waiting to connect with people my whole life. So to be able to stop having to walk around and find the random restaurant worker or the person that's homeless on the street just to have human connection, and to be able to have that much of a reach is just as important to us. So I hope that you can see that when you want to say like the epitome of the Vid-Bits is wholesome, I know what the fuck that means. They just have a little bit more swearing, right? That's where we are. We just have a little bit more swearing, so. And I'll dial it in for the appropriate sponsors, but the people that I want to sponsor me already swear, so I guess it's a gray area. We just don't swear them when we're in PR situations, and I learn about all that stuff. But you know, if as far as like handlers go, we're vetting one specific person and one specific person's team first and foremost, and we're going to dedicate our victory to them and see what happens. We're just going to let it lie and just let the rest of the next couple days lie, except for moving in silence as far as having our radio show and pushing ourselves as undisputed champion. That'll be the future, and that'll be on Pops Plays after I hit the specific secret goal on this metric, which will be the end of the content on the Vid-Bits channel, because we just don't want this to not be separated from the Pops Plays. I think that's the problem, is when people diversify their brand too much, they leave it on the main channel and they don't kick it off to the sub channel when they should already have placeholder channels for like themed interest. Like, I want to make a game show, so they should already have a sub game show channel like fucking sitting there waiting, so when the game show concept makes itself valid, you can just fucking marry the people over that want to fall over there, and not like have to have like the, hey, APB on my main channel, but I have the game show channel. I'm just gonna try to do that organic as fuck. If you want to go over to Pops Plays, you get to know about it. It's like another secret. It's like another hidden secret, and like our Minecraft server, you know what I mean? Like, you can go over there, and if you don't, then you don't. If like the videos that find everybody, then when I start to generate on Pops Plays, they'll be able to find the sunset content on the Vid-Bits channel, and if not, they can go to Pops Plays to see that like older stuff, but then know that that's where the new stuff's going to go, and it doesn't keep cross-pollinating unless it's meant to be, because sometimes, you know, I've always told don't over-diversify, but I also know you can throw many fucking irons in the fire and you can take them out and temper them at different fucking speeds. So we're firing on a different level here. Again, we're at a little bit different. We're hoping that you can learn from us, grow from us, and we don't know fucking everything, because we want to know what you know so we can learn and grow, and I'll evolve even more than that. So I know I'm just fucking spitting straight fire. I know, maximum right now, pow boom. Give me a pound. I'm going to move in silence. I love you guys. Enjoy step 41 and through the next couple. So this is Brian from the Vid-Bits, and you are witnessing history as we go for the global championship. Alright, I've really had to just like realign my center and my chi and just kind of get ready for this last as Pac-Man closes his eyes. This last breath of fresh air, because we never know when the pig could be awoke, because if you take a look at when we started trying to gain the ground and you think about how long the human body could sleep, and yes, we looked that deeply into this because we have looked at this as an esport and we have been training for this for 2 weeks to try to take on whoever was at the top. We thought it was going to be Kofi, and I know that they're going to be inspired when they see what we're doing for the community, but when you look at what we've done, I know that he Pig being the person I'm talking about, Mint, they being number one, when they stopped after whatever that loss was, they could have had now the most amount of time to sleep possible, that they would need to now have a really great joust back and forth with me at the best, and at worst they are still defeated and we're going to gain even more ground. I will still show the universe and everybody here the respect to the number one of the global division by getting to the door of that conquest and saying this is the end of Brian's conquest from the Vid-Bits, where we knock on the door of the global champion of this game and give him a moment to respond while we give credit to everybody else, and everybody else would say, wow, he could have just activated himself and gained 4 spots on you, and then you are now behind 4, then the chase begins. And if not, we just gladly push through and activate some sort of excellence that we've never seen before in ourselves, except for when we pretend to be bigger than life in the company of our friends, family, and stuff, doing things like professional wrestling and emceeing Dungeons and Dragons. So, you know, all of those things in my life have paid off. Playing characters, wanting to be a voiceover actor, and so all of the rest of my dreams will be able to be activated, all because I have finally found the correct fucking support system. Yes, folks, it's called the Vid-Bits Fun Club. You can join for free by liking, subscribing, and sharing this content. It's so easy. You're gonna feel infectious. Some of these people came in, and it's a baker's dozen of fellows that came in and got to witness video game history. How many people have you jumped into as far as a group of people that are enjoying themselves in a video game? Look, I don't even care I hit 19th. I don't care, because the pig is still asleep. Still asleep. We are on the perfect timeline, and we are merging ourselves into excellence of the highest degree in Pac-Land. We're going to defeat Mesmeron, and we're still giving him a chance to wake up while he's asleep and knock his door down and show you guys that we can become the ultimate Pac-Man. And to do it for Pac-Man after his birthday in classic Pac-Man fashion, we did not correlate 2 weeks ago that we would be regular Pac-Man all the way through 1,000 wins. We did not correlate 2 weeks ago that we would be presenting Pac-Man this victory, the global throne, fan of the entire earth right after his birthday for the best belated birthday present ever. We did not decide not to skin up earlier just because we could merge these events. They fucking happened in perfect synchronicity because Pac-Man deserves it. The first world recognized video game character. You see him when you take a slice out of a pizza pie. You see it, look, he's smiling like, ah, pizza pie. He's amazing. He's fun. You can draw him easily. He's fun to be around. You can connect with him on an instant level. They have arcade one-ups that are for juniors that you can slap in your 5-year-old's room and they can mess around with it, and it's built to last. There's so many aspects of Pac-Man that they've been trying to bring back so that you can get fervently behind this Pac-Mania that I feel that I'm not sponsored or paid for by Bandai Namco, but ultimately the Vid-Bits, under full transparency, applied for a sponsorship for them about 4 days ago legally. So I want you to understand that we have full transparency here. We're rocking and rolling with the Paxter, and we're going to take him to #1. He's happy to be able to roll through these halls without being bugged up by the skins and stuff. And you know, when we finally do don them one day in an elimination game with you guys, you're going to say, hey, I was a member of the Vid-Bits Fun Club, and I had an opportunity to play with the person that's the best on that game. You see that commercial right there? I know that guy, and I was hanging out with him playing Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs, and it's so accessible. Look at my Facebook page or my socials about my profile, and he actually clocked me and what rank I am, and he's helping me feel that I can activate and get better and rank up and feel good about myself. So, you know, if we're just using it as a vehicle to feel good about yourselves, and you're upset that the price tag is $20, then we don't need you in this community because you are too casual. That's again the reason why I believe that there is a price point to something like this.
This game would have a bunch of cheaters if you paid nothing for it.
Absolutely.
Everyone's saying it should be a free game, but look at all the battle royales that are free to play, and they struggle with cheaters.
Absolutely. So, and there's absolutely a system in place for me to report people if they're cheating, and I haven't had to do that yet. So, mainly because we haven't been populated yet, but I'm telling you, once this blows up, the story gets out, what I've done for our company, for our brand, and done for free for the love of the game, not to mention the topics. Then hopefully when that basics comes out, all the topics that we discuss here can start to open the eyes of creators and people that are willing to be susceptible to them. And to that I say, how you interpret it is really all that matters at the end of the day, and I'll appreciate that for that level. I'll be open to discussion to all these things. I wouldn't say I'd be willing to attend a symposium if the symposium isn't anything other than me doing a TED Talk about what I did here and how it was curated and how I feel like it's going to be its own slice of Americana, just like Mitchell doing the perfect Pac-Man and its fun spot around the 4th of July. This is my Mitchell moment, and I'm basically doing it for the fucking love of the game and to launch more legitimacy over to places like Arcade Legacy in the tri-state area, where we can actually, not against Fun Spot, but know that I know personally, if you believe in the integrity of me and my brand, and you're already a warrior and you're already part of the Vid-Bits Fun Club, we can have a nexus of people that can go to a place where I already know the integrity of it is paramount, and we can get like that entire area, that entire tri-state area, much more attention to classic sensationalism about setting world records and marathon records and great feats and staminas and conquests like this, and just getting the love of the game righted. And not to mention all the other topics that I talked about, which again, you guys have to respect that I'm emotional about it, but I finally have found that this is just going to happen. Like, watch John from Cincinnati. If anything else, I guess watch the end. Okay? I mean, this is the same thing. Like, the whole thing is a soliloquy for that. So people that know already know. It's big and huge, man. It's just hard not to get excited about it, especially like I've never been the best in the world as far as the United States at anything for sure, except for a little bit of time, and I'm now cemented in that very much so. And now I'm about to put our homegrown brand that is bottomed out fund wise and like basically scraping by every day into the global position, with, if anything else, just to be able to get the hit piece and the social media piece about how we put Pac-Man on top selflessly, except for just to eat. And that's all this guy's been fucking doing for 1,000 games, just eating ghosts, eating dots, while we are going through and as artists starving and doing for the love of the art, which is really why I think it resonates with some people like Skippy the Bard and other people like that, is because it's not a hard sell when you sell to yourself, the family, your authenticity, and you know, you push stuff like water as your beverage because it's accessible and it's great. And you know, every drop tastes like Felix Felicis, which means you're gonna go like to that part in Harry Potter where he has the perfect day because he drinks the vial. Well, you know the part where how Ron has the perfect day because he thinks he drinks the vial. Well, you can do that every day. Just make yourself a nice ornate little glass. If you don't want to use it from your tap, take it from a filter pitcher. If you don't want to do that, take your favorite brand from whatever vessel, pour it in there, have your little happy symbol on it, and know that that can be your special potion. And that's just you keeping yourself hydrated and knowing that it's gonna help you either communicate to others and inspire them, or get yourself and your body systems righted, because you probably need to, you know, consume a little bit less of the things that you should moderate more. So I hope that you guys have always known that when we say that, that's why we say water. Braden really changed my life for me drinking more water. Greg at my shoot job, my schmo job, really changed my life by drinking more water. It's weird, so it's an easy sell, and we don't want to attach it to a specific brand because we want it to be accessible to you. So it's like, I'd like to thank a specific brand of water, but I guess thank Earth for providing water and our body for naturally having a reservoir of it that makes me quench to add more to it. So thank you for that. He's still not awake. It's getting so close, guys. Let me do the maths if I can get a chance to do that for you. We got 6 people in, which is the basically the highest amount of people we've had the whole time. So I'm happy for that. And we are over halfway to, which will probably end up between an epic and a legendary stream of the last episode of Chomp Champs of this folder. If you're seeing this, there will be one more episode to fill out the folder, which we'll call Still Hungry and Forgot Our Manners, which we do our final push as far as we're going to do for this exhaustion period, and then look at all of the things that you can buy in the eShop as the celebratory thing while we do our victory dance to anybody and victory lap to anybody that's hanging around wants to give us flowers for it. And if not, we're not going to hang around too long because we got to rest, and Braden has the programming block for the day, so nothing stops here just because we are able to do some amazing feat like this for you. But did you answer Skippy Bray? How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm not gonna lie, I'm, just waking up. I kind of got in here a little bit ago. Just preparing mentally for Dad crossing the finish line. I'm also just, kind of trying to plan out the day as far as Game of Day May and my Dark Souls goes. Definitely putting in the grind here at the Vid-Bits, just ready to, ready to keep it moving, ready to move on to bigger and better things. I'm proud of you. I'm glad that you now have a project to kind of start as on your Pops Plays channel.
Right.
So for those of you who have been following this journey from the very beginning, after Dad does his bit of a celebration, buying all the stuff in the shop, then Dad's going to, like he said, it's going to kind of be changed over to the Pops Plays channel to kind of give a launch to that, to launch his arcade style, different content that he may not post here, especially after the peak of
well, I mean,
interest.
honestly, if the sponsorship doesn't come in for who we're pitching this sponsor video to and dedicating this to doesn't come in soon, then it also will be the launch of the projects that we spoke of, because we can't stop. We can't start connecting the dots and connecting the people, because that's the problem with the industry is people talk about great things like this and they sit around tables and they discuss how they can affect change, and we're just trying to be the people that really do it. And that's not a call out, and if you take it some sort of way, I'm sorry, but really it's important that maximum right now, Pow Boom, the industry does start to shift in the way where gamers as a culture is appreciated for the art of what they're doing, but also not just looked at as like a physical visage that then people can mock in movies and stuff and not truly appreciate. Like, there's the nerd that's not properly grooming and kept, that's just as valuable for his video game accomplishments, that needs the social cues to be able to be successful there, and the self-esteem that doesn't get it because he doesn't get the recognition for his awesome gaming acumen from his parents or his peers. And when we can lift those people up, then maybe their hygiene increases, and that's why we say stuff like growth looks different in different days, you know what I mean? So nerd culture not only can be healed by being able to raise these people's self-esteem, but by, if I knew that there was the new, and this is nothing for Jace Hall and this is not a promotion, but the new twin galaxy, so to speak, of a database of people that are doing what we're doing, like leaderboard moves on games that have great active leaderboards that are AAA indie, not just AAA titles, but indie titles, and then speedrunning databases where people are forced to upload their videos honestly, so everybody has anti-gatekeeping on it, where you are fucking showing your tech out. If you want to have your scores validated, why am I going to be going to validate it off the backs of 3 people that saw it in the back of a fucking club somewhere, and they're all your best fucking friends? So you don't have that type of integrity, and so we can create that movement, and everybody...
You made it so he couldn't get that extra guy.
You know what I mean? I think that that's where the passion started to morph. You know, that's what the Vid-Bits is, be more than just the entertainment company that we've become. As we're evolving tech, and now, and anybody that would do these things, even if they do them faster and they don't include us with them, then that's what all it was meant to be, is that we could birth these ideas out to people that have more money to actuate them, and then somebody could actually be like, well, I'm the legendary fucking, the crazy ass Pac-Maniac. Well, this will probably be known as the Pac-Maniac if you watch the whole fucking 120 hours that this is. He'll be like, yeah, he did discuss that at length in the fucking, you know, the TED talk that he eventually had while he fucking mastered Pac-Man in front of everybody, instead of just like telling everybody he's good at it. You know, I was just lucky enough to be the guy. You know, you could be the guy too. I want to be the guy. You know what I mean? Like, oh, maybe when you're older. That's the fucking truth. I started trying to be the guy when I was 18. It took me till 43 years old till I'm actually actuating it. 5 years later, practicing Pac-Man, guys. So yeah, when somebody says, when you're like, oh, I want to be the guy, and then you're fucking like, even if the guy's around your age, maybe when he says maybe a little bit older, it's gonna take a little bit fucking longer for you to get there, as long as you stay in your lane and you work in silence. Because the Pac-Man thing, I tried talking to people about it, and when I told people about it that really believed me, I think that they believed me. But when I told people about it that had never seen me, they're like, okay, whatever. And you can even say metrics to stuff, like you can say 100K, and unless you play classic Pac-Man, you don't know what 100K is. Like, you know what I mean? When you play Donkey Kong, unless you play the first screen, you don't know how brutal it is. So when somebody's like, I'm good at Donkey Kong, you're like, oh yeah, okay, it's the guy where you jump with Mario when he's not named Mario, and that's what they know because of memes. But until you go into Donkey Kong and you loop it a couple times, not like kill screen, but like at least get through to and see the cement factory, which most people don't even know exists. So much so that they didn't even port it to consoles because nobody had ever fucking seen it as a casual player. You had to be better than last more than fucking 3 minutes at this game, that for some reason then after it beat your ass for 180 seconds, you put another quarter into it. So that's what you should think of when you try to fucking chase me down in the halls here in Chomp Champs as your undisputed reigning fucking galactic Earth champion here soon, and we're doing it for a company. And I'm allowed to be egotistical a little bit about it because you're supposed to humbly brag, but at the same time I'm obviously fucking backing up how good I am. And if you don't agree with me, then we'll get all of these people so fervently Pac-Maniacs that you guys replace the boss in this game, and then we'll fucking challenge each other. It's like, it all works out. So I know that Bandai is going to look at this and be like, man, that's the way you needed, is the marketing plan. I wish we could have fucking bottled it up into the form of a commercial, but we're going to clean your shit up a little bit and figure it out. I'm like, yep, that's the next commercial, so that you can like get that on. And if not, then you put it on a pass system and I'll beat the shit out of those fucking people. But I don't want casuals on here. But unfortunately for me, you know, that could happen, and for me to get this conquest legitimately before that happens makes it even better for me. So you can say what you want, but I played against AI Pac-Man and had to still do all the moves, all the soiree, and all the fucking cool shit for almost 1,200 matches, regardless, to hit this, and that's a leaderboard feat within itself. So I have like come to terms with all the criticism that somebody could give me as to why they want to quantify why this is or isn't an accomplishment. And I think at the end of the day, how you feel about it, you have to do that before you continue to go for something. So I just wanted to tell people in general, that's why, like after the first impressions video, I had a night to meditate on it. I was like, that's why, all the reasons why I will go for it, unless the game plays unfairly somehow. Like if there would have kept being a disconnect glitch that I heard on some Reddits, I had to get to the point where you'll hear me earlier. I call it the great fucking night of doubt around 256, where I think that I'm going to stop playing at all because I start going into socials too bad about it, which is why I started going into the diatribe in the other half of this about how fucking negative that is, that you could fucking ruin something that somebody enjoys so well because you just won't shut your mouth, and it's just because you don't like Pac-Man. That's fine, but some people don't like Pac-Man, but other people can like enjoy watching somebody play it. They can enjoy wishing they could play it that well. They can definitely enjoy when it's accessible and they don't have to pay to fucking look at tech. So this isn't locked behind a members only thing. If you like Pac-Man and you want to play this game and learn how to play it well, or at least see how I play it and the ways that I move, most of it is just figuring it out and getting comfortable, and then you'll just be this good over time. So, you know, this is very accessible. I can also give you a list of Pac-Man games to play. I can tell you the order I played them and what you'll gain from them and what aspects each of them have that integrate into this experience, which I believe that the game devs were going for, and you can clearly see, you know, where it's at in the gameplay. So I hope that you will play this game mainly on the backs of, I'm saying it's awesome. I've spent over 100 hours on it. I enjoy it, and it's not just because I'm going to eventually be the champion of the world at it, and I've like given you all the steps and shown you all this stuff, and I have people I can blow up on socials and try to get eyes on this. I'm still waiting for the right time. So if the right people are supposed to see it, they'll see it. But if not, I'm just going to play through to its completion until I have my sub goal. You guys will know it when I get past the champion. I won't say it until I get past the champion because I don't want to. That's the one barterment I've made with the universe, that I'm not going to jinx that. So he's still asleep. because I feel like if I say that verbally, then that's me and being a dick. But if I get past him and he's not awake, and then I say it, the fact that he'll think that, oh shit, that's gonna happen, could wake him up. I'll just give you that little hint. But it should be able to be something that occurs before the end of this times out. If I look at the math and it won't, it still will happen. But then that means that Braden's content will be pushed to the very end of that, which will still be reasonably before the end of the day. It'll be probably very well we consider the evening EST, because I'm just trying to do the math, and I'm also trying to stay spry and everything and figure it out. This is amazing though, when you can be in a situation like me and quantify this into like a boss battle. You know, his health was 20,000 points when we started. We fought back and forth a couple times where he only gained a little bit of ground when we slept, and now we're basically within what I was, you know, almost calling what I was pretty much calling a pack snack, which is just an 18 game deal. So it's so close. We're right there, guys. We're getting right there. I stopped having the victory, so I'm gonna do the math, and I will have that here in the next round or so we can catch up on the countdown, because I do think that that's pretty fun. So 73. Oh, I can't do it. I'm not gonna jinx it. But I had to make a good game. So, you know, when you compartmentalize the big number, 20,000, that looks crazy. But when, you know, we got down to a normal number that we could look at, which was 7,500, because to 20,000 was like 230 matches. That was just hard to think of doing in like a league of 3 or 4 days. But when I did half of it one day, got a refresher, and then he's slept in the cycles that he's slept, it's made it so that he's made himself vulnerable. I violated some social contracts with some people that are pissed off at me because when it played as it lied, I was in a situation where I just believed that when you come at the king, you cannot miss, right? So, you know, if I would have left a 20,000 point gap and you would have saw how fast I rose, like I've seen people underneath me, I would have realized that I would have fucking not fucked with it either. So it's one of those situations where if I was going to do it at all and settle for being the United States champion, I could have. But I hope the United States understands that as a person, as a being, as a core gamer, I am putting the United States on top of the globe in a Pac-Man game. And for that, I say, they used to get publicly commended by the president for that. So, you know, I don't really want that. I just think that, you know, it'll be funny that I did get commended by the president when I was in school, in elementary school and in middle school a couple times with some of those awards, and the Presidential Award for Academic Achievement or whatever. And it must be a testament to the way that my brain thinks. And when they ask you to do those essays and stuff, and they secretly are just like poaching your ideas, but, you know, in this case, I want you to, or I wouldn't have it out here. It's not locked under a membership, but if you do find anything useful, like, share, and subscribe, because it gets the word out there and we can continue to grow and evolve as people and creators and learn stuff besides how you can find your way and use something like Pac-Man, like the olden, you know, kings and queens used to do when they would have a labyrinth in their courtyard and use it to riddle out problems. You know, they'd walk in a spiral pattern, knowing that they were going to figure it out by the time that they got to the center, and when they had their epiphany, they would walk back out. And, you know, that's another thing that Pac-Man does for me, is I can just riddle out my problems, and it makes my brain put to forth and foremost the things that will allow me to be productive. And really, it's allowed us to structure a lot of our company and do it quite legally, verbally, time-stamped when it's happening in real time. So I'm not reading off of a prospectus, but I'm definitely able to, you know, hopefully get all of this subtitled out and then print it out so I can look at it all on a piece of paper, which will help me formulate these thoughts better when I'm speaking with people about how we're going to structure our company. And hopefully it's just as easily as marrying up with a brand that I'm going to talk about at the finish, which is this sponsorship video is mainly being pitched by. And, you know, don't undersell the value of a sponsorship video. Back in the day, if you wanted to be part of the skate company, so say you wanted to be like you know, I don't know, when you wanted to be like in the skate culture scene, you know, and you were a skateboarder, you would make a sponsor me video that showed all of the things that you were possible of doing. Well, I think as my pitch, this is why it ended up turning into a pitch video, because when I called my shot and different things, I called my shots at different aspects of a completely random, nothing could have been determined about this except for my consistency of my play. I remained eligible. But the variables of maybe this did catch fire earlier, and then these lobbies were completely full of bots, and so they beat my ass. So I never become number 1. So this message doesn't get out. Maybe, you know, the game just is glitched out and is DOA to the point where I'm facing against 50 other people, like some unfortunate and the reason why I want to give it love is some of the Arcade Archives games from Hamster. I'm on the top 10s of a lot of those games because some people don't know they're accessible, or probably don't know that because it's not an arcade machine. They could probably mod themselves a home outfit that's not illegal in any way, because they're just going to retrofit an 8-bit joystick into a neat little candy cab that they make for themselves, and they can compete on games that they can't physically get to an arcade, or essentially make that in their home, and they don't even know that exists. So it's easy for me to be in the top 5 in the world on Pooyan. Would I rather do it on a real machine? Yes. So when you guys fund the Vid-Bits arcade in the laboratory, and we go and we travel there, and it's some mystifying neat little set piece that we get go in, and you get to watch from our overhead camera me attempt to hit a Pooyan record on an authentic machine and not a MAME or whatever. It's going to be awesome for that record or whatever, but it's going to be awesome for the attention it brings to the area. And if not, we can do it in a new publicly vested arcade that I just am going to add all my credibility to when I'm able to do nothing more than the shameless plugs that I've been doing for it. So if you know, you know, and we're trying to lift each other up. So especially people that you know are doing well, like the people that I'm talking about are already doing well and continue to have done well over the years, and like it's because like they're being selfless and using that as the basis of their operation. So when you find that you don't have that, then you're not balanced and it's not going to work. And then when you are balanced, then you get more than what you need. It isn't needed, so it's still happening. You know, like Bo Burnham says, my love's the type of thing you have to earn, and when you earn it, you don't need it. That's what is an allegory for money, for fans, for anything. We needed these fans. We now already have the couple that we needed to get us over the hump to get to where we are to form our company, and now we're ready to roll, and they're already on the ground floor of a company that they're going to be heard. I would have loved that as a YouTube consumer for the last 20 years. I can't speak to you, but if it does resonate with you, like, share, and subscribe, because that's the raw type of emotion that you get from the Vid-Bits, and we really try our best to be so neutral with how we present it that you don't have to worry about us ruining any brand deals, because if we have to learn how to navigate language better for that in order to work together, then ultimately we will do that, as long as you know that we do not want to cross-pollinate, you know, monetization on projects that make it so that we're getting money from unethically sourced things. So it's such a hard thing to do, and that's another reason why if you're an empath or if you're just starving, you eventually give up and fucking sell out. And we're still starving and not sold out yet, so man, if you have to fucking worry about the quality of the integrity of us dudes. Like my chief, the Dash in the Vid-Bits is smiling at me, and he's just in his little donut position. I'm going to snap a pic so I can put it up on the Discord and everything later, because he is vibing with what I'm saying, because he knows he's about to be in a dope-ass position, getting good water and you know, fresh dog food that's made of fresh veggies and proteins and stuff, instead of a bag of compartmentalized little proteins and crude proteins and stuff. He deserves it. He's amazing. He's been my emotional support buddy, and the universe put him in our life because I needed him and I couldn't afford him. So, you know, that's kind of also like why we want the sponsorship, because the people that are supporting us cannot afford to prop us up financially, and they're still throwing tips instead of like going into their vices, which is great for being healthy. But in the long run, we would really like that money to come from sponsorships that already have it, and that's another reason why it seems like a plea or an e-bag. But the equivocal exchange of it is that, you know, we're going to put in the work because we've continued to do that. So all we're going to do is, it's not like we're going to become complacent because we finally are in a comfortable situation. It'd just be great for editing and learning how to edit, and like not be fucking have my posture get damaged by being in a shitty situation, sleeping and stuff. You know, the chief deserves like a fucking penultimate dog bed, because he's a dog and they don't live as long as us, and he's fucking like the reason why I'm stable. I know, I'm sorry. He sighed when I said they don't live as long as us. It's not his fault. It's not our fault. I know. That's why you're just amazing. And also, again, to reiterate, if you get a husky because you like us and you know we have one, please get one from the shelter first. I have to just say that. I'm not gonna. You should know why. Look it up why. They're a difficult breed to deal with, and if you just fucking get one because somebody's get one from a litter, then it's just gonna end up in a shelter anyways, and you're reducing the amount of dogs that are euthanized if you do that. So I just know the chief's gonna be super popular. You guys are gonna be fucking hugging all over my conventions and stuff. So I get it, and he's a good dog, so he'll deal with that. He loves attentions. Don't you? You're gonna be like Pharaoh. You're gonna meet Cody Rhodes' dog. You're gonna meet Pharaoh for a photo op. I could see it. I mean, Xavier Woods is in the gaming community. He's gonna love what we're fucking talking about. He's done that in his own way, and he almost had everything taken from him. YouTube is letting us keep this up here, and we're not going to claim to. I mean, we know that what we create here is their property, so all we're doing is creating a structure. Like, so you can't like copyright a structure. Like, so it's like trying to copyright a habit. You can't copyright a habit. So all we're doing is showing you how to have gaming habits in a way that you structure it in a fun way to monetize yourself, so that you can fucking self-actuate and not be poor all the time. If enough like-minded people watches your content, it's the he gave a dollar person thing all over again. And that's what we've done, is giving you the pyramid scheme to do it for free, not charging anything for it. Just like, share, subscribe, and if you don't, we're fucking still doing it, and then we're doing the damn thing. You can then be part of this. And YouTube and nobody's going to look at this as a pyramid scheme, because all we're doing is shilling genuine, wholesome content and water. So when we do shill merchandise, it'll be because you demanded it at the price point that you wanted. And we've also made a contract of 20-80 the company, 20 us, and then 10% of each of that is us, because we're 2 people creating and 2 life forces putting their energy in, so we shouldn't split 10 between the 2 of us, and then the 80% is going back into the company. So all the contracts are set, and we just will have to look at the legality and how to actuate that, because it seems like it's worked for people in the past that's done great things. So let's not break a fucking and let's not break a system that's tried and true when it actually works. So. And I'm exhausted, dudes. I know I keep going into it, but it's just like I don't know when you're seeing this stream, and I feel like that's why my muse keeps telling me to go on autopilot and go into the pitch, because I just don't know when anybody's seeing it. It could be literally the right person at the right time that just sees it and jots it down, look at this later. And that's enough for me. We don't know. Maximum right now, pow boom. Maybe you're so busy that you just flipped on for a fucking second, you're like, the Vid-Bits, check, and then you fucking look at it later. That's fine. That's why we go into autopilot sometimes. I think we analyze that as passion, over passionate, but I'm not on an overcaffeinated schedule. I've been just drinking water. I've been eating healthy intake, nuggies. You know, like try to not have super processed nuggies. They weren't frozen or anything, and you know, some clean a red meat burger, which that's to be objective, but I just needed some clean protein. I have a plan to eat some sushi and drink some green tea later. So it's just like, you know, I have all the things planned so that you guys can see as influencers that they can go into, the Vid-Bits did a crazy ass stunt to get on top of the world. Like, well, I guess we did, but try to do it as responsibly as they can. If you go back to how the arcadesters did it back in the day, they'd stand in front of a machine for like 50 fucking hours and somehow just not die, or they'd fall out for exhaustion and everything. My goal is to hit this modest sub goal after we fucking claim the championship, and then ass out and go to bed. So hopefully you'll respect that it's well deserved, and we will continue to keep you entertained. Are you not entertained? We will continue to keep you entertained, as Bray will have the programming block definitely unlocked for the rest of the day, and I will have no problem doing that, because at the end of the conquest I deserve a fucking day off, dudes. So like maybe I'll come in after a lengthy amount of time if he's doing something casual. Like, I really feel like my Victory app is going to be had in the Minecraft community server, so if you want to hang out with me there, you're going to have to join the fun club. And if for some reason this goes viral and it's Fergus and we can't get to all of you, we will. Bray will figure that out, and obviously that tops out as a limit, and that's just me speaking for people that see it or see it in the future, that hey, if you missed out because you weren't the Skippy the Bards, or you know, you weren't the Pink Panthers, or you weren't, you know, the Matthews, then I'm sorry. That when the space is available, we'll get to you. But you know, sometimes it bees like that. The people that are about to blow up find them when they find them, and that's awesome, and I'm glad for them, because they're the people that lifted them up to the moment where they can share the glory with everybody. And you know, we have to humbly brag, man. Just that keeps you grounded, and as long as you settle the stream after that and calm yourself fucking down, have somebody to squeeze your shoulder, squeeze your arm and say it's going to be okay, then you can like, breathe. Yeah, and if you think that the words per minute are crazy in this, because I can't wait to see the stat on that for the whole thing from beginning to end, it's because you do not miss your chance to blow, right? You just don't know when you're going to get your next opportunity, and I will definitely be able to calm this down and just hang out with you guys, play games, talk about your interests, and stop talking about me for a while. Talk about what the Vid-Bits has done for you and how awesome we've inspired you and who you're inspiring other people. Like, that is what I like. Like, the commitment of, like, the teams at, like, Good Mythical Morning, how they've, like, done community outreach based on what they've done with their stuff. Like, that type of philanthropy has made it so that when they do independent projects, they don't have to worry about the metrics of, well, it doesn't work because the metrics of like the algorithm. It's like, know the people that wanted to see it, found it when they wanted to see it, and they're willing to support it, and we're growing so big that we can now launch that. So kudos to them for showing that. That pretty much made me believe that this could work. I saw I guess it's directly a video that you guys did. I was speaking to Rhett and Link, but you guys made a video that was talking about this subject, just talking about just you had to fucking bank on yourselves. Like, you already banked on yourselves. You clearly had seen it, and you've grown so much, and like your cadence and your popularity and all that other stuff, going from doing one side of content to another and all that other stuff, and like to be talking to us about like so openly about how like still you had like these. And I keep using the word gatekeepers, these people that were saying not the right time, or if you did it then you found it was not the right time, but eventually your popularity eclipses the point where you didn't have to worry about that, and you know, the thing going back into the project was enough to the point where you could just take a risk and fucking, again, grab your fucking balls and just jump, guys, and you did that. And like, I haven't even seen the project because I've been so busy with our shit, like, and hopefully you'll check up on it, because we do watch your stuff. It's not like a whatever, but I just think it's like admirable that you went out and said, hey, look, we're gonna fucking just do it anyways, and then we know that it's gonna resonate with who it resonates with. And at the end of the day, as creators, you have to just fucking do that, right? So that's why we're so passionate here. And like, you're just jumping in with, you're just grabbing your fucking your self-esteem and saying, hey, I should support somebody that's not like a name brand, and realize that there's great people out there trying to create. And then we have 850 fucking videos, and the only reason why the quality is not better is because we need better streaming setup. We need better, you know, we just now started streaming. We just fucking got everything falling in place. So imagine when we're streaming from both consoles and, you know, have all the setups and stuff, like, but we're still going to keep on the ground with what we have. See, Pac-Man agrees. We just won another one. Like, every time I've made some point though on this stream, please go back to the synchronicities and the amazingness and the big and huge aspects of how they can be something or nothing, where I would make certain points and then that's exactly when I would win, and I have no control over when an NPC dies in another match and cuts that off. So that's some fucking really cool shit right there. And we are still fighting a sleeping pig, guys, and we are almost there. We are almost there. See if I can do the math now so you can see where it's going to get right up there at the finish line of the called shot of going straight to his door, which I think that whatever happened, and I know I'll hopefully get a chance to interview him and I'll ask him what happened. I mean, I have the footage for all my shit, so, you know, they'll be able to see when I say what I said, what actually happened and how I responded, and if their, you know, reactions to it are different, I can say, well, fuck you. Because if you be true. And if you don't, fuck you, right? So 2,316 is the number, 2316, and we're going to divide that by 75 if that's the wins. So if we do 30 more wins, guys, then we're going to be right there where the 31st will be the boss fight. So 30 to go, 30 is the number, 30 steps, and so we're now in the last third of the 100, so we're there. So we're gonna keep the grind because at any time he could wake up. So 30 paces to the door. And throw the Chiefs in chat. But I can't wait to start the community now that I have clearly the authority to do so. Like, I've never been able to be the fan, I don't know, the leader of a club. Like, we have the Vid-Bits Fun Club, and I definitely would not recommend that I'm the one that's like the chairman. I can't wait to assign somebody to that. It probably will be you, Skip. I mean, I don't know. It makes the most sense to me, and I don't think anybody will take it personally. And obviously, the board members can be people like Panthers, and I'm not gonna me and Bray will both nominate people, but Panthers has been really an emotional support person for me. Also, kind of like some crazy synchronicity that Pink Panther was like one of my favorite cartoons growing up, and just the fact that the character is silent and they are so impactful. And even though you guys are doing these verbiages in the chat and stuff, but you're talking, like, I don't hear you talk, you hear me talking. The silence, though, even though I can read them in the form of text, have been so motivating at times when I've been trying to do, especially this feat the last 2 weeks. But even if I'm just like doing a Dave stream, or, you know, I've been with Bray doing any of the Game of Day May projects that we do, which I have to make sure that that's something that I talk about before the end. So I'm gonna make sure I book in with that, because, you know, if I do, I'm trying to like barter out the end of the feat, where if for some reason people just watch like the last 5 minutes of it, they have to be forced to hear me talk about a couple of things, I guess is what I'm saying. And it's gonna be minimalistic, because the gameplay is not going to matter if it shines through or not, unless, you know, it's me versus the dude for a couple rounds, or somehow he wakes up our nose and is waiting to fucking wake up right before we fight, or because I waited, you know, I have to chase him until he's fatigued and overtake him. All those scenarios are going to make an interesting last fight, even if it is me just standing there. And the only reason why I'm not going to message him directly is I haven't messaged anybody else directly, so I'm just letting the universe play. If we fuck around, we find out type situation, which, you know, I had somebody pro gamer that said, oh, I might be on your server, and like, that's cool for elimination and in the future, but like, as far as ranked goes, I feel like when you can find ways to like link up with stuff like that, it's either sniping or spoofing or smurfing. I'm not trying to get into that culture, so again, if it was randomly to happen, we would play it as lies, because there was a couple people that were competitive on the way up, but, you know, that was before we did the great discovery of what bot names were and all that shit, so, you know, there's that. Thanks for mainstream articles to focus on the wrong aspects of that there, instead of like any type of the pros being there's something great here that could be had, and the cons being it's not had yet. Instead it's just fucking all just a hit pieces on most of those, and just like, that's why, you know, when you get reporting here, it's through the empathy that you may feel through the activities that we're doing, and, you know, when that's the case, it's just a lot easier for us to, you know, activate those and really feel a sense of accomplishment, and just a sense of like, it's easier like to know that you're gonna do something when somebody's just like motivating you to do it. So most of the time when you are a gamer and you're accomplishing shit, you're in your room by yourself. So just to know that, you know, we're in our rooms by ourselves, but just as much we're a part of your life, part of YouTube, and you can enjoy what we're doing and live vicariously through it, it's a blessing, and me and Braden are very thankful to have that. As well as the chief, who's like, shut the up, I'm CP time. Oh, you're fine, Skip. I'm glad that you're just being able to be a part of it at all. No worries, no hurries. 29 to go. I'm going to mute Mike for just a second because I have to eat something small to keep my stamina up, because I'm doing that so I also don't be so bloated or full or overconsume sodium in small pockets of time. All that jazz. Let's see if he's still not competing. He's not awake yet still, which is just wonderful for us. So I'm going to go grab that, and I'll be right back when we continue to push forward, and we have 29 to go before we're at the door of the person sitting on the throne of the world that we're about to take back for Pac-Man for his birthday. It's Brian from the Vid-Bits. We'll be right back. Yeah, I might have been wrong on the computation, Skippy. That's what I was doing. I was trying to figure that out, and I got second place. So there was a small amount of it being rounded that would have made it so I would have gone up instead of stayed down. So it's fine. I just was like, I don't know if it was also servers catching up or whatever, and I just been on the grind. So we're good. I just wanted to, you know what I mean, just let things happen on the pace that they happen on. Sometimes we don't know what we do it. So just trying to stay eligible, so let's just keep plugging along here as we have 27 steps to the door. Alright, still plugging away here, 27 steps to the door, and I'll make sure that we land right there at the door again and give Mint a chance to respond, because I thought this was going to be days, and I don't think it is days now. It's definitely happening today either way, because if not, there's two scenarios, right? We have a game a day May that we can structure in where we can do it towards the very end of the day. So worst case scenario is he responds, we may have to throw another thumbnail up, so we'll have to jump out and jump back in to make sure that the stream would like not end before it timed out, and I will just fight him until his fatigue is out, and it will literally feel like a battle when we are going fight for fight, min-maxing 18 rounds, 20 rounds, 2 hours. I think the last time we had like a skirmish was almost 3 hours, where we were min-maxing every freaking match, and we were going in and having exactly the same deficit between the two of us, and it was hours before he finally conceded. So if that is the way that this ends, that's why I want to give him an opportunity to respond, but also why I'm not calling him out. I think somebody that I've met so far was either going to call him out or offering to call him out. They didn't necessarily say that, and again, I kind of said no, because I do not want anybody to think this is I definitely don't want anybody to stream snipe me. You know, they could be like, okay, let me hit this server that's gonna definitely be in your server and stuff. I don't know how to do that stuff, so did not want to invite that opportunity, and so I've definitely the community will blossom, and we'll do these things in elimination mode and alt accounts and all that, but I will definitely run this regular Vid-Bits account with this Pac-Man skin, just regular Pac-Man, for all eternity. But you know, I'm not saying that I might not concede and play with this. He might get dressed up for elimination mode, or for elimination mode. That might be the gimmick. Like he might get dolled up for elimination mode, but you'll never see him run that in ranked. And I'm really hoping that after we do this great social experiment that's kind of rolled into this, that they will just like reset the servers and we can all start from a fresh perspective, like especially after, like, you know, there's been a month or so since the game's launched. But I don't think that will happen, because I've debated it. If it did happen, it would piss off the people that got early access and spent extra money, so the likelihood of the servers rolling back anytime soon is pretty low. So it's going to be our goal to maintain at least the spot of the world champion, or the champion of the North American division, as the main champion. So if we cement ourselves further and further here, while this game is active, like Braden's Badge Arcade every day, we will be able to use our status as the North American champion to MC a game show of sorts, or a host of a show calling out everybody every night about where their placements are. Everybody will be able to get a database together. The superstars of this great Battle Royale will be able to represent and show out on their own social media pages. We can link all that stuff together, get a community together. When I have the time, I can start to get those things in place, but I believe people within the community that want it will help, because Reddit is amazing for that, and they've already kind of started to clamor for that. So, like, you know, having all the database of the matches and being able to say they have a lot of this tech, and then also 1,000+ matches of it, plus being the undisputed champion for both the North American and global divisions. I'm hoping that that stature will be enough for us to stand on the backs of the Vid-Bits as the source for all those things, and we can start to compile that database, and everybody can, you know, cross-pollinate across all of the different mediums that can join those people together, so they can hang out, play games, do elimination stuff. That's the main thing. They can communicate. They can create a community within our community for these things, so that we can start to get these lobbies more populated. If anything else, I'm not sure if it's possible, but you may be able to change your region, and we can get to the point where they can link up in time-wise, change to a similar region, and we can get those lobbies populated. Because God knows, when I was playing Bioshock 2 multiplayer, so I don't know how this reminds me of Bioshock, but to throw an inside joke in there, it does, where if I would have had the ability to change servers and be able to play with the servers that had the most people in it, you know, I would have done that, versus actually sit with my console idle for a long time, hoping to God that one of the 2 or 3 Grand Masters would show up to whip my ass for a little bit, just so I can get that nostalgia for it. Probably was some way to do that, but I just wasn't super tech savvy to do it. I know that for a fact, because, like I said, my buddy Scotty, he's got like a PC game up and running on a server, just because it's a bunch of dedicated people for it. So it was worth somebody's time to help him with that and all that, and it was worth his time to continue to do that. So if that's not something that says something for passion projects for gamers, you know, you could see why I would spend a summer camp's worth of time trying to create a magnum opus of a project that could run like, in the very least, a movie of a guy that's trying to figure out his life by playing Pac-Man, and the very most something very motivational and hopefully inspirational to get people motivated to start creating things that they are happy about or influenced about. So 1170, the difference is there, guys. So we're there. It's okay, caught up. So there's the maths. There's the maths. So is that 7322 minus 5341, 1981. The difference is 1981, which happens to be the year I was born. That's amazing. Here. We are 26 games away, fellows. 26 games to the door. I'll be right back. Alright folks, tell your friends that the finish line will be noon EST. Done the math, been a little bit quiet. It's been a little bit tiring, but that's the finish line as far as like cresting over the victory line. I want to see some metrics here. I want to do a little bit more computation and see if I could hit my sub goal, because I want to hit my sub goal before I crash out, because if I don't, there's a chance that I'll lose my sub goal. My sub goal is my last stretch goal, and it's only attainable one time, and if I'm in the lead, I'm the only person that can attain it first, if that makes sense. I just need to do the computations and see where that is. Yeah, okay, the sub goal is not going to be hit this stream for sure, so I just will leave it at that. So what we'll do is we will beat him and then get to a nice, maybe we'll do a pack snack ahead of him. So we'll beat him, we'll do a pack snack ahead of him. That way we can know that we get at least 90 minutes of sleep on top of, like, you know, when he can start, and then obviously you're gonna have all the programming from Bray, so it won't make the stuff stay too long. So, you know, we'll get to the finish line about noon EST, and then we'll hang out for a pack snack in the lead so we can enjoy the view a little bit before we inevitably wake up 9 hours later and find that he's taking it back. So, and then if he doesn't take it back, then we will absolutely destroy him with an epic stream and then leave it marinate for an entire day, other than just a small, we'll just probably come in for just a game. It'll be the first time that we have just a game, so I can start a folder for just a single game, because eventually that'll have to happen anyways. So hopefully you guys are enjoying this. I'm completely astounded that it only took 2 weeks, but you know, it's also because I was not in early access and I got it the days everybody else did publicly, and then, you know, so they had a week ahead. And I think it has gravity to the achievement because there's so many classic Pac-Man players that are fighting hard to be in the lead, let alone my position, that bought it early access, and that now we have leapfrogged except for one. There's one that we haven't. They've been sleeping, giving us an opportunity to catch up, which is amazing. And so because of that, I'm going to sit at the door, so to speak. I've made this terminology into a more deep role-playing game where inserted into the world as Mint's character, where we've been basically shortening the gap in ratings between the two of us, and I've equated it to him having that as his hit points as a boss. And then once we quantified it down to 7,500 experience points, since a round is 75 experience points if you max it out and get full first place, I just said that was 100 paces. I've had to go forward and back a couple because I've got second place, but when you see the steps, that's what I mean. That's wins, first place. And every one of those gets us one step closer to just his exact rating, which will be him as far as his experience points go, if we're pretending this is a game and quantifying it that way. And basically we're going to wait until we're right up there. We're going to call out all the good people in the top 20, do our nice little MC thing, and then we are going to see if he's active. And if he is not, we are just going to push forward and enjoy that and do a pack snack ahead, and then call the stream after we do our celebratory toy opening, so to speak. So I hope that you look forward to the rest of that as far as my programming block, through the rest of what is the amazingness that is the conquest I picked. Kind of picked me through our first impressions series, which was basically coming in and messing around with Pac-Man in this newest outing and deciding that we were going to try to take the top spot in the world. Hey, the vids. I didn't mean that. Oop. I meant that. Hey, vids, you came in right before we make history as the double champ, man. The Pack double champ with the North American Championship. We've already started to make it impossible for anybody other than Kofi to mess around with us about it. I think AV started to make some ground because they knew that they were, you know, seeing a lot of movement between the two of us at the top, so they thought that they were going to try not to get buried super deep into it, but then, you know, they kind of let it go. But Kofi came in for one match and then left because you could see that they moved one from the 828 that they had. And I have not got to give everybody else their props, but Mint Daddy suffered a loss when we were sleeping. So when we woke up and saw that they had had a loss, instead of just because we wanted to sleep a little bit later, but we peeked in and it was one of those situations where it was like, okay, we kind of smelled blood in the water, and it must have been a really bad loss, which can happen because of disconnect and whatnot, because we've had one of those. It doesn't even show up on your internal loss log either, so not fun at all. Especially like if you're P-Man 454 and you're trying to get 300 wins, and unfortunately you have a loss right before it, but then you could be us and be over 600 wins, hoping to go for 1,000 in a row or some crazy streak even beyond, and then lose it slightly over 600 to something that, you know, we don't talk about. Alright dudes, I try to keep renegotiating the contracts with the universe, but I will probably cross the finish line, do a little bit of a victory lap, open up my presents so to speak, make sure all the prizes in the shop, and kind of like see if anybody's chilling, and then I'll probably call it because I'm getting quickly depleted with my energy reserves. So I'm going to need all of your energy to pull through the ends, dudes, and we will just wait at the at the door. And you know, wait at the door and see what he does and how he responds. And we're lucky that he's still not responding, so I'm not saying that he cares, but there's a chance that he makes the mistake of caring about my win-loss record being better, because I have a better rating due to having higher wins, so I have less wins than him and less losses, so I will definitely be the superior player. Oh no. See, it's just having a hard time chugging through the rest of this, dudes. Just trying to queue up and pull through the finish line for you guys because you've been so loyal. You know, for the last couple of days, no matter when I've been streaming this, my loyal followers of me and Bray and the Vid-Bits as the Vid-Bits Fun Club, different members of our levels of membership have been chilling in these streams and motivating us, giving us heals as we've been trying to reciprocate the form of heals ourselves. So hopefully if there's anything in this stream that you took as a healing way, you know, give one of your buddies a high five and say, hey, these guys really are on the level, and you know, they're not counselors so to speak, but when they say stuff that heals you, it's really soothing. You know, you're not, if you feel like you need counseling, please pursue that wherever that you have to, but we do have a really great community forming, so if you want to hang out with them in like the Discord or, you know, the Minecraft realm, when if you're one of the people that don't want to do Discord and you are on a membership tier level, and then when there's abilities to talk about people there and hang out with people, that's a good place to go to start. Also, we just don't accept trauma dumping and stuff in stream, so that's why when you look at our stream, the people that are in there are very positive people and try to see all the good in things, and if they're having a bad day, they don't take it out on other people, so that's great, so that we can rally as a team. And you know, there's nobody that's hanging around that says that's not my job, so when people feel like they're, you know, when somebody's going down a little bit, they do good to lift them up, and then we just see where it's at, and if it seems like it's going other places, then it's not hopefully going to be an issue going forward discussing it in chat or on stream, because unfortunately they lead to uncomfortable situations. So just kind of setting some of the tones of the people that we're trying to get into the Vid-Bits Fun Club. So even if you smash that subscribe button, know that the people will hold you accountable to your behavior for the most part, and you know, it won't be one of those things where you want to hang around and chat and be like out voiced by people that are saying, hey, that person's not positive or whatever. You can always go in the Discord and hang out with people and talk about the stuff that you're having issues with, instead of trauma dumping in the stream and bringing down the gravity of the stream. Because as you can see, we put a lot of pressure on ourselves in some of these gaming feats, and those things are always helped, and the momentum is lifted when we go into chat and see positive uplifting messages. So just put yourself in our positions when we're trying to do this, and we're actually at like the apex of it, or you know, at this point we're getting close to the killing blow of the boss that we whittled down for days, literal days, and spent hours of our life force to try to do this feat just for ourselves personally first and foremost, but then because we're in a legacy sense, being able to record it for you, and then somebody goes into the stream and trauma dumps about how the way that they accomplished doesn't mean anything, and that the game is boring, and that the install base is sucky, and all kinds of fucking horrible shit. Why be you? And if you're you, then get the fuck out of here, because we don't need you, and the majority of our fan base and the fan bases of the people that we vet and are looking to get sponsored by don't really tolerate that shit. So again, that's why I think brand synergy is important, and being able to be symbiotically like a coexistence but then independent when we need to be is great. So we would love to marry into that culture, and I will reveal that name when we cross the tape of who ultimately the sponsor me video that this is turned into, which is also a bunch of other things besides that is going to be directed to. So Hopefully they will see it. If not, I'll make sure that their PR team is aware that it exists on YouTube, and I will let it lie. I also want to be completely transparent with our fans that are now watching or liked or subscribed that we have an active sponsorship being pursued by Bandai Namco. So if anything comes about that, we'll definitely make sure that before we sign anything, we completely are transparent about the terms of that, and maybe they're not even suitable to us at that point, even though this is a great game and we want to be involved with that and brave those dark souls. So we'll have to look at the logistics first. We will continue to starve if the terms of those contracts do not meet the standards that we've laid forth in this soliloquy, if you will, or this diatribe that is also known as the Pac-Maniac stream or whatever, that does this feat that also talks about what our aspirations are as a company, because it's really important for us to feel like we are standing on our ethics and morals as people are looking at this and saying, what the fuck is this, and why do I want to be a part of it? Is it infectious? Well, we just have spent so much time Johnny monading the community with, you know, seeds here and there like Johnny Appleseed, just a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and getting people motivated and inspired, and it started to become infectious to the point where we're continuously, you know, infected with the enthusiasm every day, and have found a very regulated and cool way to bring it to you that we think is just as unique, or if not more unique than some of the methods to do it, which basically is a very curated way to create a great health work-life balance, which makes it so that you can pretty much effortlessly integrate your passion into your creative juices, and they will continue to be a good output for you as whatever the medium that you're doing. So as long as you move in silence and you don't have people around you fucking telling you that you can't do it and you believing that, or them being falsely happy for you when you're achieving it and you reading too much into that, you're definitely going to be able to self-actuate. So again, that's why people say move in silence, but I guess you only do that until right before you're about to come to the king's door and he's going to inevitably hear you, and you're loud as fuck doing it. So 21 steps, and he is still asleep. 21 steps, so a pack, snack, and change, and I'm going to go get off mic and listen to some more rally music while you're marinating on some of the things we've talked about. Know that the pioneer members of the Vid-Bits Fun Club, you guys are rest assured that you have tuned into the right place. You're at the right place at the right time. We're in the perfect timeline for you to join the infancy of a channel that we talked about all the time is around the 2,000, the 3,000 mark, that all of a sudden goes to the 10,000 or more mark, and you're right there, and you can say that you were there, and you were the people that were there from the very beginning. So thank you very much, because again, to be fully transparent, of course, the 2,600 people that we've built the channel on, they've come for different reasons or whatever, but the actual core engagement of the people that have started engaging with us in 2 years is really a nexus of a handful of really dedicated people. So that's what's going to build you. That's your great foundation. So don't ever take anybody for granted when you are a small channel and you start to get people that are coming in consistently for your content. The thing is to find your time slot, and what we did was we made a dedicated programming block that made it so they could find some place of rest assured to come see us in the consistent times. And because people's schedule was worked around it, they just know one of us is always streaming 6 days a week. When it's game a day May, so we stream every single day, and also it seems to be Pac-Man, so we've been streaming every single day because we've been in Pac-Maniac mode. So all of these things will calm down next month, and you'll be sad that you don't have as much as this, but we're also pushing towards the stretch goal of 1,000 videos constantly, so there's that to look forward to. Shout out to everybody that's doing the damn thing. And water. Drink some water. I gotta go pee real bad and I keep missing it, but we will dedicate the 20 wins to go and 80% of the way done with the march to the door by taking a water and piss break as soon as we are done with this fucking stage, because I am still mind-numbingly gooey about getting this far, but I just know that when we start facing each other in elimination matches and you guys are all dulled out and have individual stuff, it's gonna be awesome. I know that all the ranked people and all the different tiers, and we can start fleshing out, even if there's a couple thousand of us, where you all fall, so you can see, and I can get you guys individual identities where you feel like you might want to load it, log into socials, and create your own identity on these superstar pages. So then you can like start with this as an accolade on it, but then also tag all your awesome gaming accomplishments and almost like its own abbey of, you know, gaming accomplishments, like a wall that you can pin all these things to, so we can walk in and, you know, we can look at your wall and see all these things, and they can be linked to your own individual YouTube page where you try to accomplish these feats so that they can be validated. So like, I have the whole idea in my head and how it's going to work. I just don't have the ability to actuate or the funds. So when somebody sponsors us and picks us up, we're going to be in a position that we can actuate all kinds of these things instead of just talking about it. And then what happens is it's Johnny Appleseeded, as we said, and where it's there, it's planted, and it's all about how much you water it to see how much fruit it bears. So we will water it too if we're able to do this full time, because then it won't be trying to work around my schmo job or whatever. And then the extra money will be able to take care of the elders in my home that need health care and stuff like that, and making sure like that my dog can be fenced in, so if we have to go for business meetings, that the yard is fenced in the right way so they can just let him out and stuff, doggy doors, all that stuff, if we're even living at this home at the time, because you guys have helped us build the place that we need to be at to create and invite people to be social, because our home is really not big enough for that. So there's all those stretch goals too. That's where the money's going to be going, besides into the fun club exclusively at an 80-20 split fun club us, where we get the 20% to divide between me and Braden. For cost of living expenses will be of course removed before that, you know what I mean, because like that's how we can keep the channel up and stuff. But like, you know, the logistics will be that obviously 80% of the revenue goes towards the fun club after all the logistics are hurdled over, so we can do with philanthropy, fun giveaways. Obviously, the fun club will want us to buy all the consoles to do content on, so that's kind of a gimme. So that's gonna have to go there. We'll talk about it, like, and we'll have people that already we can trust to be in those spots where they're not yes men. They know that we've just said that we were going to build this from the ground up, and we just have spoken it into existence in the last 2 weeks. Like, we were already a channel that's existed for 2 years, but what we've done with this platform in the last 2 weeks, even the metrics are going to be so people are going to be knocking down our door. So we're just trying to be ready for that and be fully transparent for you when you're seeing it, mainly through the viral feat and the craziness that is you know, the flow state that we're in here in the Vid-Bits. So we're just a little bit different, and we hope that you're here for that. And again, like, share, and subscribe. Thanks. Alright, that's 120, so it's P break, give him a chance to rise and have 20 matches to keep behind me if I battle him now, but I really have to relieve my bladder and get another bottle of water. Alright guys, if you're new to the channel, we do something called a pack snack. It's when we do 18 holes of Pac-Man or 18 screens. We try to get 18 dubs, and if you do that, it gives you, you can do that when you keep going and min-max the session in exactly 90 minutes. We are exactly a pack snack away from being at the door. So one pack snack away, 18 holes, and then the 19th match will be the one that will clinch us the victory. So what we're going to do is we're going to do this pack snack, and then we're going to do an MC about all of the people that are doing amazing things for the community of this game, and as far as making moves goes, help do the top 20 of the Chomp Champ leaderboard, and then we will see what's going on after that pack. And then after we do that, we'll feel like if he has not shown up and made moves, that we can just push the buttons one more time, get that win, and we will become the global champion, as well as we have the North American Championship. So we will be the ultimate Chomp Champ, the dual Chomp Champ, the ultimate the Chomp Champ. So hopefully you guys are sticking around. The Vid-Bits are trying to create great feats like this for you, so I'm going to throw up in the chat that it's 18 or a pack snack away. Yeah, I have not got to do much elimination games except for coming up, so I'll be happy to do those when, you know, I've had my respite and had time to start to think about how we're going to activate the community. Again, being able to get to the finish line here, I feel like one of our main responsibilities as the Vid-Bits is to go and heal the gaming community, and in some ways that's to harbor some sort of energy towards the neglect in certain areas, and that is being able to showcase great gamers that are hiding away in the cliche their parents' basement or even their own man cave at their home, and being able to get them out in the spotlight again in a way where people are being able to access them like they did back in the superstar days of gaming in the arcade. And so it's important for us to know that people like Pro Gamer are around, and they're tearing it up in their division in the elimination games. So you know, they do have individual servers, and he's rocking it there. So we got to shout out Pro Gamer again, who's been helpful hanging out in these last couple streams, especially, you know, rocking it and actually playing the game. We do have supporters from the Vid-Bits that are hanging out in these, but this one's actually active in games and stuff, and we can't wait to be able to add you to friends lists and stuff when we actually find out the logistics of how we're going to do that. We're obviously trying to have all killer, no filler, so I'm not saying that you're not that either way, but we do need to talk about the logistics. We just don't add people to our friends list on any of our accounts just out of nowhere, so that's the only reason why, and hopefully you've not found any offense to that, because, you know, it's going to be fine. You know, we'll figure it out. I just want to see, you know, your cool costume and play an elimination, and you, again, probably lose a bunch, because we are willing to be humble here and not delete that footage. And if you want to see that, the current North American Pac-Man champ, and just shortly after a little bit, the global Pac-Man and complete Pac-Champ, the ultimate champ, I'll come up with some terminology for it. You guys can help me do it out. This guy here, me, Brian, aka Pops, or Pac Pop Pop, whatever we're gonna call me, I completely got whomped in a game of Stick Fight the Game from one of our subscribers, somebody from actually one of our membership tiers, and the completely unnecessary tier Matthew just whomped the dog crap out of me over and over again. It also just showed the power of an independent game and how a featurette from like one of our series like Game of Day May was able to utilize. This year we used the schematic of getting some indie games some love because we play a different game every day in the month of May. We picked indie games this month, and then some of the stuff that's got some exposure at our expense or whatever has gotten sales for those games. And again, we're not sponsored or anything by those people, but we are still trying to show the industry love at the expense of our own because it's the right thing to do. So when we get demonetized because of a game has tremendously awesome soundtrack, it's important to continue to keep the video up because even if it was demonetized, you spent the creative effort to produce it, so why would you just not leave it up even though it was demonetized? My experience with Undertale was extremely personal. I had been able to avoid that my entire life for the 9 years that it's been out, even though it hit all the metrics as to why I should play it, so therefore kind of falls into the right time and the right place situation. And if I hadn't played it when I did, maybe I wouldn't be emotionally prepared to be as articulate with my life and basically unfurling it in front of all of you. And I hope that you I hope that you respect the vulnerability, but also expect this to be, even though it'll be reined in, just the core of the fact that we're emotional and constantly evolving humans, that we're authentically and unapologetically us, unless we have to be checked about something, which we will always engage in healthy conversation, especially on the Discord. So we encourage those things, and just know that we will hold ourselves completely accountable, and we will always hold ourselves more accountable than you ever will hold us accountable. So just want to make sure that's out there. Integrity and building integrity in a brand and trust, you lay a foundation that's going to be built on that, right? I would not want to build a foundation of a club or a friendship or anything on mistrust. So it's important that you guys know what some of the core ethics we stand on when you decide to click that like or share or subscribe button. And a lot of it is just, again, self-actualization, hydration, inspiration. We're just trying to keep everybody grounded and productive. Try to get you out of the procrastination loops in your life and make it so you stop being subjected to all the yes man mentality that's preventing you from actuating and doing what you want. There's lots of people on YouTube that can do that, and we're hoping to network with a lot of those people so we can learn different ways on the home in the public speaking aspect of it. And because a lot of those people are awesome, stink fist of the air people that are extremely fucking motivating to watch. And we're in no way trying to rip anybody else off, but if you're ever gonna fucking rip people off, those type of people are the people you want to rip off, right? Fucking A. Just that mentality, that feeling, that just aura of, yeah, I'm gonna just do this thing because it's the right thing to do, and I don't fucking care because you're propelled to do so. So ooh. That was my fault too. 16 to go, dudes. "16 steps to the door. Then we make history for all gamers, man. Because our voice is going to be heard. As a collective, because I know a lot of people have never been able to articulate things the way that I just did. And you guys that are watching this and are studying it because of some ways that you're seeing that we've worked, and you're like, how do they work? How is it working? Here you go, here's the fucking blueprint for free. We're just already head first, like, into it, so we don't have time to fuck around and find out what happens if we doubt if we're on the right path. I don't know, eating this super hyper processed shit food's not on my agenda anymore, I'll tell you that. It's like eating fucking styrofoam packing peanuts. It's like I wanted to humble myself before I give myself some good food later. But it is shit. You don't think so, do you, Chief? Tell everybody. Tell them. You're famous.
He loves you. That's what he said. He said, I love you.
No, I think he said, give me that.
Give me that.
Give. So, we're 16 wins away from being at the door, Bray. And then we will be into the history books.
Chief stolen any of your food yet?
I just gave him some because those are ass.
Yeah, they're not good.
Yep.
Those breakfast sandwiches are bad.
Yep.
The buns get so hard, and I heated it up all to the specific specifications on the right heating setting and everything.
Wrapped up the right way and
Yep.
everything. Yeah, that's
That's ass.
it's all good. I got a windmill. I got a husky windmill going on now.
Yeah, is he making your air?
Yes, it's a beautiful thing. As he turns the console off and gets us our fourth boss.
That will be fun.
Well, I mean, it would be because of him, so. Hey. Okay, geez.
Stop talking back.
Why are you being like that? Well, tell everybody that you're the most famous husky that they didn't know that's going to be in the Pac-Man video.
Hey.
Tell them.
Hey, you.
Tell them.
Hey.
You don't want to talk about it? Okay, well, I'm sorry, dude. Jeez.
He even came and hit your
He
controller.
did. He freaking booped my controller with his nose. He just is like, get the Pac-Man record so you can be done with this because you really have played this almost 3 days consecutively with a 4-hour break. That's the reality of it, guys. So that's how bad we fucking wanted to put us on the leaderboard. I know, tell them. Say the leaderboard. All right. You know, this is the most you've ever been in a video, Chief. Well, we want it to make sense when you're in there. It doesn't make sense if it's canned. Right? All right, man. Okay. All right, dude.
At least he's not scaring William like he normally is.
Normally scares William. You scared William? Huh? Okay, you don't even scare William? Okay.
I don't even do that.
Did you hear him? He said that's what he said. Shout out to William, right? Are you shouting out William, Chief? Say William. Okay, he took off. Anyway, shout out to William then. Would you come back to talk about William? What, Chief? What? You're all good. It's all good, Huskos. You don't need that sausage sandwich. You don't need it. No, you don't need it. Don't tell me you need it. I'm playing this game. You're not supposed to feed Huskos sausage sandwiches. Right? I don't care if you really want it. Don't talk to me like that. You will talk to me like that? Really, Saskos? Oh. This is a way to put yourself on the main stage, Chiefos. You just be all verbal in this, and this is like when Weeby was trying to get the Donkey Kong record and his son had to get his butt wiped. Shout out to Weeby, because you just fucking were absolutely emotionally invested during that shit, and as an empath, it was almost crippling to watch, and I am sorry you had to deal with any of that. But, you know, if you want to compete with me head-to-head in this game and we want to do some great PR work together, I would love to do that. The Vid-Bits would love that kind of PR because, you know, you are awesomely dedicated, and you, obviously I think the community can see with the breadth of the content, especially that we have in the channel, in the can for under the 2-year mark, over 850 videos, and you just look at the conquest that we throw on ourselves. That's been the last 2 weeks that I'm doing this game here. We definitely put ourselves against the 8 ball as far as pressure goes. We have 15 to go. Alright, the Vid's throwing up his old school the Chief. What the Chief? $15 to go, fellas. 1181 wins and 1184 matches. I'll take it. 3 losses. 1 is we don't talk about that. 2 is glitch that we had no control over, and 3 was a life lesson. So, you know, we'll take 1, 2, 3 losses. If we do beat Pig, which is still asleep, which we're just blessed, I don't want to say that I jinxed MintDaddyPig, but I said if the universe aligned in a way where MintDaddyPig was safe and healthy, and then for some reason they stopped playing, I would totally take it so I could use that opportunity to take the lead. And something happened when I
skirmished with them a little bit, and then ran away and made them have a false sense of security where I actually slept and got some stamina back while they only advanced 4 games, and they could have taken a substantial lead. They could have taken a 4-hour lead, which when you do the math, let me do the math here, that's about 50 wins. They could have got a 50-win gain back from me if they would have played and found out when the pocket of time that I slept was. And I've been sleeping sporadically in ways where I'm min-maxing my sleep schedule, so I get 4 hours here, 3 hours here, eating, hydrating, keeping myself spry, mentally ready, doing the gymnastics. So when I say that this is an esport, it's a fucking esport from a higher metric than just sitting there with a controller playing a first-person shooter for hours. There's nothing to discredit that type of esport. What I'm saying is the type of things that we just did over this 2-week period and the gymnastics that you have to do to put yourself under the 8 ball to can be competitive in a leaderboard, or especially if you're going against a leaderboard that has been active like this has with a very small and tight-knit community that's passionate about it, and then you put yourself under the pressure of having to catch up with that a week later, let alone many weeks later, we'll never catch up. That's the only reason why we did this drive, as we had this thought that that Bandai Namco was going to reset the leaderboards, and then we were going towards the gear of, well, we're not going to make it. And then we looked at the metric of who was there, how it was only a couple thousand people, and the couple hundred hardcores that rose into the top. So we're really only competing with the couple thousand people, a couple hundred really hardcore people, which is still fine by us, because if you go to a local venue to compete with people and they are gathering all the best people to do it, most of the time they only invite 64 to 128 superstars anyways. So if I am competing against the 200 best people in the world that can play a classic Pac-Man game like this, and I still rise to the top and be number 1, I'm okay with it. If it's against AI metric, I'm okay with it. And if I happen to come against those people in the halls, I'm okay with it. What I would rather do is get such a fervorous demand for this game and a Pac-Mania going together, where people actually would want to replace these bots with their actual selves, like they did with Bomberman Live back for the Xbox 360. So it's almost like the circular moment about trying to give love to the indie games. Bomberman was not an indie IP, but the fact that most people that had never heard about Bomberman was still buying the game so they could dolly up their characters, so they could take the pictures and stuff on their phone and have it for their avatar, said something to the staying power of where it stood culturally. And we're marrying that with the fact this is Pac-Man and also his birthday. So, I mean, I could give you a million reasons why the narrative is just synchronous, and I hope that you're enjoying how this all lines up, and what it means to you at the end of the day is all that really matters. But just know that we're trying to become the global Pac-Man champion for a reason. We're trying to defeat the pig for a reason. It's really good versus evil. That person is not inherently evil, but they signify me not being able to get enough attention for the change. This is like literally lining up to the king, getting ready for the joust, and knowing that you have the kill shot. We found out that when he decided to not get back on after he lost a match against an AI opponent. So the fact that that happened, his morale was defeated, and it could have been a couple things. It could have been a disconnect. It could have also been just bad luck. It could have been not paying attention. It could have been a million things. But that was demotivating enough where they did not close the gap. We were not fighting another 50-piece gap that maybe we did not marry up with their sleep schedule. We've been trying to sync up to their sleep schedule, and we have no idea where they are actually at. We don't have the metric of where they are at geographically, other than the fact that we believe that they're playing on the Xbox platform. So what we've done is we've tried to have a battle of wits per se. Me and Mint have been jockeying back and forth, and every time that they've jumped back on the server, the one time that they had the opportunity to defeat me more, they only took 4 wins. And then when there was the longest time period that they could have done damage, because that period that I went to sleep, they thought that I just ducked out, and they had some time because they thought that I was going to go into a longer slumber, which I only slept for 4 or 5 hours, and then came back, and they did not take advantage of that piece of time. So the point where it was even and we were jousting and went from having a 20,000 point deficit to 14,500, we jockeyed around there. Then it was about 11,500 for a while. Then when we did the skirmish, and then they protected themselves around 11,000 for a while, and then that all changed when I ran away. I changed my tactic, and instead of pushing them for a long period of time to see how long they would be provoked, as soon as I made them think that I was fatigued, I ran away, so to speak. I engaged one more time, I did kind of mid, and then I quit out. So they had the false sense of security that I was probably asked out, because if you look at the schedule of which I've done it, because I've been able to micromanage my sleep schedules, we've gotten to the point where then were lulled into a false sense of security that they could sleep longer or take a longer sabbatical, or they see the random thing happened, or then they could not perform, and being up here and competing against me. So they was thinking I was sleeping, and then they decided to catch up a long period of sleep, because what I believe that they're going to do is surpass me when I get off. So I'm going to take the picture, do the victory lap or whatever, but just know that when I get back up, they're going to have leapfrogged me, because they're resting up for the big push. And what we're doing is, before they get on, we're doing the push to take the championship, because if any of these things did not happen, this type of gamer that we're facing is so intense that I believe that they would run away with it, and because of our other obligations, we would not be able to catch up with it. But because we were committed to the Vid-Bits, and we were committed in putting this insurmountable task and on the folder on day 2 of it, that we were going to be on the road to the top, it seems that we're going to go ahead and exceed your expectations within 2 weeks of an insurmountable task. Because I'll tell you what, the Pac-Man fandom is fervorous, and even if there's millions of people on Earth and there's only a couple thousand people competing in this game, they are competing at the highest level. Those are the people that are going to be the champions of the divisions. When we get all the information up, we'll get out to them. We can make it so that they're so structured that they will fervorously demand a competitive environment for us to actually compete in fully fleshed out mazes against each other. And I think it's just going to be a gloriously superb thing. So Bandai Namco, if you don't take my advice of these things, then it just seems like it's going to be a loss, because then the culture will just structure it like they do, like when they do Smash tournaments and stuff, and it will still happen anyways. You just will not be the people that are, being credited for it. And it's not about getting credit for it and making the extra money. We just think it's the right thing to do. Also makes sense why we started on this path and just applied for a sponsorship from you guys, and had absolutely no idea whether or not you would have our blessings of doing this. But we've done nothing but try to speak favorably about Pac-Man, spread love and awareness to him, and represent him in his own game in a way where you can clearly see that it's him for all marking purposes, and the fact that it's also in a way where we're hitting so many benchmarks. Again, it's just regular Pac-Man, so the story just kind of writes itself, and it's just kind of been doing that this way because we remained eligible. Me as a vessel, I'm a frail vessel at this point, very tired, very hungry. Even though I'm eating food, it's just poor quality, because that's all we can afford. So once I'm eating cleaner food, I'll be so much less cranky, manic, and more agreeable to just slide into the programming schedules that we have agreed, and being able just to generate great content with natural charisma, and not, I'm not faking it till I make it per se, but I'm just tired of not burning bright enough to get the recognition that would make us eat well and be able to help others, because my words can no longer heal the peoples in my social circles. They just don't. Unfortunately, I just don't get that reach, so I'm just burning so bright with as many WPM as possible during this road to number 1, so that you guys can know that I did my all. I gave it my all. As Sabin says in Final Fantasy VI, when he flips the switch on the ghost train, gave it my best shot. Like that. That guy gave it his best shot. And when it's a real person, they would know not to press me like that. But when it's a bot, and he knows press to the Energizer no matter what, that's what he will do. And that is not what you do. But of course it's ironic, because that's my favorite ghost. I usually get caught up in these areas here. I hate the top areas. Like, they're designed to have the illusion of choice, but like that, like they just make the math on closing the gaps just a little bit more difficult. Chief, are you in here meditating, or are you in here staring at that plate of sausage sandwiches? What is it? Are you staring at that? What's wrong? So we have to stop and do the math, chat, because I kind of got backed up there, and I want to make sure that we're doing the march to the door correctly. Still sleeping. Let's do the math here. No, you do the math. You do the math. Fine, I'll do it. I asked chat to do it, and they are busy, and I'm totally down and respectful of that. 7322 minus our, since the 80s are the same, minus our 6316, which is 1,000. It's 1,000 hit points away, guys. 1,006 hit points away, so 1,006 divided by 75. That's 13 steps to the door, so let's make sure that we update the chat. There we go, so 13 steps. Alright. Oh man. So 12 more will be about an hour. We have about an hour's worth of time before we get there, so as long as he stays asleep an hour, we are going to be the global Pac-Man champion. Please like, share, and subscribe to this stream so that people can see it if they want to see it, so you know, people in the culture can see it. I'm just trying to like let the universe decide who needs to see it, because I know that people will see it at different times, and you know, that's totally cool as well. But just know that we love you guys, and I have put all of my essence, all of my energy. I am wiping myself out, both physically, mentally, spiritually, and everything else, to put this out here for you guys, and to put out into the universe that when I made that barterment, that I said, if you give me the opportunity, give me the money, and I will show you how we can responsibly spend it so that we can have a better life and show that we're appreciative. And so just know that if we do make it because of this, and it does blow up, and it was a predictable thing due to a metrics, and I can explain the whole mathematics of manifestation. I've quantified mathematics, you know, manifestation into mathematics, but essentially, and it's just also in line with all the things that people are looking at today. Like every time I talk to them about my methodology, like, you know, it's called this, like I didn't know. You know what I mean? I appreciate it, but finding it out for yourself and then finding out that it was called a thing means that you're on the right path. That's just validation, guys. So hopefully you'll look at it that way, and know that I feel validated that a lot of the things and the energies and the intentions that we've been putting out here, and the social contracts that you've been listening to, and the words that have been coming out of our being, is just all towards self-actualization and love, and we hope that you understand that. Yeah, it is video games that are the vehicle that's sending out there the message, but we're just lucky enough that it's a medium that allows us to speak to so many people, and people that need healing and love and appreciation. I mean, again, the Arcuses and the Ryus of the speedrunning community, and if I knew more of them, I would say their names too, but I'm just saying people that I don't, you know, I wish I could do the things that they do. You know, I wish that was the people I was when I was a kid, because they're calm, cool, and collected. They actuate with that, again, pointing, Babe Ruth pointing to the fences mentality. And honestly, if you don't think that we just didn't do this here in the form of me taking a swing at the fences, you know, almost 2 weeks ago, and then nailing this in about an hour, I don't know how more I can, you know, basically just be at the right place, the right time, and susceptible to everything to make it so that I'm the one that actuates something that everybody desires that's around me. So everybody around me needs a dub. I'm just trying to be the dub for everybody, but mainly the dub for me and my son, the father-son gaming YouTube duo, the Vid-Bits, with the Chief here as the Dash, and we are just trying to be our, you know, unapologetically and authentically ourselves, to the point where that is infectious and it makes you want to go, what can I do in 5 to 7 years? What could I have done if I started 7 years ago? And what can I do now? And what will it look like 7 years ago? I think that it's just so much to be said, and it's beautiful. So at the end of the day, the message continues to be, look into the mirror and ask yourself, what do I want? And with that, I'm going to go put on another jam and give you another 6, so that we're going to be closer to the door. And I hope that you're enjoying this road to #1. And I'm Brian with the Vid-Bits, hanging out here with the Chief now, because he wants these sausage sandos. But we're getting the dub, guys, in about an hour.
It's time to fucking go, dudes. We're slaying the pig. I think he's fucking active. We're ready to go. Fucking 12 wins and we're to the door. We'll play it like it lies. I've taken the breaks as they've been because you have to fucking be eligible to how it's supposed to lie, dudes. So 12 fucking wins and we're at the door. And I think even, I'm not gonna have to worry about whether or not he's there. I think he's gonna be fucking there waiting, so. Let's fucking go, dudes. Maximum right now, pow, boom. We're gonna make history. It's gonna be a fucking battle of wits. And you know, at this point, if fucking something crazy happens and he fucking has some sort of crazy fatigue, doesn't have crazy fatigue, then I'm fucking certain that we got this. And if it does come to the fact that he's got fucking some stamina, the longer he's been able to hang and bang with us is about 4 hours of fucking min-maxing at the same pace. So I am on fucking fire, bros. Let me get the chat up. I got my fucking support system in place. I got everybody here. This guy is going to prevent the change that we're trying to achieve in the culture. I know that this is a narrative that I've made, but ultimately, if you don't make life a fucking game, then it's not interesting. If you don't make it a fucking game and look for an unachievable option, then it doesn't make it interesting, because especially if you have everything, you have to fucking then find the thing that you're questing for. In this case, I quantified it as the key to the twilight. And it was this fucking us being successful YouTubers, and a lot of people don't think that that metric is attainable. But me and Bray found the fucking secret sauce. It just took so much time because it has to be the right place and the right time. If we would have blown up as a father-son YouTubing duo when he was 12 years old, it would have been okay because I would have been able to send the consent and his mother would have accepted the mission. But the problem is we would have been at the wrong period of time. Bray actually predicted the trends that are going on right now. And we have fucking metrics. We have that fucking playbook from the Water Boy, and fuck you, you're not looking at it, but yet you can see it because we've been completely transparent about what we're doing. So if you want to study us, that's when I say I could teach a symposium. Look at this whole stream, and we formed and themed everything that we're doing as the channel within the last 14 days, and this programming structure thing, and it's our gimmick, okay? It's our fucking gimmick. Our gimmick is we took YouTube and we translated it into a fucking amazing thing, which is what I wanted it to be. I find people that I like, they create a television station, and they play all the fucking characters like kids in the hall. It's pretty much what the fuck this is. We don't want to play all the characters. We want to get a great great fucking content creators fucking support network where other people can play these shows too, or we can play nice with each other is what I keep saying. And then fucking we can create a new normal boots or a new fucking Newgrounds, a new nexus for everybody to fucking see all their favorite content creators. We're all together. We're getting something where for when we're all being together, or we're able to make concessions where people's egos will fucking stop worrying about making projects for money. That's where we're at with this. I'm using this time to fucking say this shit. And I promise you by the end of it, the last third of this snack pack, I'll have calmed the fuck down. But man, if I only get one chance to make a record and make a fucking statement and fucking, you know, make a difference, I'm gonna do it now because it's with Pac-Man and he's been disrespected. He's not fucking being represented correctly in his own game. You know, I think he's ready to fucking dial it back and fucking win the championship, the championship, and fucking take it for the United States, take it for everybody that doesn't think that they can go in 2 weeks and become the fucking #1 in the world at something. So, you know, if you've ever been a dreamer, if you've ever fucking been a thriver of fucking ambition, just realize that you can actuate that if you just take 5 simple words that I've used and just use them to guide you. And that's pretty much maximum, right now, pow, boom. And those things basically make you feel like you can actuate yourself and do anything. And then when you're exhausted, you take a drink of water, any brand of water, which is our public sponsor, by Water, the beverage, and everybody can enjoy some of that, hydrate, and it will help you calm down when it, you know, makes you ultimately keep you grounded. It's about one of the only things that we can do. You can either drink water or touch water, and that's about one of the only things that I feel like you can actually do to cleanse yourself or make yourself feel like, you know, connected. So I know I got a little bit ranty, but you have to understand it's the last 12 games, guys. I'm so exhausted, but I've done it for you. I've done it for the Vid-Bits. I've done it for me. I've done it for all the things I've had to heal in my life, and, you know, I've used it as a platform to do that. So, you know, you get to watch a record, you get to watch people do amazing things here at the Vid-Bits, but sometimes you have to deal with them being emotionally vulnerable and extending that out to you. So again, if you have a problem with us because of that and you're jumping on us as a subscriber, know that you should have to deal with those things happening sometimes. But I think that like the hunger thing is solved, and like the ability to, it's mainly I'm frustrated of not being in a streamlined lab where I can create at the flow state that we know that we can. So that makes me this angry and anxious as a person. So if you remove hunger and you remove that, you'll know you're gonna get a lot more chill person. I promise I'm not this hyper all the time. I'm just so passionate, and I just wear it on my sleeve. So as we go into win number 11, I just hope that you understand that I love you guys, and I'm so happy that you're here for this. And we're basically witnessing an e-sport, man.
It's a fucking esport that we're creating the separate category of, and we'd like to be already, you know, associated with somebody else that's doing this. And again, when we crossed the finish line, I said I was going to name check them in the thing. So hopefully you're ready for that, and I'm sure you can have your guesses as to who it is. But you know, we'll see when we cross the finish line. And I'm just letting things take out the time naturally, and we'll see if the pig is woken up and whether or not we have a battle here. And we don't. We're still good. It's 11 steps to the door. Trying to dial this in so you guys understand that I'm just, you know, very passionate and fluxing through here. If somebody could count these down for me so I don't have to keep doing this. So just 11. If you see the format that I've done, it's that my favorite chief emoji, and then the 11 and then another chief emoji. That it's 12 more for the victory. We're going to the door. We're still going to give him that moment at the door, because I feel it's better that for some reason he either, after I do the shout out to the top 20, he's there, or he's just open. We just know that he's not, and then that I feel like that to me feels like he's conceded. I'll be okay with that. So there we go, Skippy. That's what I was wanting. So just let's move down. So I appreciate that. So I don't have to moderate that for the rest of this. And I love you guys. And that way I can just like, and I promise I'll try to dial down the energy, because I really don't think there's anything else I can say until I give our acceptance speech as far as like being the universal champion. Man, if I ever thought in any of the mediums where I saw somebody hoisted championship belt, I'd really get to do that, other than in our fake world of professional wrestling that some of me and my friends imbibed in and curated. I never thought it would be in the realm of video games. And even though there may not be a physical championship, I know that our support group, the Vid-Bits Fun Club, everybody there is rallying for us, and they know that this is an achievement that we're going to be able to tout regardless of whether or not Bandai Namco gives us a championship or not. But the thing is, we wouldn't be just hoisting one championship, guys, because we have that firmly secured to our shoulder. We're going to get another championship, and we are only 11 steps away from challenging that person. So just think, if it's the title fight tree in a video game and you have to, or the Mortal Kombat tower, we're going through now 11 more wins, and that's against just nondescript people that are just in our way to stand at the foothold of Mint. And if we can defeat him, we will claim his championship as well. So with both of them, we will be the universal, undisputed, global, and you know, United States champion of Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs. So if I ever as a kid would have thought in my wildest dreams that there is a game that I can be competing against this many people, and this win is dedicated to quantification. Let me explain this to you. I'm only going to say it once, and then when we have conversations in the threads, I'm expecting people to understand that I will ban you, okay? I can accept so many variables as to why this is still an accomplishment. If you were back in the arcade back in the day and competing some against some of the best, okay, look them up. Some of the best that went through That's Incredible, the ones that were, you know, fighting against games like Defender and Stargate, the really hard stuff. You know, I don't know why their names are escaping me, but the culture is amazing, and a lot of it's already documented. But those people of that era, right? There's just unfortunately more recognizable people that I'm not trying to give too much attention to, so I'm not saying those people as well. But I wish I had people in you know, chat that knew these people, and I'm sure we'll give more glory to them when we can have like a legacy section of all the people that I don't think, you know, have blighted their name, and then also a shame section for the people that have. But anyways, I digress. But what I'm saying is, when these people were competing against each other, they were in Twin Galaxies arcade back in the day, and like it was a small arcade. And they were backs to each other, you know, standing next to each other, that they were each honing in their skills. Like somebody may be like working hard on a Frogger machine trying to get a really high score, and somebody else could be like next to them doing Defender, and they're two totally different games with gameplay loops and sounds and attractions and stuff. So you have attraction noises that's distracting you, that's cross-referencing your attraction noises. So you have to learn how to deal with like how all the noise blends in together, but you're also trying to learn the arcade enough where if it's a game that you actually need to listen to actuation noises when you're doing something, so that you can either point press or learn the pattern of how to jump through a sequence. It's hard to actually discern that, so being able to hone into that attention, but then you don't really get to gatekeep, because your hands are always visible to everybody else and your back is always visible to everybody else, so you're naked to your tech. So when you're achieving these great scores, which by the way are always up there for everybody else to see, so they're walking around the same small room seeing the same 3 letters, so you start to get competitive and angry about it, that whole thing, right?
the whole point, and if I wrangle it in, it was done within like hundreds of people, and the best of those people was only dozens of people. And in Twin Galaxies instance, when they got all those people together for the Time Life magazine, they actually pulled them in from all over America because people were just pinging in their submissions. So what we're gonna do is take that concept, and we're gonna, like, you know, you're basically going to submit that your arcade is good enough for us to say it's one of a couple places that people will submit scores or will submit you up to do feats. And I already have one that I want to use my platform to do more elevation to, and I'm saying it's, you know, in my opinion, I hope I'm not overstepping my bounds because you're an arcade in a public place, but to do it in the Cincinnati area at Arcade Legacy just makes sense to me because the integrity of the owner is not in question. And I think that back in the day, it's going back to not playing favoritism, it's just knowing that the integrity of the owner is not in question. And that's where you look at Walter Day and you look at what was going on there, how many people, what games were being set on weird dip switch settings where the people were getting the fucking highest score, but they were like being able to maximize it. Because if you think about it, perfect Pac-Man is only played because you get a life extension and then you die out a specific amount of times to make it max out at that score. So what things were they doing where it's Joe fucking validates Jim, and then they just said yep, and there's no record, there's no fucking accountability. So that's what we're trying to say here as from the Vid-Bits, and we've talked about it, and I'm sure Braden will agree. Jace Hall, I believe that you're trying to do the right thing, and we would love to have just been able to marry in our ideas into your existing database, but I feel for the integrity of the sport that there has to be another, there has to be another option. And I mean, even if you guys can link to it, we can figure that out. I mean, but it doesn't mean that we're going to split advertising with you. We don't want any of that, the consistency of that. It's just if you're also wanting to have validation so you can look and see what we've already validated that you're looking at versus what's possible, so that we can have things like maximized, you know, times and things that we find that when we rack and we program things up to that they don't marry up to those times, we can have people stop trying to attain scores that are not attainable because cheating was happened in the past metrics. Like, are you going to go ahead and vet and like make it so you rack every single possible 2600 game that was done by Activision? Have that been done yet? Has all of those scores been audited and then the invalid ones removed, so those people that were competing for those scores their whole life, they were like, why can't I hit 1 million in this? They're fucking bumped up at least a couple spaces so they could feel that they are somebody more than they were trying to be because they were fucking done because it was a boys club. Like, that wasn't your fault, Jace, if you're fucking taking it over. I'm just saying. Not your fault. But from a standpoint, what I'm looking at is when I was like debating whether I'm still gonna like have the integrity to put our personal scores there, me and Braid were like, well, it really is just like the quality of like, you know, it's the quality of what you keep. So we just don't know where it is, and we know that you're trying to heal the image, but instead, why don't we just gather a new nexus of people that the community trusts, and then they can be the ones that are the new board of those things. So that's pretty much where I'm going with that. So integrity is paramount here. We're completely transparent with what we want to do, and if anything else, and we keep saying it, if we wipe out because none of this goes anywhere except for how our videos perform like they did 3 weeks ago or a year ago, we're just gonna do things to change the culture because I'm Johnny Appleseeding this thing, bitch. We're just fucking throwing them all over the place, and you guys are deciding what's valuable information and watering it. And unfortunately, I'm forcing you to watch this video that is showing you this impressive feat of this guy going to get both of the championships, especially because I'm trying to put America on top, right? We live in America, this North America, and I'm here, and we're already that champion. But if we win the global division, guys, before Memorial Day, somebody from North America will have all of the championships for a Pac-Man game in 2024. So again, it's hard to not be egotistical about those things. I appreciate you guys hanging out, and I'm sorry that I haven't looked at chat. So as soon as this mindless madness is over, I'm gonna go ahead and respond again. That was just about transparency, about how we feel about that shit, databases. Because me and Braden, the whole point is, if I'm looking for a leaderboard score and it's in this Pac-Man game, I believe that Bandai Namco is gonna have my integrity and the integrity of everybody at heart. I have put my heart on the sleeve by showing you every single game that I've played, from loading this game up in a series we call First Impressions, shameless plug. I'm not going to plug any more of our content except for one thing at the end, because now I know that we already have the exposure where you're going to see it all, so I don't even have to like worry about what it is. Once you see what we do, it's infectious, and once other people realize that they can actuate and do it too, it's going to be amazing. So I'm going to leave the queue real quick. Check this out. He's still asleep. All right, let me check this out. So yes, Bray says, that's why I think TAS speedruns are important in my opinion. It tells what technically is possible. Absolutely. I think that more people don't put into that. That's like, I used to think, oh, TAS could make it so more cheaters are in there. And because I thought that, and there was other people that thought, let me use that to cheat. So they were the reason why I was paranoid about it. And so basically what he's saying is, you know, it makes it so like when they did the dragster thing and they show how far it could go, you know, and again, I'm not giving somebody too much attention. And it sucks that it was Activision's, a lot of Activision titles that I love so much for the Atari that I couldn't even feel like I could even compete on because of that. And I wanted the patches and all that shit as a kid. So, you know, even though I was outside of that age range, once I found out about that, and we need to bring that too, where there's something cool, like say a developer, say you guys make something that has a lot of medals, like say how the Nintendo World Championships is coming out again, and it's a speedrun based game, which we're going to cover extensively, guys. Everybody else is, but not the way that we're going to. Not with world-class speedrunners and, you know, 25 years apart in experience. It's going to be fucking amazing, guys. You're going to love that shit. But besides that, like, you know, like if you got gold, silver, gold, and bronze, you get like a patch that's associated to it, the brand of that thing. So like, say that you're a Shovel Knight and you beat Shovel Knight and you beat it, and you get like the highest achievement, then you get like the gold patch, and then they send it to you. As a developer, you guys should be thinking about more feelies like that instead of like some sort of loose download code card in your physical copy or something like that. Because, you know, when we can feel like that tangible value, that's why feelies went over. Not only because it was an anti-piracy measure first and foremost, but because it gave you something tangible to hold that made you feel connected to the digital world. So it'd be great if you guys just put more thought back into that as an industry, because I think that the fans would appreciate that, and instead of big busts and crappy statues that get collected at dust and always ends up in flea market bins and becomes more e-waste and stuff like that. You know, if we go back and look at the Master Chief helmet issue, like, yeah, it was cool, but how many people really fucking was like, when they're in their 30s, still like, hey honey, can we keep the Master Chief helmet on our fucking, you know, mantle? Most of the people won't fight for that. I mean, obviously they should have their own space to do that, and everybody should have their own space where they can do whatever the fuck they want, and I totally believe that. We call them man cave, she shed, arcades, you know, your rec room, whatever. Everybody should fucking have that. And if you're in a partnership, both of you should have a separate one. You can have a communal one called the living room, but you should have separate ones in case you get on each other's nerves and you need to retreat and not have to worry about fucking stressing each other out to the point where you fracture each other's relationship. Everybody should have a tension release place. So I highly suggest like an arcade or something like that as in your like a communal room. So say you both like video games, you can have your stuff in a communal room, but make sure you have a separate room. Then it can't be your bedroom either. Like if one of them's your bedroom, it's not going to work, because if somebody wants to go to sleep, then they're in their space too. Then they're fucking like create a forcible situation. So don't do that shit. Just like, you know, you're gonna have to build a she shed if he's got a man cave and you guys don't fucking, you can't figure it out, then you gotta figure it out. That's just the way it is. Most places, you know, when the kids move out and unfortunately you're empty nesting, you have extra space, so that's when you fucking transfer that to that shit. The cool thing about that is you can also use that as a way to translate your passion into some sort of physical manifestation, be it crafts or art or stuff like that. So I highly suggest you do that. If neither Braid didn't do it with video games, you wouldn't be seeing any of the feats or conquests or any of the cool shit that we're doing here on the channel that we continue to roll out effortlessly because of all the time that we've trained for fucking nobody to see. So if you want to be visible, you basically start working for nothing and you work really hard and just keep putting videos in the can, guys, and soon you'll have 800 something videos in 2 years. Let's see, as far as speedrunning goes, yeah, he agrees with both the Twin Galaxies thing. 9 more to go. As far as speedrunning goes, I always trust speedrun.com or the Fallout helmet that was cheapy plastic. That's true. The consumer deception with pre-order bonuses, deluxe edition items is so ridiculous. Oh shit, yeah. And oops, also on top of that metric, it's also one of those situations where you know, they're having issues where like you'll have a pre-order and all of your money in there now, and Nintendo themselves is canceling. Thank you, Heels. I needed that, Heels. Bold hand. Yeah, there's a bold hand coming. It's the hand from Smash. It's a bold hand. You know, the big Nintendo is like canceling physical pre-orders at some of the realtors that have gotten them online. I don't really understand the complexities of that. I guess they just are starting to lean into people only order them off a specific place or maybe off of their specific online store exclusively, and I don't really know why that. I'm not 100% confirming that. I'm just pretty sure that that's what's going on. I mean, somebody in the industry I talked to said to an extent, and I've so been out of the loop. I'm usually so in the loop when I say stuff for sure, because, you know, I usually don't fact check some of the people I trust, and I'm pretty sure I might be slightly paraphrasing about it, but yeah, it's being harder to get those physical copies. So like if you're pre-ordering games, like say from, and not sponsored, but like GameStop, we're not sponsored, but say you want
physical media from the Switch, you're gonna be really better off to go to GameStop, see what list of things are available to you, and get them pre-ordered to the store. Because so say you wanted to go to GameStop, I know specifically if you went and got something at release right now that's niche, like an indie title, something really cool, like I got a game called A Space for the Unbound, and like the deluxe edition, and you're not going to go to Myers or Walmart or anything like that and get it, because it's so huge and it's a special edition. It's catchy, number one, but number two, even if you went to GameStop to get it on day one, they don't just get special editions and put them on the shelves. The only way that you get it is if you pre-order it, and they only get as many as pre-ordered, so the only way they actually hit the shelves is if they're pre-ordered and the person doesn't pick them up. So it's kind of like a situation where then the collector's edition, especially if it's in demand and it's from an indie developer that's put a lot of time and care into the package, and you're on the Switch now, so you're cross-referencing something that the physical media I think is valuable, just for it makes me have DS feels things and all that, and you don't know what the next form of physical media is going to be. Which, by the way, if you are giving us any money for this, it's all going into the Vid-Bits Fun Club. This initial one, we're not taking anything from the first pool. We're just going to build it up, use all of that money to buy the Switch 2 or whatever the successor is called, and as much of the media as possible so we can cover that for you when it comes out, have it pre-ordered and all paid off, and then when it comes in, we'll have that wonderful spread and some expose and some openings and all that fun stuff, and hopefully you guys put enough money in the coffers so that we can give some of it back to you. So even if you each give a little bit extra when we have that money and we can buy a AAA title that comes out, we can give it back to the community and make sure that you guys get some good Switch 2 goodness, or whatever the hell that's called, because we all know that whatever it's called ahead of time is not really what it's called afterwards. So alright, here we are. We're only 7 victories from tying their win-loss record, but you can see we're so close, guys. I did the math, so as long as they don't come back active, apparently chat says we are 8 more wins. So 8 more wins and we will be on the doorstep. We will do a recap show for the final time before we start the launch of our nightly recap of the leaderboard, and usually if we're super ahead, then we'll only do a small match or two. Depending on that, we'll do a 2-hour episode where it's basically, it's just enough for it to be a snack, or a pack snack, and then Still Hungry and Forgot Our Manners, which, if you didn't know, is the name of our overflow show for any of these episodes, where it's named in homage of Jim the Anvil Nightheart, a horrible promo that he laughingly did for Survivor Series, where he was still hungry and forgot his manners, and then did the Jim the Anvil Nightheart laugh. I just don't do that because my voice is kind of hoarse. Got to keep my voice spry for when we do Dave the Diver, a wonderful game by Mint Rocket that we're not sponsored by, but we like to publicize and do voiceover for because it's excellent and everybody should know all about it. I do voiceover in my head and I'm by myself doing a gaming, why not spend the time to try to live my dream of being a voiceover actor, because my dream of being a YouTuber is actuated right now, so I have to have bigger dreams. I am a monetized YouTuber with my son. Like, that's how big of a dream could you want? And you can do it too. Just do it for free for a long time and just do it because you love doing it, and then you will get there. Spend everything that you have. Wipe out over and over and over again. You will be fine, I promise. Like, you just have to believe and understand that if your support system that you've stressed enough supports you and really are the people that are sponsoring you, then eventually you will be able to pay them back in tenfold, because they put their last dollar into you when you didn't have a dollar. And especially we're in a situation where we're just putting it all into content and we're bottoming out every day, spiritually, physically, and emotionally, to put this out here, because it's the thing that's supposed to happen right now, right? When you're just ebbing and flowing with the waves and stuff. Like Manny the Mormon, who may not show up at the end. I thought he would. I don't have his contact information, but when he comes in, he usually throws waves up in chats. It really is one of those things that show you how connected I am, because he's a subscriber, but he hasn't thrown money or anything. He just shows in at the right time. It seems like if you go back in our streams and we go, Manny, if you go back and look at live chat, it'll be during a part where we're either a little bit distraught about the game, or we just need a little pick-me-up. And even though he may not be watching the stream right then, he just knows for some reason that that's the time that he should log on YouTube, see if we're live, and then say hi, and he throws waves in chat. And that's the type of emotion you can feel when you're lucky enough to be blessed to have people in your community that lift you up.
and then you can get to the point where you know it's not about you, it's about us, and your ego calms down. I'm telling you, it's fucking gloriously superb. That's why I say that we're brought to you by water, the beverage that you can get in just about any way, any shape, or any form, and we're not biased towards how you get it as long as you don't steal it. Water, it's fucking amazing, and when it's done right, every drop tastes like Felix Felicis. It's going good, man. It's going good. You know, we're right where we're supposed to be. We're everybody that's supposed to be seeing it, and everybody that's supposed to see it in the future will see it, man. And I'm just blessed to be able to actuate it and be, you know, part of this amazing crew called the Vid-Bits that's taking over YouTube gaming. It's, you know, if you were into wrestling like me and my buddy Greg, it was the point where, you know, you become characters and you have to become larger than life to be able to, you know, sometimes hide from the real world. And we're very blessed to be in that position where we can be these larger than life characters on this channel, but it's really not characters for me and Bray because our empathy shines through in everything that we do. And again, for me, sometimes it's to a fault. So when I say I'm authentically and unapologetically me, I will always apologize when I seem like overly emotional.
Pro Gamer asks if, did you address that already?
Is it going good?
It is going good.
I don't know the count. Skippy had to go, so I don't know what the count is.
We're at 6 now.
I kind of do need to know though, so after this match, I will do the tally myself to make sure we're caught up.
I do believe we're at 6.
Well, then it needs to be just for my sake. I want to see the Chiefs and then count down to 7. But like, don't say, you know, if you say 6, then you have to say 6 again, so it's harmonious. 666 is just bullshit, anyways, guys. I mean, just invert it, and 999 is harmonious. Just stop stressing out about numerology in the wrong ways. Unfortunately, that numerology can help you get to where we're at because I promise you that was part of the secret sauce that we started 7 years ago when we really birthed these ideas. But you have to understand that you shouldn't take it too seriously because if you do, it can drive you crazy. Like, look at Jim Carrey in the movie 23. I don't know if that's why he actually stepped away from acting for a while because he gets into his roles. So again, for all you numerology buffs, I'm only going rabbit holey because I'm staring at numbers all the time in between these Pac-Man screens. So it's a little maddening seeing the coding, getting kind of mind meldy.
Seems like the pig is still resting.
The pig is resting. He is resting, bud.
Or he plans on just not coming back to Pac-Man. You might have retired him.
I can handle that.
I mean, he's just been sitting on the home screen for hours. I mean, like...
I don't feel like it's against the rules to know if he's making moves, right?
I mean, if he had a PlayStation, he could look at a PlayStation app and look at the Vid-Bits.
Well, we're going to have all the mediums for this so that we can get all the information for all your platforms in case you guys do not submit when we get that form up so I can compile it myself. So, you know, we're not going to take it from the fund, but you have to understand something like that will cost us $60 more and we can justify it because we need to actually go in and see the metrics of those leaderboards so we can start to compile the database ourselves. But we're going to give you a little bit of the ground period time to at us and open up some place for you. I'm probably going to start a new email for you guys to send submissions so you can do some of the footwork yourself. Like I said, I want you to create your own social media so we can start linking that shit together and you can become your own superstars. And like when I do these features and you finally get into the top 20, I'll call you fucking out. The person that's the Chomp champ of the world, Chomp champ of the world will fucking call you out and say, hey, look how awesome this person is because I've been doing it for free. So when you
Pro Gamers playing Championship Edition DX.
That's awesome, dude. We're going to feature so much more Pac-Man on the Pops Plays channel. It's not even funny, where I'm going to actually start to set the benchmarks of all the our personal scores here and my personal scores so that you can receive bounties and stuff like that. It's going to be awesome. Again, it's kind of like a dual-edged sword, right? It's like kind of like when somebody like sells you on something, but there's a catch. The catch is you need to create your own YouTube page, and you need to start banking these achievements. So when I say
that's the thing is because we need proof of the accomplishment.
Yeah, so
it's
also,
like how speedrun.com
right.
needs their proof of your speedrun having you link it to a YouTube channel.
Absolutely. So we're actually encouraging you to be content creators. So how fucking anti-gatekeeping is that? We're saying in an oversaturated gamer content market, we're trying to...
It's not oversaturated. There are only certain certain niches that
it
are
is.
oversaturated.
You're totally correct. And then what I'm trying
Like-
to do is make sure the culture understands that there is this resurgence, and there is we're trying to also shake the system and wake up the people that are not making content, that want to not be in semi-retirement. We know there's people that want to have the passion again, but not everybody figured out like Norm. Not everybody figured out like Matt Pat. Like those people figured out it has to go only to the passion, and if at any point it's affecting your personal life, it has to be dialed back to a passion project. As much as you want it to be a career, and you can be successful too, and can it can confuse people. We're like you could
Okay,
be.
you're at.
Like, what about, who was it, Dave Chappelle? He refused millions of dollars because he didn't like the deal. So, like, when we say we're going to be very articulated and looking at brand deals and stuff, I've spent a lot of time going over that for that reason, because...
Oh, yeah, we've already gotten deals.
Yeah,
you know
absolutely.
What I mean? They're just not, they're garbage.
They're garbage
I'm
deals.
not even going to be, not going to lie, I'm not going to, like,
Yeah.
a lot of these deals we've got emails about are garbage.
Absolute trash.
Stuff that I wouldn't, you know, we would not compromise our integrity for
No,
that.
and somebody else would be like, ooh, 50 cents a week,
No,
so $2.
no, it would be like, they were like, it was a couple $100.
So dumb.
It's just like not worth a couple
You
$100.
can either make it easy or make it right.
Like,
6841, 6841, so 41 divided by 7. So it's 6 matches to the door.
yeah, 6.
So throw that up in the chat so we can count down from there. So everybody knows that we're in the last leg, the last third of this pack snack, which we like to call 18 matches. Usually it's min-max, so that it hits exactly at 90 minutes, perfect almost. And when we do it perfectly, we don't go
But this
around.
one is like long.
This one is like, super long. Well, because it's the fucking final boss.
This
man.
is like the feast.
We're at the final
this,
boss.
This really was the pack feast.
Right.
Like, if everything else has been a snack, like
Who
9
else-
hours is a feast.
Who else is curating their road to the top like this? So even when somebody else gets there and beats us, they don't have the
Oh,
amazing journey.
there's
you know?
some social posts that I need you to help me respond to at some point after you're done.
Oh, because we're gonna have
Well,
to.
I-
we have to do our victory lap, you know.
I linked the video and they're like 10 hours. I was like, yeah, well, there's a lot of good tech in there if you're really interested. Like, I mean, if you're really looking at, like, they were looking for gameplay tips and stuff, and I was like,
It's the first impressions, man. So you're gonna see somebody building their skill. When I'm watching you play Dark Souls and I think I'm gonna learn tech of it, I actually have to see how you build your
yeah,
skill.
I think you watching
So-
me play Dark Souls will make you a better Dark Souls player.
That's how we used
because
to build
I
tech. You
struggled
watch somebody else
so,
play
you know,
a
the
lot.
thing is, like, I struggled so much because I never did. I was one of those people who just, like, my ego just told me with Dark Souls, I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna figure this out. And the only thing I've really used as help is the wiki to kind of make it so I'm not getting lost in the middle of a stream. You know what I mean? If I could save me wandering around for an extra hour, I'm gonna do that.
So can you mod chat for the rest of it so I don't have to look at the second
yeah,
one?
that was the plan.
I appreciate
Yeah.
you, man. And this is just, I'd like to just be able to take a sigh, a deep breath, and, you know, it just feels good to finally get here. If you've been along for the ride, you know how much work I put in, and it makes me want to just promote this in the way that it is. It's like when you say esports, guys, just can we look at it differently?
It needs to be okay. It shouldn't just be FPS and like RTSs.
Yes.
That's all it is. Like, literally, and I think the speedrunning community needs to be recognized more under esports than just.
This is my petition. This is like I said, for the Ryus, for the Arcuses, for people that are out there putting in the time, that don't gatekeep the tech and just go out there and do it for the love of the game.
Yeah, Arcus is one of those speedrunners that really has, like, inspired me and Dad to get better at speedrunning.
For sure, man. His composure is it's S tier.
It is S tier composure. Like, whereas my composure is like B plus.
Absolutely.
I have about B plus composure. When I do something awesome, I freak out.
Well, we're supposed to, because when you get those, if you're falsely modest, then it's like it harbors. So it's a great thing that you have to get it out a little bit and be like, okay, and then go back to the grind.
The thing is, I don't even think about it when it's happening. Like, I'm like celebrating, and it's like I'm not planning to celebrate. I'm just like, because with Dark Souls, you never know which run is like. Besides, I don't know. My go-to is like when I use that last Ember in a Dark Souls fight, I beat it. There's like 6 recorded instances in this Dark Souls playthrough of me using the last Ember that I have, which Embers like give you more health. And the second I get that, the second I use the last one up and I have no more available, I only use it in that like last ditch effort, and I like that's like whatever, for whatever reason, that's what's able to like bring me back and like get me the win. Like, it's weird, like that it happened with one of the last bosses I did too, and it just like it happens over and over. It's like sometimes you need that little like.
Is that 5 more now?
pep in your step. Yeah.
5 more.
5 more.
5, baby. Whew. I'm telling you guys.
It's crazy though, like you said though, that we're both playing Bandai Namco games at the same time, and both like having like long-term, like what is it called? You call it a conquest?
Yeah, our term for that, the Vid-Bits, is conquest. When you give yourself a goal that it could take, you should say it could take a couple months, but you know, when some miracle happens, and it's supposed to happen at the day after Pac-Man's birthday, and the gimmick that we put to this, and I don't want to over quantify it, just watch the story. It's its own movie, guys. Road to Number 1 is going to be it's a movie. I made a movie that's an hour or 120 hours of content. So I mean, YouTube, hey, look at us, we're here, we're saying, look at how you just got monetized so much movie time that I found out at the very end that we could monetize the ads as it's playing live. So if you're seeing ads with this and you're looking through the breaks, just know there was like times that I tried to pause too, knowing that I was hoping it was going to marry with those breaks.
Like we said, if there are any ads that are weird, off-putting, just shouldn't be there.
Right.
We are still new to being monetized, so we need to go through and actually, maybe that's what we'll do after in the time after this stream, or in our free time.
We have to now.
We
do have to have a business meeting now, because we are about to go from.
We need to see which
to
ads
that.
we don't want you guys seeing.
We're gonna go into double digits daily soon, so I have to be, we have to make sure that a lot of the things that we said ring true. So, when we say blowing up, that means us maybe hoping that we're gonna get 10 subs a day, till we know that we're gonna get at least 10 subs a day, and that's, that most people like, blowing up means you got 1 million the next day. No, it just means that the next phase.
The people who do that can't sustain
My God,
it.
I'm telling you, we're gonna keep the grind, guys. We're keeping the grind.
The people who wake
here.
up and have 1 million views cannot sustain
God.
that audience.
But
that,
see, that's
that
the thing
audience is ravenous at that
right.
point.
That's the thing is, we can though, right? Because if you're here and you're coming here for our content, and we're not going to change who we are, and then eventually you don't like it, then you leave. And then the people that did like it will stay, so it will weed itself out, and the fun club will weed those people out, guys. You guys will be the mods and the community Minecraft servers. You guys will be the people that are talking in the Discord, hyping each other up and being like, that guy doesn't need to be here. And then obviously you guys can have self mods where we'll, like, that person can petition to us, but if their case isn't there and you have like text footage of how douchey they were, then we'll be able to get rid of them. It's not like just snap. How hard is it to push 2 buttons on your phone and snap evidence? We'll be fine. We'll be fine to look at it. You know what I mean? But the thing is, self moderation makes it so that you guys create the core values of the community, and you guys can make sure that those things get pushed out. So if you
that's one of the first things I tell people when they join the server. If you see anything creepy, if you see anything weird, if you see anything that's not supposed to be in our space,
absolutely,
then you report that, and it'll get fixed
the
immediately.
rules.
You know what happened? We actually had an instance, right?
Yeah.
One of our loyal members of the completely unnecessary tier, Skippy the Bard, had his account compromised, and supposedly who had compromised his account was like, I didn't even see any of this. This was all from my what I hear from mods and stuff, and Skippy himself. He said that they were spamming inappropriate links to some sort of website in the Discord, and obviously the moderators took swift action. Skippy pled his case. He said, listen, my account was compromised. I'm sorry that this happened. And we obviously knew that was not something Skippy was going to do. We knew that was not Skippy. So, because he's here all the time. He's a regular. He's donoed on multiple occasions. He wouldn't do that.
Nope.
So we trusted him. We trusted our mods at the same time. We looked at it from all sides of the perspective, and we said, listen, we had to take care of this problem, and we did. And Skippy apologized, and even though sometimes that's not your fault, sometimes that's literally a website that has your information has a data breach themselves, and then that becomes public information, and then your password is quickly compromised.
Oh no.
So that does happen at times. So I'm not gonna. I would never put that against Skippy, and I definitely still trust his integrity going forward.
We're supposed to be a safe space, so there's no way we're gonna not let you plead your case. I feel like, and I guess that harps back to when people have great records in games, and then something happens that's not their fault, and they get cheated and banned, and they don't get to plead their case. It's like,
that's ridiculous.
You're just done. You're just done. Your whole life.
That's
your
been
whole
happening
life.
a lot
I
recently.
know, man. And I guess that's why we're trying to give you that assurance that you're not gonna have to worry about that with us.
That happened. Okay, so 4.
I think so. Right.
Yeah.
Right, so it's 86,991.
It's 4.
Yeah, it's 4. Yeah, sometimes the server doesn't catch up. As long as he's at 12:15.4, we're good. But I just want to make sure that I don't do the one that crests over. I want to make sure that we do that last call down, give him just that moment of silence for his reign, and then crest over with that one, and then we'll have that victory lap and just be done.
Shout out to MintDaddyPig. He has 53,000 gamer score on Xbox. That's a pretty hefty
good,
number.
Man. Yeah, so obviously we haven't been stream sniping you because we're playing this game and every one's been viewed live.
I don't think he's on any. We looked there. He's not on any sort of platforms as far as we know. Maybe he's under some sort of other name. But I did find his Xbox profile, and it's made it a little bit easier to track when the pig's online. You got this. Let's go on to the next one. Welcome everyone. Dad's on his way to becoming #1 in the world. Slaying the pig, as he's dubbed it. The #1 player, MintDaddyPig, just has a slight lead on him, and he has caught up through thick and thin. A lot of adversity. He fell asleep and got a loss. We
don't talk about that.
I know, but like as far as like
don't talk about that.
That's adversity, man. If you're playing so hard, the fact that you like legitimately passed out and got a loss that way, and it's like, well, that's just dedication.
My first loss was fucking getting passed out. Yeah, so.
Yeah, and then one of them was my fault. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, and the one in the middle was a complete disconnect, and when you watch the footage back, like
there's one that's completely out of Dad's control. One is kind of his fault because he pushed himself too hard and passed out. And one of them's my fault. So it's pretty well rounded as far as his losses go.
The pushing myself too hard one was great because if I hadn't learned that, then the moves that I made to get the stamina for the final push was, I thought this could have been days later, and I would have been able to recover it in a more even increment. But I knew it was going to be 2 16-hour pushes, and I wanted more sleep in between. But if I had not ran away from our last confrontation and made it seem like we were going to be done for a while and sleep for the long haul, and him thinking that he could take more time by only fighting 4 fights and winning and running away and stopping, that's when I guess it wasn't because he just wanted to stop. Something happened. We don't know. He lost, and then that demotivated him from doing anything else. He's not been back since. He's let us catch up all this ground. Everything has just fallen in place because it would still have been days and days on this battle, and there's a chance we wouldn't have done our stretch goal by Memorial Day. So, you know, I feel like the ability to get this done by Memorial Day is almost some amazing thing because, you know, we're in North America, and to be able to have also the championship of the global division as well, have both the championships, the Vid-Bits be having, like, I wasn't thinking about just the fact that it's 2 belts, man. We're gonna have 2 belts, all of the belts, so you unified, like, undisputed, whatever. Do the whole Paul Heyman thing, you know what I mean, if you can. And it's just fucking beautiful, dude, because people need to know who the Vid-Bits are, and when you turn on this game and you go to the splash page, no matter what of any platform you go to, and you go to decide you want to compete and be a Chomp champ, you're gonna fucking see the Vid-Bits at the top of that. So I hope that you're understanding that we have a long way to go. We're gonna turn this into a positive and make sure that we give nothing but love to the community and start to form that, guys, because we know that you want it. Even though the internet was to be, there's only 2,500 people. There's 2,500 people that want it. So
it just started.
It just started, man.
Like
it just
started.
We are the ground floor for all of your Chomp Champ action, and we're not gonna. If it gets too big for us, I know people will take it over, and they'll be happy that we started it, and we're fine with that.
Yeah,
that's exactly what you should do when something gets too big of a project.
If all it means is you were the 3rd Chomp champ.
The 3rd. We'll explain the whole litany of what we think the championship means and who are the champions and stuff when we get to that, because we're still trying to be humble, appreciative, thankful, and blessed that we're in this position to actuate this for you guys. So thank you for tuning in. Please like, share, and subscribe. It means the world to us. I have put my passion into this movie that you've seen as Chomp Champ's Road to #1 for our channel, the Vid-Bits, and for 130 fucking hours, as well as something passionate we call a conquest here. It's a different type of content. You're not going to find a conquest on anybody else's channel. You can find stuff that they do as legacy, that you can find great gaming feats that they want to label however they want.
You can find good streams that are like a conquest,
Absolutely.
But you're not going to find anything that's going to be the level of dedication that Dad or I would provide.
Because I have to actually take time to heal, guys, but I make sure
Dad does rest up.
We live close. This is the metrics. We live close to a hospital. I've taken all the safety precautions to do this thing, and I had fucking idols like Houdini that did endurance tests. People like David Blaine, not necessarily a hero, did endurance tests. Chris Angel, a fucking person, did endurance tests. So
So we've also seen that in the course of human history, for great recognition throughout the course of history, people have done that. And so this, if you look at back how I've done it, and you see where I can be accountable for my health and the time, doing it the safest way possible with the biggest safety nets and the biggest support system, the Vid-Bits, my family and very friends, and a hospital right by, I've achieved, in my opinion, in 2 weeks the impossible. And for me personally, regardless how anybody quantifies it, it's a metric that I'm going to have a hard time beating, really. Honestly.
No, you're gonna do some speed. You're gonna move your speed.
Maybe, guys, because we do speed run. This is one of the things. Just one of the things, and we do all of the things, and you can do all of the things too. Just not video games, art, music, philanthropy, whatever you want to do. And you know,
anything.
The community here is just great at inspiring you to be the best at whatever you can be, because it's small but it's mighty. And I hope that you're wanting to join. And it's infectious, guys. I'm telling you. It's not like, and again, like, what brand are we selling beverage-wise, Braden? What's our beverage that we're sponsored by?
Water.
It's water, right? And it's because it's easy. And it's the next got milk, I guess, because it always kind of has been. And people that tell you to drink water all the time, don't you? Then maybe they're Vid-Bits fans, because we're champions of water too. I don't know. Maybe like, share, and subscribe to stream to them so they can see how cool they can actually get people to hydrate and be like, oh, you like video games?
I realized that I had so much like mental fog before. Like I don't know. Like I would be so dehydrated and not realize why I felt like shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like it was
brain fog, right?
I think that supposedly. I don't like that term.
I don't either.
It's associated with a lot of random things. I feel like, but I feel like ultimately, like, drinking more water is not a bad thing. You know, as long as you're doing it in moderation. Don't drink like a whole.
Well, this is
we're not saying drink a whole liter of water.
You know how we all love the Nintendo 64. You know how we all think 64 bits. 64 is awesome. We have such a great affinity to 64. Just don't consume more than 64 ounces of water in a small condensed time, and you'll be okay. Because they always used to say 8-ounce glasses, which is 64 ounces. So, you know, you'll be fine. Because if you look at these streams, and every time we said we'll drink water, and you look at the pile of water bottles we have from what we call an epic stream, which is 8 hours, you know, we have the average amount of water bottles to keep evenly hydrated to the point where you don't even have to urinate equally when we're burning it off with our energy by emceeing our content, and which that's what we are. We're video game MCs, and we MC our content to the point where we can use our empathy and emotion while we're actuating the gameplay to make you feel what we're doing. That's what good gameplay is. I mean, some people can feel it by just you doing the thing. So some people will enjoy all of this with the silence off, and we'll get that medium. Other people will like the philosopher that I am, and they're going to like it for just that medium and not even watch the gameplay and just listen to my talk. And then there's some people that are going to like both of it. And we're here for all of that. So when you like that type of medium, you're going to like any of the type of shit that I have from being an 80s kid, and you're going to also like that dialed down.
Well, I feel like the cool part of the channel too is like since both of us are creating things here, we kind of have a different approach to streams, different approach to content. I do shorter streams that are more, you know.
Oh, and I will too. God, man, this is tested the bounds of what I can do, and I hope that nobody demands a project like this.
In the future, the next closest thing you'll see to something like this, which is still nowhere near the
excellent stream, right? 3 to 5, right?
The next thing we're trying to work on is a co-op Undertale stream.
Yes,
where,
that'd be so cool. I'm so pumped.
I do the genocide run, and then Dad undoes all that evil by doing the pacifist run, and we get that all because he did previously.
Toby, if we can work something out there, that would be amazing.
For day 4 of Undertale, he did a stream where he beat the whole game in one sitting for the first time, and he did a neutral playthrough.
That was training for this, guys, because I got stamina for being able to just sit here and like.
So I feel like this is a pretty good opportunity for us to plug Game a Day May, a little project that we've been working on this month on the side while he's been doing this. He's been doing all of this and been working on Game a Day May with me. It's a project where we play and showcase a different game every day for the month of May. And we've gone through some of my favorites, some of the most influential and important indie games that have defined the generation. Games like, Undertale, Minecraft, Binding of Isaac, Pizza Tower, Plants vs. Zombies, Spelunky, Super Hot, Castle Crashers, to name a few. Just some amazing games that we feel very passionate about. Games like DuckTales, games like Hollow Knight, games that we really appreciate and we think that need to continue to get showcased and recognized for how important and influential they are to the industry. So Dad's just catching you guys up with how we're looking on this end.
Are we sure what the accurate count is? I can't do math. My brain's jelly. Is that
I mean, I know when I see it's less than 75 that's the match that would push me over. So I guess, but I'm afraid that this is not refreshing.
It's 3.
It's 3.
I do believe it's 3 wins. The last one I said was 4.
Well, we'll refresh and do the math. Again, this is all ways to just let the universe know that we're giving Pig a chance to respond. Because I know that if I was him, I would be like, what work time fun is going on here? Like, because I believe, and this is the thing, and I can't wait to talk to other people that have done this game of mental chess with somebody else to rule a leaderboard. I've never had this much of a rival like this. Like, if this is like, you know, Pokemon, this is my rival, man. And I'm telling you, I love it because I have a couple rivals, up against some arcade compilations through several compilations through several consoles, and it's like one of the things that I'm passionate about, making sure that there's more attention to those leaderboards, those guys becoming superstars just as much as when we do the Chomp Champs and have everybody be able to get recognized, and so we can all watch their rises and stuff and then feel like it really is a Coliseum style event, which is what the commercial's kind of displaying. You know, I think that we're going to be there. We're going to get there. I spoke about it, and I knew it was one of those things that made sense because two different people in the same area, they were like, one of them's like, that thing exists, and somebody's like, the other person's like, and he's around your age, Bray. The person around my age, was the person's like, something like that exists, and doubted things that was going on, and the person around your age was like, yeah, you're gonna have to probably go to this place for that, or this. Like, they're just talking as it exists, because they already know that it does, even though I don't know if it does, and I think that that's because we're creating it, and like, you went and looked on the posts, and there's thousands of people that are already looking for this information, let alone the thousands of people that are already competing, so once all of this goes and somebody sees that I put weight to the championships.
So, keep going.
That's the most important part, is what I'm saying, like, is you have to have weight to the championships for somebody to want them. So I have them, you know, I'm not going to be as cocky as a Roman Reigns, so if I lose one of them, I'm going to be fine. But I'm so far into ahead in the North American division, when we do the talk show, the nightly talk show, which I think I'll call the nightly talk show, Still Hungry and Forgot Our Manners. So it's almost like the overflow of me finishing the conquest and just putting that on the Pops Plays channel. And it'll be kind of funny to have that in the folder saying that. So you guys will be able to see Chomp Champs there. And hopefully it's just like, hey, I pop in to do one game a day to keep the streak going until the server inevitably closes, which no hope that happens anytime soon, because the Stadia one with its limited availability lasted 3 years, so we have a lot of Chomp Champs to go, ruling that as long as possible. So for the history books, the Vid-Bits rule that streak as long as possible, and if somehow the major streak is that we rule as the North American champion from a non-set server from beginning to end, then they're never going to say that they took us off from when we got top. And you know what? I've always heard that when you get in front, that the view never changes. And for the Vid-Bits, man, I'm telling you, the sky's the limit, guys.
And with that, I have actually done a little bit of celebration by gifting 5 memberships to active subscribers. So we've got shout out to Cats Are Green.
All right.
And a few others. You guys are now part of the significant contribution membership tier, thanks to YouTube. They actually gave us some free memberships to give out this month, so
that's
shout
so
out
cool.
to them.
That's neat.
I hope you guys enjoy the perks of spamming Chiefs in chat and all the other amazing things that come with that, such as our community Minecraft server that you can gain access to by being part of our membership at any tier. As well as our amazing Discord, which is actually available to everyone, but we do have a couple chats that are in voice chats and channels that are specific to members, as well as a mystery perk that is to be determined. That's kind of we're gonna try to individualize that perk per the person as we as we get to know them in the Discord and stuff like that. But ultimately, we're just so happy to have you on this journey. Dad's been working his ass off, and I'm glad that you guys are really showing out and showing your appreciation.
Yeah, I just hope that you guys know that, you know, one of the perks for sure will be that if you get this game, that I will be able to link up with you and add you to the friends list so we can do some elimination style matches together. And, you know, if you chomp me and you even want to record it, I'm totally fine with that. You know, just as long as you like, share, and subscribe to that stuff so that it can link back to our page. You can totally do whatever you want with that video, and I'm fine with it.
And remember to always have allow gifting on. Remember to enable that setting. So anytime that you're chilling around the channel, someone who's part of the membership, or if we are lucky enough to be given another couple memberships to give away, you could possibly be the lucky recipient of a gift as well. So just stay tuned, stay hyped. Thank you so much for, like I said, for your continuous support, because me and Dad have really put a lot of time and effort into the channel over the past 2 years, and we've been glad to see it grow, and we're just so glad to see the community thrive. Like, you guys are amazing.
That's the reason why we do this, because we would do this by ourselves, but to be in a situation where you know, we can do this with you makes it even more important. So
yeah, getting into another game. Very nice.
we're coming across the finish line here, and hopefully you're hanging out. If not, that's okay, because I'm sure you'll see this someday and be like, man, I wish I was there. And it's all good, because being there live is fine, but being there and having a chance to be there whenever you want is even better. So please start this from the beginning if you're at the end, and if not, tell a friend, and they have the ability to watch all of this from beginning to end. All of the thrills, chills, and spills. I'm sure I'll come up with the bumpers.
If you are looking for a great series to just throw on in the background, Dad's Chomp Champs Road to #1 is a good one. It's just so lengthy. It's kind of like, an extended cut of multiple feature-length films compiled into one of Dad's road to victory. It shows you every single match that led up to the point where we are now.
Considering every single match, and also, I mean, we really tried to MC
early on,
you
were explaining a lot of your tech and a lot of the things that helped make you the Pac-Man player that you are, and the type of tips that you would give someone who is trying to get into this position themselves.
If anything else, I was able to justify away things that people were complaining about online that they did not seem to understand where they were going, that was going with them, and also give you some inside information as to how you could have an edge in case those things happen. Like small stuff, and this is just a little bit because I don't want to unearth too much of it, because I want to make sure that you kind of look for it until we can categorize it and make it accessible. But like if you go out a door that's between screens and it is the perfect time distance when you're in there where you're pinched, there's a chance that you will warp to the middle of the screen where you would start underneath the spawner box. And when that happens, you basically need to, when you feel like it's taken too long and you're in the door, you just train your eyes to where you would spawn, and then when the screen moves to that spot, you'll already be there. But make sure that you're holding the direction that you were wanting to go when you're going out of the door, and you will already be like, I don't want to say fast travel per se, but you will not make the mistake of be holding the wrong direction because you didn't know that you got pinched. And I think it's just the computer itself that's saying, hey, I don't know where to put you. You're stuck exactly in the middle of the door, so you made it, but you didn't make it. So you're not dead either because it's not an enemy. I mean, that kind of things. Those kind of insights is something that you can have when somebody's gone through 1,200 matches and ranked, not to mention the matches and elimination that you have to do to unlock 10 levels to be able to get into ranked. So that, and also the tutorial as well. So yeah, when he says the insight, that's pretty much was all in the beginning, and then I was so obsessive about talking about tech that I was hoarse, and I couldn't really talk about tech for a while, and I wasn't able to do my Dave the Diver episode within the weekly limitation I put myself, so I apologize for that, and that certain of the high register female voices are not the same, and they will be like that for just a little bit, when I figured it out. And if you don't know what I mean, we have a wonderful series that I use as my comfort game. It's called Dave the Diver by Mint Rocket. We are not sponsored by them, but we wanted to showcase that game. And by the way, it's also not sponsored by the Godzilla DLC that's come out for the game. That's for free, that we will cover eventually. Because I'm going to need my comfort game after, alleviating...
Pac-Man used to be your comfort game.
It is. No, it still is. I love this. What I'm saying is this is now going to be like the MC job, and I'm going to be able to be the guy that's like, hey, take the title from me, and but it's like in a wrestling stance where if it happens, I'm not going to lose any sleep over it because I've done the damn thing. I told everybody, just touching both belts and holding them up is I just hope that Namco knows how much I mark out over championship belts, and they want to send us some. I would totally be
going with a big Pac-Man on it.
My God, dude! I mean, Pac-Man coming over here and handing it to us, it would just be such a gloriously superb moment for you guys to see and know that it was the validation of what we did, and know that you could hold one up too. I know that I'm gonna get one made. I know that I am if they don't make it for us. So I never thought, why would you get a belt commission? I have every justification if nobody gives us a championship to have one, if not two, commissioned at this point. Going probably two now if I can run away with this, and that will all be depending on the cliffhanger. There's, when the movie's over and they're to be continued, it really will be, there's two contingencies. One, whether or not He answers the door when I sit there and knock before I do the final MC of this last episode, or 2, you know, after I inevitably have to shut down. I'm telling you guys a spoiler alert. Bray will do a whole length of content, and I will come back for one last hurrah where I do an epic stream, so just 8 hours, as long as an 8-hour stream of putting myself over as much as possible, so that I give him a potential chance to catch up to me. But then that way I'll be able to keep a moderate pace on the after show and stuff that talks about the community and stuff like that, and be able to see how long I can reign like that Roman guy, that Joe guy, the Samoan Joe guy that's not Samoa Joe.
Not Samoan Joe.
So, Pink Panthers. Da-da, da-da. Dude, you really came in right at the end, bro. You cut it close, bro. You couldn't.
Panther, do you have allow gifting on? Because like I'm surprised because I think that gifting, like when you get gifted a membership, I'm pretty sure it's based off of how active you are on the channel or how active you're watching, something to that extent. So I'm just like, he's always just like, he comes in right after the gifts come and he never gets one. Like I just feel so bad because he's always so active.
Oh man, it makes me sad.
I wish they would just let me gift the memberships directly to specific people.
Well, what it is, dude, one day the other members will gift enough that the people like the Pink Panthers will just get one, and it'll be so great that you guys will take care of each other. And that's another way that you can give to us instead of just giving us a big tip or join onto one of the membership tiers. If you don't want to do that, you can gift them to other people.
Well, you have to be a membership.
Okay, I didn't know how that worked. Okay, all right. So, you know, but the fact that you guys can do that as a community and lift each other up and stuff is pretty awesome because...
Well, we do have pretty reasonable tiers. Like, it's only $2.99 for the cheapest one, so I feel like a lot of people... Or I think it might be $1.99. I'm not sure. Well, I did it as cheap as they would let me put it.
And for structuring purposes, again, we're always willing to look into being tutored as to what is the right ways and stuff going forward because, like, we're just all playing with it. And I think that, we want to make sure that you have your value there, that you feel as a consumer that your value is there. Because if not, we'll just make it, we could possibly one day make it 2 tiers, and then you could just feel like you needed a tip if you felt there was a mid-range there that you wanted to be, like a sweet spot. But it's all, it's all work in
Did you know
progress,
that memberships aren't available in all countries?
I did not know that until they just
more recently. We had someone who wanted to join our membership.
So just so you guys know, we have the disclaimer of joining the Minecraft community server.
If you happen to be in a country where that memberships are unavailable, then like that's why we've always kind of made the concession of saying, or in certain circumstances, tips would also.
I bullied the crap out of him.
A super chat or super sticker or any sort of interaction to that level would also count. So. Just wanted to let that be known.
Because our community is so understanding, if you guys don't understand, we're kind of the law too, but you guys are in charge of it, so, but you know that it would be the right thing to do to let that person in as a concession because it's not, it's not their fault. It's not their fault that their platform doesn't allow.
Weird though, man.
Certain subscription services aren't allowed, like reoccurring billing and stuff isn't allowed in certain countries.
I do get the whole thing about reoccurring billing because I've been burned there when I don't remember to turn it off, and I think that everybody can relate to that, but, we understand that too. So, like, say some sort of situation happened where that happened with you guys and you didn't roll over.
Well, if you guys ever donate and you like, we can if you're in the position where you really couldn't have given that, then we will always reach out and be able to give that back as soon as possible.
Absolutely.
Like however is easiest for us to do that, whether it be we just give you money out of our pocket to reimburse you, because there are sometimes people make that impulsive decision and they're not in the position to actually be able to do that, and that's okay.
Yeah.
And I just want that to be known because I feel like
as long as it's not habitual, we're not going to be the person that's like, well, we don't understand why you overcharge your card. Like, what the hell? I hate the unrelatability of that. So we would not work like that. The fun club is going to be like so much more accessible to each other as far as like you guys being on Discord. When you network, you'll be networking.
Not just my whole goal is the Discord is going to be a place where people are able to show off their skills. I've already seen some animators and some
it's amazing.
Some 3D designers that we've been, have joined in on the channel, and been a part of the Discord, and I just think it's so cool to be able to showcase the community's efforts and the kind of feats that they're capable of. And let me know if at any point that you try to join the link in the description for the Discord and it like is a dead link, because even though I go on Discord and put it so it never expires, it'll still sometimes expire, and I just don't know why.
Yeah.
I'm not really a Discord guy. There's a reason we have someone moderating and kind of being the admin of that chat. Shout out to Musicus Dominium for his help in the Discord.
Okay, Abel Cal, I'll just let you go and we'll see if we can do some of these mazes and you don't just get killed by somebody. We'll see what happens. That'd be a nice little closure before we get to the door there. See if we can get some ground on these fruit targets. I gotta make sure I take it first because they'll prioritize that, and even if it's gonna be their detriment, they'll still just run to it, or an extra guy like an idiot. Like say I'm energized and I'm in between the fruit target and an extra guy and they see me, they're like, let me just run towards you. So guys, if you're looking at the AI and how to advance it, make it harder, make it even harder. Make it so hard that the people in my level sweat. That we start getting L's on it because we just get too comfortable.
Like we've said in the past, the community is not quite large enough to have the ranked bracket to be fully filled.
Absolutely, we're getting there. We're gonna get there, guys.
There have been more and more people though. It's been
good.
A lot.
Take that extra guy. If you're doing this and finally this is your secret sauce, your tech for the secret tech that I'm not gatekeeping here. The thing I said I was working on. What you're gonna want to do if you want to milk to the 50,000 point target is you're gonna let those guys get the extra guys. So you're gonna want to have at least 3 or 4 guys banked when you get to this level. You're gonna want to at least be at Apple, and we've only got to Watermelon with this strat, but these guys can be quite dumb. So you want to make sure you have nice clean lines so that the AI will try to pick up the nice clean lines, but then you will make sure that when there's extra guys, you kind of lead those lines and lead that guy that's supposedly your ally to that, so then when they get to the extra, they'll prioritize that, and then they can have a nice buffer for when they do all the stupid moves, and you can keep finishing these mazes before they die and get you guys to 50,000 points, and that's what we're trying to do right now. Like, look how dumb that move is.
You're essentially point pressing.
I'm pretty much trying to get that AI just to survive. I'm trying to help him survive. Like, buddy, look how clean that L is, and he still is just going to press it if he doesn't know what's going on. And again, influenced by a fruit target, influenced by an extra guy. Good, he finished it. We're up to melon. Here we go.
This is one of the later stages that I've seen.
Yep, and I think that it's great that we can do that. Here, like, look, he doesn't know. What?
You saved him.
I saved him. I literally did. And you also don't want to kill the ghosts, because if you do, then they'll come back and not be energized, and he'll just be stupid. I'd rather beef a guy than him, so maybe that guy doesn't go after him. Stuff like that.
Another
so see,
guy.
we're good. So let's see what we can do. This will actually be pretty sweet.
Dad's showing you the secret sauce.
And I wasn't going to, guys. I wasn't going to, but if I can get that 50,000 point achievement to pop right here on the door, that would be really great. Go ahead and I don't even care what you do. Just do whatever, man. I can take an L in this match if I have to, if it gets us where we need to go. Oh, he did get me. Cool. He can keep being safe. It's fine. Go get that +1, bud. Go get it. Good job. You're just going right for it. That's good.
It's perfect.
Yeah, and this is the strat, guys, and nobody else is showing.
You should probably get the next extra guy.
Yeah, I should. Nobody else is showing you this, and I just died because the pressure is pretty. I'm excited that I showed you something that I guess I wasn't gatekeeping it, but I hadn't actuated it because it's risky when you're trying to just survive. And I was usually developing strategies while I was trying to maintain insurmountable streaks. You get to see that kind of thrills and chills when you hear me put these pressure goals on me. I knew he was going to do it. And you saw how many guys I gave him, guys. So that's why it doesn't work, and that's why I'm saying increase the AI so I have a chance to, if I can't get somebody in a lobby, I can point press to these goals that you guys have made.
Because it is so much more competitive when you do have the real people, and that's why me and Dad are trying to get more of a groundswell around this game. Is he really wants this to be more competitive?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, he's number 1.
So that was it, guys.
That was it.
I didn't even give him a chance to answer. That was it.
That was it. Dad's number 1.
We did the math wrong, but you know what? I gave the tech answer, and the really cool thing that most people are probably trying to do, because it's one of the harder trophies to get that I haven't got to pop yet. So
now you need to build a little bit of a standing before you quit.
So this is the thing. Do you want me to do that now, guys, while we're doing the overshow, and just do it now so I can go to bed after that, or what do you want to do? In chat, if you
Lonely the Big Dog says he did it. Number 1 globally.
What do you think, guys?
The reigning, defending, number 1 Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champ.
Woo!
Dad. Woo!
The Vid-Bits, bud. We did it, man. You guys, as a community, pulled me together to some insurmountable feat, and that's what we call a
Shout out to
conquest,
Greg
man.
for joining at the welcome to the buy us a bit of caffeine tier.
Thanks, buddy.
That is
awesome.
that is fantastic. What a feat. What a fantastic feat, guys. I'm so proud of him. I think he should build up a little bit of defense in case MintDaddyPig comes for revenge.
All right, let's do it.
Just because I think, how long do we have on a stream before it kicks off? 11 hours.
11:55. Look, I might as well say it, guys. I want to be the first person to hit 100,000 ratings, so I can just feel like whatever happens, happens. Because in classic arcade games, 100,000 points is the metric, and they actually have a trophy in this game to getting 100,000 points in a level, which is usually where you get either the key or the crown. So to know that if we hit 100,000 points, we would metaphorically hit the key for this game as a rating, and so it's my stretch goal, guys. So if you don't care to be along with me, I'm going to try to get as deep as I can so that I don't affect the rest of the content schedule, but then it also is kind of maybe a chase in case he comes back for it. But if not, you'll get late night to be able to hang with the new champ and watch me get to that metric of 100,000 and start to talk about the great things that we're going to do with your guys' community, which is what I'm going to use the Vid-Bits for in so many different ways. We just found a way to do it with this game. We didn't even know this community was like suffering, or we just thought it was good. I was so ready to jump into the it was dead in the water mentality, even if it was my favorite IP. So I'm sure you guys have those situations too that are like that. And I'm just so thankful that we're going to be able to do something. And you know what? And the windfall is that I get to do something to give back to Bandai Namco for free.
This has been 9 hours, 9.5 hours in the making, guys. This current goal has stretched 120 hours. What is that? What you said? Something like that?
The whole thing, yeah.
This specific stream has been 9.5 hours. Just give it up for Dad for a second. I mean, that is just fantastic. What a feat. I mean, you don't see, like, I can do it, but you don't see me pulling streams that are 9 hours long. My longest really is like 5 to 8 hours. Like, so the fact that he's pulled multiple 9 to 11 hour streams, like, that is just a fantastic feat, and you guys have just been cheering him on all the way, and it's just given him so much motivation. So once again, thank you guys so much for the continual support. Dad is just, he couldn't be more motivated right now. And
with that being said, I'm going to do two things. I'm going to give one more shout out to all my family, friends, and support system, and that's what I'm going to say to that.
Can I do my little preamble?
That was that. So I'm gonna let him go.
I have a little thing I've
look into that. So go ahead.
I have a little thing I've written before Dad's speech. This one goes out to anyone who's been here for us when we needed them. Shout out to our many members: Skippy the Bard, Puzzler Studio, Matthew and William, as well as our family. This has been a long time coming, and if it weren't for you all, we wouldn't be in this position at all. So, as well as our most recent members, shout out to Katsar Green and Greg Schneider.
Yeah, don't forget we got vested members like Bud Smoking Pandas and Mr. Know-It-All, who do some of our OG content, and they've been really awesome to us as well. So, shout out to them as well. You have any final words before I go into the last deal there, Bud?
Your last final speech?
Yep, and then we're just gonna, we're not going to talk any more politics, anything else after I do the final thought. We're just going to play some good games until you guys are wanting to go do whatever else until the stream kind of settles, and that way you can say that you're hanging out with the Vid-Bits as we achieve the goal in this conquest, because getting to the end of the conquest is important, but being able to savor the fruits of our labor with you guys in the community, which is what really drove me to this. And I hope that you know that when we do the conquests in our series and our shows, you're going to know that you guys are narrating are curving the narrative too, and helping shape these experiences, and that's why it's more personal for us.
I think if there's anything that I do want to say, it's anyone who's here for the first time or who's been here for the long stretch, the long haul. I ultimately thank you guys so much for liking, commenting, coming here consistently, and making us a part of your daily schedule. The fact that you guys tune in on the regular and really support us in our dreams and our efforts, like 9 or 10-year-old me never really would have been able to dream about the efforts we've accomplished in just 2 years here. So it really makes me super humble, super blessed, and thankful to have you guys. So I'm glad that we're in the position of celebration, and we're at that point that Dad had always envisioned. At the end of the day, I'm just so proud of you, Dad, and we'll lead into your final speech.
Okay, Charlie. I'm grabbing my jump balls and saying, this is me and Braden's formal public submission to Moist Esports. We are wanting to be sponsored. Please sponsor us. We're starving, and we're willing to give our efforts towards your team. I mean, we are building our brand, and we want to be our own thing, and we will continue to be our own thing, but man, if this is an amazing story that when you're looking through YouTube for a story to cover, we're just actuating everything that is our dreams and trying to do the same thing that you're doing and add to the, the delicious buffet of YouTube in a non-compromising way. And people that are true to me, Brian, know that I've always tried to do things my own way. I'm a little bit different. I'm a non-conformist, so to be able to try to find a way into that and not disrupt it too much, but find a way to not starve and be a starving artist so that we can add to it more. If anybody likes what we're doing, you have the ability to get that reach. So this is just, again, sponsor us. So appreciate you, Moist, and it's going to be awesome working with you. I know that you at least will consider it, and we can at least have a conversation about it, because hopefully you'll see it, and whatever will happen, that we're going to stay on the grind, guys. 2 more things, and then we're going to go into this. Maximum right now, pow, boom, activate your dreams. And at the end of the day, to get where we're at, all you have to do is look at yourself in the mirror. If you don't have somebody that can keep you grounded, look in the mirror and say to yourself, what do you want? Well, we want to be the first father-son duo signed to Moist Esports, but if we don't have the ability to do that, we still have had a great foundation enough to start to heal the culture, let people know at least my public opinion from my demographic from an 80s kid, and then know that a lot of that is influenced from the demographic from somebody that's from the early 2000s that's 18, so 25 years between us. I think that we're naturally hitting all the things that have many metrics. Like there's 7 different major metrics that you can get, 6 or 7, and like it's all natural and real here. So we're ready to work with who makes sense so that we can not be starving artists anymore, and we can really just show, it's going to just show many people how much they can do. So that's our public I guess it is an apology that I've called you out a couple times at the end, because I guess that's how you get somebody's attention, is you have to offend them, and sometimes if it's not in the right heart, it's offensive when their name's thrown out there, because then it gets tagged negatively. But if somebody tags this to you positively because of what's going on, they think that me and Braden are just kind of just grabbing our fucking balls and jumping, bud. So I appreciate your time if you're looking at this. So, and we're going to move forward. That was the equivocal exchange, as you possibly looked at this or not. And we're going to move forward, not talking super crazy philosophical dad, because a deep sigh of exasperation, and we're going to be looking forward to cementing our legacy as the universal, and whoever can say it in the Paul Heyman voice, just say it in your head, the reigning, defending, undisputed universal champion. And let me refresh one more time to make sure he didn't jump on, and we're just going to play some games until you guys said we're done, and then I get to just take a shower, eat some sushi, slumber, all these fun things, watch my favorite shows, treat myself to something that's not, even though I love Pac-Man and it's still not a job, my Pac-Man obsession, my Pac-mania, if you will. So let's see if we're reloading here. It's still the Vid-Bits. He wanted us to have it, buds. Like, whatever happened, and I can't wait to talk to him, was just enough. I mean, if you
slayed the pig.
If you just watch the momentum, and it's going to be amazing for you to see, like, when I started to realize I was going one-on-one, and Braden starts to hone in the thumbnails towards the battle, and then the narrative that we put. Even if you don't want to watch all 120 hours of Road to Number 1, you can watch the last fourth of it, and I definitely dial in the craziness a little bit more and go more into the pitch as to why I think that you should, help us get into the hearts and the homes of lots of people. So I thank everybody for their time that's doing anything with this other than just watching me do that great gaming feat and be like, he's a maniac, and that's the viral moment. So I'm fine with all that. That's the barterment. I finally have fulfilled the contract of the universe with this shit, and I guess I get to give the big thumbs up. I put America and us, the Vid-Bits, on top of 2 leaderboards. We're holding 2 titles high. And Bray, are you ready? So, can you please just read the description of our channel to start our, I guess this is season fucking 2.5, let's go. Read the description of our channel to everybody that doesn't know what we are and what we're about. What is the mission statement for the Vid-Bits, Bray?
We are a father and son duo putting the time in to reach the top of the mountain. Oh yeah!
Yeah, baby! So, let's fucking go, babe. We're gonna go ahead and just roll with number 1. That was match number 1200. How poetic is that? Just beautifully. And, everything. I can't wait to talk to you guys in the Discord about the losses, and somebody looks at the footage like, man, what a goof. And I'm like, yeah, I know. But look how humble I was about it for you guys, so that you would learn the lesson, because I luckily have learned it at that point. Because there's a younger me that got so fucking mad at some of those moments. But in the goal, when you have a conquest and you have a fucking goal at the end, you have a fucking responsibility. You gotta just reach in, and you gotta get
hit that goal, right? And I just am so thankful that I was able to do that. So, you know, at the beginning of the nighttime thing, I'm going to go ahead and do the pop-off of all the cosmetics. But one more time before we go, because it's funny that we could rattle the pig before we go. And if that's the case, then we won't really even charge him. We'll let him do his thing and see. I just want to see what his average stamina. He doesn't know that I'm studying his tech, see. I want to see what his average stamina run is. So if for some reason why I do the last countdown, he gets active and starts going, I'll just let him go. And we will humbly, because I said that too, that after I just did it, but at this point I think that you guys want to see me do a couple more matches, so I'm going to go ahead and do some respect, because that's what we're all about here, is the respect of the gaming community in a way where you're not really seen, and you know, to the basically just because it's the right thing to do, not because we're getting anything out of it. I guess if it gets us extra views because the people that are getting features on here will, you know, show and link to our channel, that's really all we want for the time and effort that we're going to put into it. That would be the equivocal exchange of that contract, guys. So if we help you guys get your socials over, because I'm telling you, and say you're Daddy Mark, and I'm calling you out every night because you maintain the 20th spot on the leaderboard, so you start getting more traction, just please like and subscribe to the stuff at least, and like people that know that's going to look in, like, oh my god, watch this nightly show, they're going to call me out. Just give us some love, that's all we're asking for the time that we're putting into it, because it's going to take a lot of time that either me or Bray are going to do, or somebody, one of our community members, because we don't have the time and we're doing something else, will do for us. So just take that into consideration. We appreciate you. We're going to go ahead and get one more drink of water here, brought to you by our beverage water, the amazing water, anywhere. Your water, their water, don't steal their water, and don't steal water. That's the only water you can't have, is stolen water. Unless I guess it's your brother or sisters, which you probably do that all the time, but then you're drinking after them, and that's another type of water too. I promise the humor is a lot more there when I'm dialed in, so. Alright guys, coming from your reigning, defending, undisputed champion, we have number 20, Daddy Mark, with a win-loss record of 271-4 and a rating of 19,278. Number 19, we have Toy Hunter, with a win-loss record of 299-3. They are one win away from 300. They have a rating of 19,372. Number 18, we have Gamer Bull, with a win-loss record of 279-5, with a rating of 19,765. One of my favorite gamer tags and representing the PlayStation, which again, you guys will all get your own recognition once I can get the money to get you guys' information on whatever platforms if you do not submit it. We have Insanity Drew. He has the win-loss record of 279-1, with a rating of 20,492. Number 16, we have Guardian Fan Such, with a win-loss record of 279-1 and a rating of 20,665. Coming in at number 15, we have Lucifer Heaven, with a win-loss record of flawless 298-0 with a rating of 21,223. Coming in at number 14, I hope he comes out of semi-retirement, P-Man 454. Now we empathize with why you could have lost, because the disconnect loss is ass, and I'd love to know your thoughts on that, because it probably was what happened to you, and I would have been demotivated too. 298-1 and so close to 300. We empathize with you, and we're so sorry. Please get back in the game. You want to stay on the splash page? We know you do. You're representing the PlayStation. Come on, guy. We have a rating of 21,381.
I like how you're paying respects to the people who came before you.
I'm telling you, dude. Like we it's like the Castle Crashers ending. When you go through all of it and you're going past all the bodies of all the things that you got there. It's like we have to, right? It's also what's going to make the weight of our championship mean that everybody's going to want us to hoist physical belts high, right? And maybe that'll be the picture you actually get to see my face, because at that point I know the city that I'm in likes video game culture, so there's that. Number 13, there's True Carnage at 327-1 with a rating of 23,808. Number 12, we have Space. And I don't know if it's like Space. I don't really know. Why don't you tell me, Space? At me. I'd like to know how you say that.
I think it's a character that they can't present.
Ah, that's possible. It's just pretty cool. We have him at a flawless. Ooh, they moved. No, I don't know if they moved up one or not. Him and David Dow. So we have 334-0 with a rating of 24,129. Barely missing the top 10, it's David Dow 00 with an awesome 330-0 win-loss record with a rating of 24,611. Coming in at number 10 is Niello with a win-loss record of 359-1 and a rating of 25,355.
Coming in at number 9, moving up the ranks, is Shanimal with a win-loss of 393-2 and a rating of 26,741. Coming in at number 8, just missing out of the splash page, is somebody to always keep your eye out, Eve Branch, with a win-loss of 425-5 and a rating of 28,672. Number 7, the bottom of the splash page and always on the grind, is Mothership. They have a win-loss record of 452-2 and an impressive rating of 31,227. They are only the 7th person to crest the 30,000 point barrier. Number 6, Shiba Inu, coming in with a win-loss record of 535-11 with a rating of 33,061. Our top 5 Chomp Champs brought to you by our beverage, water. Yes, water. Have some water.
Mr. Socrates 1988 with a 489-0 win-loss ratio, as well as a 36,130 rating.
Woo! So crates.
AVI, as me and Dad have been calling him, because we don't know how to say that name. So AVI, 561-6, as well as a 39,706 rating. Next up, we've got
The top 3.
you do the top 3.
Alright, the top 3. Number 3, the OG, who we consider the number 1 champion in our hearts and probably the number 1 champion for sure in the North American division as far as like the initial champion. Strictly based on the record, and they have a 829-0 win-loss record. They have crested 60,000, so 61,686 rating. They are only the 3rd person to break the 40, 50, and 60,000 point rating barrier, so they are definitely a contender and could come out of semi-retirement. Number 2, we have the former champion of the global division, the one that we took at ultimately 3 days and so much work, so many legacy streams that if you watch the entirety of this, you'll see how we trained up for it, all of the spills, chills, thrills. It's just amazing, but we have to give respects to somebody that probably never saw us coming, and when they did, they didn't know how to ever deal with somebody like us, and that's fine. It was a conquest, and we were ready for the challenge. We Babe Ruth this, and they came in at 1,215 and wins and 4 losses with a rating of 87,322. They are only the 2nd people to hit the 40, 50, 60, 70, 80,000th point rating metric, and they were definitely awesome. They were one of the most fierce
Chiefs
gaming
in
rivals
chat for the champ.
I've ever freaking had, I'm telling you, as far as a gamer goes, when you know that you're long distance competing with them. And I have to give it up to the former champion of the world, MintDaddyPig. So as much as I joked about slaying the pig, and I may have just stepped over you without giving you the chance, you had so many hours to do it, and I feel like
you really did you pointed for it and hit the home run.
I'm telling you.
And Skippy's here. We got Skippy back in chat.
Skippy,
Right in time for the
announcement of the number 1 Chomp Champ. The North, what did you say? The King of the North, the now universal global Chomp Champ. Like I said 2 weeks ago when I started this series out of a whim, that I was going to put us on number 1 of the global leaderboards. One of these, if anything else, guys, in the history of YouTube, the smallest brand has now made the most impact in the smallest amount of time. I know this, because we have in our hearts so much determination to do conquests like this, and look at what we've done. In 2 weeks, in a movie form, for free for you to look at, we put our hearts on our sleeves, and we put ourselves at number 1, the Vid-Bits, at an impressive 11,097-3. And we have the Brett the Hitman Hart's history of the 3 losses, and we could talk about those if we want to, but we're not worried about that. We have a rating of 87,366, and we are publicly declaring we are the first team that will go for the key, so to speak, which is a rating of 100,000 points, which we will do.
What's up, Infinite Space? Welcome, welcome. Dad is celebrating his number 1 global victory. We are just so happy to be in this position to be able to celebrate this. Dad's been working on this, like he said, for 120 or more hours.
Yeah.
Every single hour has been documented on the channel, so thank you so much for your support. and now Dad's gonna play a couple games just to, unless you want to,
Just hang out with you guys, and
unless you want to.
that's gonna be the
That's
after
the
party.
crescendo.
That is like Pac-Man opens his presents for his birthday.
At the very end,
Yep.
Dad's gonna buy everything in the store.
Because I have 267,843
He has not
Pac-Mans.
bought anything from the store.
Well, I did buy the most expensive glasses in the sushi background.
he bought one thing.
But I didn't put the
Yeah.
glasses on in any of the games, so I'm the only person. Can I say that else? That's the final accolade. I'm the only person on YouTube that's categorized like the road to #1 in the world from beginning to end, and I'm the only person that made it so Pac-Man got to shine. It's his birthday last night. He never got.
Yesterday was Pac-Man's birthday.
This is a belated birthday. If you look at the title, it says the Vid-Bits gift Pac-Man the throne of the world, and we just did. So I hope that he appreciates it because he gets to shine as Pac-Man himself, not gussied up, not dolled up. We will do that one day, and then people will come in droves to see it because I just wanted him to shine. And so thank you, Pac-Man, and I hope that you enjoyed this belated birthday present from the Vid-Bits. It's a historical thing. We've put now the North American Pac leaders. Now we have all the titles before Memorial Day, and we're going to run with it for a little bit, guys.
Skippy says it's the most epic battle he's ever witnessed.
I appreciate that, Skip. I know that you knew when I knew that I was going to continue with it when we talked about it, and you compartmentalized about how you did it with a different game. And then I thought, okay, then my overthinking about this shit is going to be okay. And I'm like, I really was like, they say there's such a fucking fine line between genius and madness, and I will tell you, when you tell somebody that you're going to go from the bottom and all the way to the top in 14 days when they already had a 7-day head start, I'm like, damn, you know what I mean? Like, these people were, he was fighting to maintain something that he started 21, 22 days ago and paid extra money for, and like, that made me more hungry because like, normally the older people that I'm competing with Pac-Man, like, they were in the arcades doing it, so when they get an arcade 1-up or whatever, they probably just go up there and do the patterns that they did from their childhood, and it's like riding a bike, and they can easily get 150, 200K, and I can't touch them because I'm just now hitting my stride to be able to consistently hit 100K, let alone the rare matches that I hit like 125 to 150. But I digress, and it'd be amazing when you guys put us in a position where we can have, you know, the Vid-Bits arcade. You guys can come in, we can all compete with stores, score attacks, and stuff like that. So the future is bright, and I can't wait to see it. Thank you guys for popping in. We have 6 people in chat. If you just tuned in, we are now the ruler of the Pac world. We're going to come up with a way to say it. I was having a hard time tripping over Namco Bandai, Bandai Namco the whole time, so we just applied for a public sponsorship with them, and now we actually have all of the credits. So if this sponsorship video was also for them as well as it was Moist Critical, so hopefully you guys are appreciative of the efforts that we put forward.
No worries, Skippy. Don't stress yourself about that. We know that you we know that you support us, man.
Skip, my God, dude, yeah. I mean, in perpetuity, like how much credit I gave you that I didn't do because you were even here, because I wanted people to know like how much you meant to us, like in the base support of this. So yeah, it's invaluable, dude. And like, I have no pressure now, guys. I get to actually.
Yeah, there is no pressure.
I get to actually now. It's like when the views like clear ahead. You know, when you're like doing the Tour de France and you're in the lead, you don't ever fucking look back. So that's where we're at now, guys. And the only reason why I'll look back is when I take a nice 8-hour, 10-hour break and Braden does his contact block, and I come in, and then I'll let the universe play how it lies. So he's either in the lead. If he decides to be foolish and not gain any ground, he's never fucking getting it back, guys. Because I think that a pack snack or two a night, and then eventually I'll get such ground where I can literally play 7 minutes a night, 8 minutes a night, and nobody's gonna fuck with it. And then when I'm having my own time, as long as you guys are okay with it, I won't stream it live. I will just start recording it, and then we'll have a situation. Or, you know, you guys put us in a situation where we have multiple streaming devices. I will just stream it while it's not affecting the rest of the programming schedule, because I want you guys to help me maintain this as long as the servers stay up. So, you know, putting the Vid-Bits and keeping them on top gets our brand advertisement for free. At the metric of paying $20, that was the contract. They let me pay $20, and I beat their game enough to get our name advertised on their splash page for all eternity across all their consoles, and that's okay barter. So even stuff like that, I don't give a shit about that now. It's not an L because it's not below 32. And at this point, experience points are fucking arbitrary because I'm just giving him a chance to catch up. And
you're just trying to get wins now.
Yeah. Just trying to get those
round
wins.
That number up
right,
a little bit.
Just go and just have fun and just like, again, if you have any topics or anything that you'd like to discuss or whatever that's not Pac-Man, because we're just in the victory lap here, I'd love to hear it, especially any type of suggestions on how we can hone in the things that we're talking about. You know, if you know people that like to do stuff like that, or please just buy this flipping game so we can start hanging out in it. Because if you look now that I feel like I'm transparent enough to show you, you can basically add people. So
Drop your names in the chat sometime.
You know what I mean? Like,
Dad will add you.
I'm not going to show you my friend code right now because we're trying to make it so this all killer, no filler. The whole part of this game is to make sure there's no casual, so I don't want it to be like, oh, I paid $3 and I'm on the caffeine tier and I get to play with the Chomp champ. Like, no, I wanted to be people that want to be here, and we're trying to. That's the whole thing. It shouldn't be a casual community. It should be the people that want to be here. You can play casually.
I think they'll have to reach out on the Discord,
right? Absolutely.
And talk to us to be able to.
That'll be a perk for sure, because there's no reason why it shouldn't. Because
I think part of the whole, all of the membership tiers is you can kind of help. You will have more of an impact on the schedule and what the content is.
Right.
You know, if Skippy were to say, hey, I'd like you to play this game, we're definitely going to take that into consideration and try to work that in as soon as possible. You know what I mean? Because especially people who are, at the completely unnecessary tier and stuff where they're supporting at that level, like, we want their opinion to be noted, and we want, the kind of stuff that they like to be showcased as well, Especially if people are at the point where they're trying to showcase their own games. I would love to be able to show like a subscriber Sunday or something, and we're like showing off some of our subscribers' games or creations.
Right, like
or
Charles
art.
Tuesday is one of those things that we do because we want to get that exposure. But if we can like touch base with you guys and you have like development codes, and you're like, here's a review code, then that's where we want to be in like those spots, because we can gush about these guys in other like smaller compartmentalized episodes. But to me, with the exposure, when we eventually launch even further, by the time this is blown up, it's going to be season 3 of Game of Day Main. You guys are going to be fighting and sending us shit
that's
like
the other thing.
What we want to do with it, and like we're not going to you know what I mean. We're not going to we're not going to compromise like whatever we have ahead, because we actually have 2 years planned ahead. So it'd be more like what games that you guys have at the time that makes the most sense for that.
Well, I mean, and we haven't even gushed enough about Game of Day May. I mean, the fact that we really last year we recorded it and we had much tougher parameters. We said we were going to beat a game every day for the month of May. We got through that. Unfortunately, there's no commentary or anything on that. It's just kind of there for legacy. Season 1 is just like an alpha, kind of putting that idea into motion. And then like this year, it really came to fruition, showing off some of my favorite games, even showing off a game that the day it came out. To be able to show off an indie game, a project that I had been following for a while in my own time for 3 to 4 months, and then for that game to come out and then to be able to showcase that on Game of Day May, the day it came out, that was a really special moment. I mean, as well as being able to just show off some of my favorite games in general.
The fact is, though, when you did that game, though, I talked about, somebody asked me what game you were doing, and I mentioned it, and they were like, oh yeah, I forgot that thing was a thing.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. Like, we'd love hitting that niche, because you guys didn't work on those games for 1 to 3 or more years.
It was a single developer, a solo developer. Like,
that's awesome.
And to see how fluid the animation looks, I can't wait to just see how, the environments evolve. The game I'm talking about is Rooftops and Alleys. It's just an awesome parkour I think it's called parkour free running game where you just kind of do challenges, get medals, do like little speed run sections where you're trying to get the fastest time possible, and it's super fun. I can't wait to see as that community grows and evolves.
And then again, when you get the Vid-Bits, you get selfless projects like Game of Day May. And we get the whole embodiment of the maximum right now pow boom attitude, because we went into that project without doing enough research to wonder what was going to get demonetized, and we went through them and we went right into them knowing that after the project was done, that was an option, and there was no part of us that was going to scrap that or like lose that emotion or energy that we put into that project.
Exactly.
Like, who does that? Because most people do so much research and spend so much time.
I've seen people start projects and quit them halfway through, or just not fully follow through with the original idea.
Like Undertale, like especially when you do the back-to-back tag team play.
The fact that you legitimately, I was like, yeah, you should play this game. You're like, yeah, like, you essentially gave me that look in the middle of stream that just let me know that you were gonna sit there and do the whole thing. Like sometimes like Dad will give me that look. It's either like, oh, I'm ready to do this in 2 parts, or oh, we're gonna just do this in a one shot. And me and Dad pride ourselves on being able to do that. What's that called? A long play, where you sit down and play the whole thing in one. I think that's what a long play is. Like, it's really satisfying to be able to do that start to finish accomplishment.
We have a couple of things to throw in the hopper for that now. We got Castle Crashers and we got
we do we're trying to work on our 2-player Castle Crasher speed run.
That's one of our duo goals. So I think that when you guys want to see that stuff, it's gonna be awesome to motivate us to do it and hang out with us while we're trying to tackle that.
It's cool because here on the channel, Dad's able to have his projects, I'm able to have my projects, and then we're able to have things that we work on together. Like Game a Day May is a joint project between both of us. Whereas like something like my Red Dead series or my Dark Souls series is kind of something I'm working on, and then Dad's working on his stuff. You know, this has been his main. This has been his baby.
Like they marketed it as Pac-Man too, and we didn't know that when we went into Game a Day May because like we just didn't. So like these two things collided together.
It's just nice that you're going to be able to the next time you do record content, you're going to be able to kind of relax and do some Dave the Diver.
My God, I'm so happy.
One of Dad's favorite indie games that's just been his comfort game for a while now has been Dave the Diver. That game it's part sushi restaurant, part diving simulator, part
there's a little bit of rhythm game in there.
There's a bunch of witty banter, good conversations.
There's like a interior decorator type aspect. There's a social media manager type aspect. There's so much to unpack there. We haven't even got all the way in there yet either because
one of the most multifaceted games I've ever seen.
You're gonna see like in Bray's comfort game, Red Dead, that we slow play these. Like I guess with the comfort game could also be called a slow play because there's no rush here, and we're gonna.
We're just enjoying it.
If Bray wants to play Red Dead for that session, and you unfortunately tuned in the day that he wants to pitch horseshoes because he's in that mood for 45 fucking minutes. That's what you're seeing though.
Are you sending a rib my way?
But then somebody actually said, "Hey man, you're gonna be pitching some shoe next time." So like they were finding some sort of comfort in watching you do it, which is the whole essence of what we're trying to capture there. How do you play a game when you're just using it as a comfort vehicle? Which is why we have them to break the tension of conquests and maybe me and him are doing a duo session and like we're getting through a boss and we're getting aced over and over again, so we have to have the next thing be one of our comfort games or something to like ease the tension, baby, because you need to do that. Like you need to break the gravity of it because it's like when you walk away you get better at it, you know what I mean? Like with your souls, when you rubber banded after having 6.5 hours of being in phase 1, you went to sleep, you came home or you came up and 90 minutes later you did the whole first phase flawlessly and you just like was ready. You had mentally stretched yourself about how stressful that was, but then when you like had time to reflect on it, you just went in and actuated it. It was just amazing to see. And then I'm trying to not watch because I'm like not spoiling it for the first time, but I don't know the storyline at all, so like I don't think I would remember anything anyways. The big bad boss, super huge swinging attack pattern, and he was probably pissed that you predicted it too early. Like that's the epitome of watching you.
That happens a lot of the time.
That happens a lot of the time.
I think it's more so I don't want you to spoil the pattern for yourself.
Right, because then it would be easier for me and I won't be figuring it out like a puzzle. Like if somebody's like, yeah, here's this puzzle, and then they figure half of it too before they give it to you.
Especially because I've seen Dad played Elden Ring and he beat Godric, or I think it's Godric, and the satisfaction, the when he put it all together and he finally knew what he was doing, the sense of joy that I could feel him like having, like in the whole room lit up with just this sense of satisfaction. Like I could tell that Dad was so pleased with himself. Like what just happened earlier when he finally hit number 1. I could he's the type of person that his energy is so infectious that I could tell when he's happy, and like when he's so happy, like he really lights up a room.
I appreciate that, and it's just like weird because when I watch the Soul series or Elden Ring or all that, like when I watch that as an empath or somebody that's like receiving how you're doing it and just trying to like.
Is it too stressful for you? Like.
No, it's like I compare it to like, especially when we're talking about the building blocks. It's like you have like those wooden blocks and you build a house kind of, and then you just take your hand and you're so mad at it, so you swat it away. And then you build it a little bit better, then you swat it away. And the whole thing is you're trying to build this perfect house, and when it all comes together, it's perfect, but you're not happy with it. And then the swatting it away is a metaphor for the boss just acing you when you think you just got it. You're like, yeah, this time I got it, and your ego in your head. It's not the ego that you're projecting, not you specifically, but a Souls player. Like, eventually they start to get it. They think, yeah, this is the run. And when your ego overcomes you, you swat that house down again, and you have to rebuild this shit again.
I will point it out. It's funny because I'll point it out every time it happens while it's happening. Like, oh, shouldn't have healed there.
Right.
Shouldn't have gone for that swing.
Both, and you're like, but the cool thing is you can hold accountability to yourself, so that's why you keep going.
But that's also why you get better. The person who blames the game is the person who stays stagnant and doesn't get any better at Dark Souls. You have to be like, well, I should have done this differently. I shouldn't have done this. That is exactly how you get to the point where you're improving. Is you almost see what you're doing wrong and change your pattern in response to the boss's pattern. And that's why I will always say this. because Dark Souls is one of the first games that I've seen since like the arcade or NES generation where you really are learning the pattern of the enemies. You're not blindly going in and just shooting everything or just, you know, killing everything like super quickly. Like you actually have to know, you really have to know what they're doing, and you have to be in their head. Like you, that was a good way of describing
with
it.
me and Pig, I was in this guy's head when we were both living our own lives wherever he's at in the world.
Dad literally timed his. I was like, dude, you should go to bed because he's gonna think that you're done. And then he took a quick like 3 to 4 hour nap. And then he got back up and he was right back in the grind. Like, and Pig didn't even know it. Pig is just like he suffered a loss towards the end of his thing because he didn't know how to handle it, and then it psyched him out to the point where I don't know if he's gonna come back.
Nope, and then we were able to take the crown because of it, guys. And again, I'm just kind of this is how I'm gonna degauze, guys. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna ride this stream out for a little bit, and so I can just unwind and be super chill since I've hit the goal. I'm knowing that every time I get a win, it's buying me some sleep time and buying into Braden's programming schedule. After he's completely done and we've had like a great meal at the end of the night and some time together, and I know that it's good and I'm ready to go, I'm going to give an epic stream, so just 8 hours, not more than that, and make sure that I get myself a good foothold, and then we're going to start talking about where we're going to move in the future with Chomp Champs and how it's going to move on to the Pops Plays channel, and
It's essentially going to be the final hurrah.
I'm going to put. I said
channel.
8 hours, but the goal is 100,000. So if I hit 100,000 rating or 8 hours, so whatever's first. Because I want to hit that key. I've made that key in my brain. And the thing is, guys, even though we're the champ of the world, and I know that we'll eventually take it back from Pig if he gets it, if he gets 100,000 rating for us first when we're slumbering, we're cool with it. That way he can still have a number one. He can be number one at that.
First key.
But the fact that if we get 100,000 first, we'll be the first person with both the championships and the 100,000 point rating. So the only reason why I'm not going for that is by making the contract with the universe that I want it. And if you listen to how I've done the last couple hours, I kept saying, I'll give him a chance if he's awake. I'll give him a chance if he's awake. And guess what? Whatever happened in his life made it so he didn't wake up. So what I'm going to say is the contract with the universe is our brand comes first. This is all extra to my conquest, so making sure Braden gets adequate time to do his programming and you guys being able to flow with that is what makes the most sense to me. So at the end of all of it, I'll do what I want to do because it doesn't even have to happen now. And if
you can, I think I just like how you have a late night stream now
Right.
where you kind of hit some of the people.
God, did I have to play this in the way that I've been playing it?
Some of my favorite people that tune in are across the world.
Right.
And they might tune in more during a late night.
And they know
stream.
that we're already champions. So like, dudes, you did it. Like, yeah, we did it. We did the damn thing.
Yeah,
Here we go.
and I'm so glad to have people like Skippy here and people who have been here following the conquest for so long. Like we had our shout out period and we're not going to go back into that, but it was just so nice to be able to kind of give those people their little slice of the cake, their little slice of credit for contributing to our success and mostly your success. I've been here as a number one cheerleader, hype man.
Let me just go back to this. After the full closure, because the last video in this folder will be when I hit the 100,000. But just know that when you go back in first impressions, after I do the first leg before I start ranked and I'm having the mental thing, I take a 90-minute break to spend some time with my grandmother. And Braid has his own first impressions of this game, which he hasn't touched it since, but he spends 90 minutes with it, and I highly suggest that you check it out. But the fact that it's married within this experience, it's almost like when somebody writes a great forward for you. Well, I don't even know what he said, but I bet you it's poignant to the whole narrative here.
It's really crazy that you picked a game for first impressions, and the first impressions honestly showed you enough that you wanted to play it. It really shows that if those first impression games do grab our eye, any first impression, whether that be a game you guys recommend, that'll go in the first impressions folder if we've never played it.
Right.
Any game that people have a whole lot of nostalgia
We'll never lie
for.
about it. We're not gonna produce first impressions.
That's
why
so lame.
If you guys watch this, we bleed through it.
Well, because that's not the only thing that we do. It's not just first impressions. Sometimes we're playing games we're experienced at.
We also have things cross-pollinated in folders based on when we do them and we have them produced in a specific spot.
Say
we start somewhere else.
Okay, right. Say we start a series in Game a Day May, and we pick up off that save file. We're gonna have Game a Day May, whatever day that is, be the first episode of that series because that's where we got to the point where we were picking up off that save file.
You guys kept saying we want more of this outside the time lot that you have for this project, so please continue. So I'm like, yes, high five, let's go.
Like say for example, like Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight, I picked up. It's crazy. I did a video that was really early on the channel. The first, the intro bit of Hollow Knight, because I knew I never want. I hate doing the tutorial of a game I've already done before. Right. So I got through the first bit of Hollow Knight to the point where you get your magic, your soul blast or whatever, and And then I stopped, and you know, it was so long, and then someone in the comments was like, hey Bray, you should play some Hollow Knight. And I'm like, yes, I'd love to pick up Hollow Knight, because it's been a while. And now, Game a Day made this year, we actually, for day 20, we played Hollow Knight, and I got a good bit of progress in it, to the point where, you know, now when I'm feeling up for it, you know, here in the future, I'm gonna go and play, I'm gonna play Hollow Knight, you know, for the in a playthrough for the channel, because it's a game that I think deserves that recognition, and I think it really, Team Cherry deserves that credit, because like indie developers who are
they're all ripping off of it now, even though like, oh, it's ripping off of it. Of
Yeah.
course it is, but you know what? You're ripping off of it now. Like,
Oh
come
yeah,
on.
a lot of the
Like
tropes.
when somebody says it's like a Hollow Knight like, it's like, okay, it's own subgenre now.
Well, because Hollow Knight almost redefined what a Metroidvania could be.
Because it marries in the platform aspect when it's basically embracing a Souls type game. It's saying this is hard as shit, and you're gonna have to learn the phases
I
of these
think
fights.
Souls-like is just the new term for Nintendo hard.
Right? My God, amen, bro. Give me a pound.
Legitimately,
Fucking A.
that is exactly what that is.
That's what we
Like,
used to call it, man.
Nintendo hard is the original term for Souls-like,
My God.
because
For
it's just
sure.
like
Like
it just-
Castlevania, that's Souls
Yeah.
like. Jesus.
Just because it's not for Nintendo doesn't mean that it doesn't have that same quality of difficulty that's appealing. It's appealing because of the replay value, because of like it's one of my favorite terms. Hard. It's easy to play but hard to master. You know what I mean? Like, you want something that anyone can really pick up and enjoy, but to master it, to really say that you understand how it works, that's a whole different story. Like, that's why I never claim to be a pro at Dark Souls, because I can play and I really know how it works, but I'm not a master. I'm not someone who can play that and do, like, any boss in Dark Souls is supposed to be able to beat just by dodging.
Really?
Pretty much every single boss, I think, aside from a few specific instances, like just by dodging. So like as like that's the only way you evade attacks. You like, no boss requires a shield, no boss requires consumables. The only thing that you really need to be able to do is learn the window to time your dodges. So like, I think that's crazy that at the end of the day, like, Dark Souls is like, there are people who can beat that with like this, like the first weapon, can beat the whole thing, because it's just like, if they know those little windows, they can draw the fight out 4 times as long as it needs to beat it with under-leveled weapons and a lower soul level than necessary. I just think it's crazy, like the feats that some people, like the fact that people have beat Dark Souls games on like Rock Band guitars and like other ridiculous, like Donkey Kong bongos. Like, I've seen like some guy's Goldfish beat an Elden Ring boss, like, because he mapped certain parts of, have you seen that? Like, he mapped certain parts of the fish tank with an IR sensor or something, where when the fish swam to that specific spot, he had, but that still shows the genius of this guy, because if he wouldn't have placed these strategically and all that, like, spaced out to the point where he knows how his goldfish moves, so he's literally patterning his play, like, or like where he's placing all of the button presses to where the goldfish moves around the tank, and like the fact that he got his goldfish to beat a Dark Soul or an Elden Ring boss is insane.
But it is, dude.
Like, I think those kind of accomplishments on the internet show me that anything's possible. If
Yeah.
that guy can do that, or the guy who trained the 2 chimpanzees to beat the Ender Dragon, if that can happen, we can do anything, guys. If that dude is able to train chimps to beat the Ender Dragon, then we'll be able to be number
Come on,
one.
Bobo, just smack the thing.
Yeah.
Come on. I gotta get this last hit, and I mean, it only counts if you beat it. If I get it down to enough damage that one strike could kill it, like, so I can say that
what
you
it
did
is every time he did the correct input, they give him, it's positive reinforcement. You give him food.
Yeah.
That's why me and Dad think one of our really, really, really late term projects is to get Chief to play some sort of game.
Yeah,
with,
awesome.
with an adaptive
Get an
controller.
adaptive controller.
I think we could do it. I think we could positively reinforce him to be able to, like, teach him how to play a game. It would be very difficult.
It would have to be a game where basically we can, like, in an even pace, make him actuate a jump button or something, where it's like an auto scroll situation. Where,
Yeah.
like, then we could time it out.
geometry dash.
Yeah,
That's
like that,
probably what it would be.
We
We could probably
see if we can get him through a level of geometry dash.
Yeah.
How many levels of geometry dash can Chief beat in a single stream?
I mean,
nobody's doing it. You know what I mean?
I'm
Like,
sure we could do that.
it'd be awesome.
Because it's literally one button.
It is.
And as long as we don't ever put
Like,
him in
okay, boy.
stages that are like too complicated for him.
It'd have to be like the super intro
Like the first
stages.
couple stages,
Yeah.
I think
so funny.
I think we could do it.
You guys are gonna.
I
love
think people would
meeting
love
him,
to see it.
They're gonna love meeting him at conventions and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I'm telling you. He's just the best. That guy's the best. I'd love to see a cute bandana on him, but he's not a bandana dog as much as I want him to be. He's like, what the fluff is this?
He's like, no accessories, please.
No,
Besides
yeah.
a lanyard.
Yeah, he was okay with it.
He was wearing the Pac-Man lanyard.
Yep, Van, I wore this lanyard all the time, and but when I had a chunk of period of time where I thought that I had to have it on because it was my good luck charm, and when I didn't have it on, when I did it, I was fine, and when I actually got over that when I couldn't find it, and then when I put it back on, that night that I put it back on is when I fell asleep. So I think it was a lesson for me to learn that, you know,
good luck charms
are just
a tribute
is sentimental tributes.
Attribute your success to your actions.
But this, I think, is also depends on your motivation, and when you're
But
motivated
you know
by
what I
so
mean?
many
Though?
other
Like some
people.
people just attribute their success to so many different things. You know what I mean? Like attribute your success to your actions and those who supported you when
Right.
you needed them.
Right, and it was the emotional support of the lanyard itself because my daughter spent time getting it for me and stuff like that. I think that's what it was more than anything.
Yeah.
What it represented. You know what I mean?
You felt like she was with you.
Of course. I wanted her to know that, I mean, with the exception of like 20 or so games, I wore this for like over 1,000. Like, it's going to be an artifact within itself that I want to frame so I know that this is my trophy if I never get one from Namco, from Bandai Namco, and I don't ever buy one. I already have one that signifies this achievement, so that's why, this is like invaluable that I have this, that I wore it for the majority of it. And like, unfortunately, these are the type of trinkets that would be just ripped off of you or whatever if somebody found out how sentimental it is, but, you know, nobody knows where the fuck we are. And it's just for me to know that this is like a symbol, like this is my trophy, and when people see me wear it and they're like, talk about Pac-Man, I will always try to be humble enough to not bring it up until they bring it up first. But unfortunately, it's going to be married to my character. I'm going to be Pac Pop Pop or whatever because it's going to get more eyes on our channel, and I think that that's why it happened too, because I love Pac-Man. It's such a no-brainer. Even if we don't get the sponsorship, that we still rep Pac-Man until they tell us not to. You know what I mean?
The fact that you put us on the #1 spot of the global ranked leaderboard of their game,
that gave them free advertising. I'm trying to grow this game, you know, and I'm doing it I'll still keep doing it until you either cease and desist me or you appreciate the fact that I'm doing it for the love of the game and you decide to help us out a little bit. So either way, it's cool. Either way, I'm not gonna. In fact, I've said it before. I would still do it. I genuinely would still, and you can ask my ex, you can ask all my friends. I would still genuinely gush and obsess about Pac-Man by myself. It's just the advent of digital leaderboards, which is also part of something that we're so passionate about, and shows you why we were driven. It just segued into an amazing 120-something hour marathon that I did every waking possible hour from start of first impression to almost 2 weeks. So, and to have that as a project where somebody's giving you their summer camp crash course experience of going to summer camp at Pac-Land every night for 2 weeks and trying to get the grind of putting his homegrown brand on #1. If you can't appreciate the hustle there, guys, you know, I mean, who else has that type of motivation? Find it, and then you can hone it in, and you can put your brand on top too. Just do it with whatever you want. If you want to do it with Pac-Man, beat me. If you want to do it with if you want to
if you want to train your fish to beat Elden Ring, then do it
right.
Because it can be done.
You know, if you want to hang and bang with Mr. Know-It-All on some of the highest levels of competitive zombies,
if you want to do, you know, round 100 attempts or round 255 attempts with, you know, the craziest zombies players, then set your goal and start recording.
But if it becomes too much work, if it's not play, guys, let me tell you this. This is the final pack thought for this. None of this was fucking work except for trying to learn the healthy work-life balance to make sure I could pull the feet off. I know that when people like Houdini and Chris Angel and them went through stamina stunts and endurance stunts, they did lots of research and training to make sure that they could get their body through those things. Like, you don't want to put yourself in a fucking situation where you're in the dark and having to get out of a straitjacket when you don't know how to manipulate it, how long it takes to do it, how much you can hold your breath, like, in case it goes wrong. Like, I had to learn these things, and you can see the building blocks and the chunks that I let the universe decide to do. Gray in the programming schedule allowed me to do these in what I call pack snacks, which was 90-minute increments. Sometimes I did a couple of those together, which was 3 to 3.5 hours. I did a couple 4.5-hour sessions. I did a 6-hour session, a couple lengthy 8s. Like, I put it all together in a way where it was healthiest for all of my relationships and social contracts. That's why this happened. At any given time, so many crazy things could happen where it didn't. So go with the fucking flow, but do it responsibly, because if I would have fucking wiped out here, Bray would have had to take on the channel by himself while I was recovering. It would have put stress on him, so his content would have been affected. It would have been like my conquest wasn't fun and healthy. Like, our conquests are healthy. Like, Bray's is a lot less taxing. I try to put myself on top of the world. He's just trying to get along with the world to ride this journey together in a more natural and organic way. We
Well,
like to
I
have
don't know.
momentum for our
I think
projects, you know
I
what
don't
mean?
know. I think sometimes I
I
think
had somebody just tell me how easy they thought Elden Ring was, and maybe they talked cocky. So, Brock, if you are lying about how easy you think this game is...
I know more casual people than me who have beaten Elden Ring.
Okay,
So
okay.
if I can beat things that...
But you want to make it entertaining when you
Yeah.
draw it out, because you're the one that's naturally going to be able to find the cadence that's going to make
the
sense.
chat
you
is
know?
as far
And
as like
the chat should be able
as
to
far
help
as
that.
optional bosses go, or which direction I go in, because it is a more open world game, chat's gonna help guide me. But if chat's not guiding me, I promise you guys I'm gonna be following the Dark Souls wiki, or the Elden Ring wiki, because
To stay on pace.
they know what bosses I should be fighting in what order. I'm not gonna be Kai Cenat on Twitch fighting the tree sentinel, the boss you're supposed to pass and go fight later for 30 something hours. I'm not gonna do that. That's just not. I want to be able to have the content to come out in a how it's supposed to. So
Right.
if they don't think if I'm not supposed to be fighting that, I'm not supposed to be
Right,
fighting
that
that.
way you don't waste a whole session or two
That's
on
so
it.
dumb.
Makes sense,
Like
yeah.
you.
I'm going to end this just because it makes sense, and we still have some people on, especially because Greg Schneider just joined in the welcome to the Bias a Bit of Caffeine tier, which we can greatly use, and we're so appreciative. If you didn't know, Greg, we are using all of their contributions for the Switch 2 and all of the media that we can possibly buy when it comes out, and all of that will have
Considering
been
that
sourced from you guys.
it's
So
like YouTube you have to have so much money built up before you can pull it out, and even once we do pull it out, we're just going to put it to a single savings account. We want there to be a lot of transparency as far as where our money's going, and that's the first thing that we're saving towards. As far as like after that, we are always kind of using that to help support our community Minecraft server. We're to help keep content coming in, buying the newest indie games, trying to stuff like that. So that's just so you guys know where your contributions are going.
being able to, like, the main thing with the bank is, like, when you guys demand a content and we have the bank, then we can be like, okay, instant purchase. And main thing for, like, easeability, because we like to buy things physically, going in and buying the pre-orders and getting them all paid off, so when they just call and say pick this up tomorrow, like, it'd be great, because then we could, like, schedule that game into the block when you wanted it and stuff, because you basically funded it. So and that's appreciated too. And we can also do fun stuff like buy a game physically.
Infinite Space says they're also saving for a Switch 2.
Well, that's awesome.
Because everyone knows it's on the horizon. I think me and Dad were talking about how Princess Peach Showtime is kind of like the crescendo, or
nobody's saying it, but
nobody
that's the
is,
truth,
because
yeah.
it's like the swan song, because like the
It
best
stutters a couple times.
yeah,
Really,
but it's so good because you can tell that it takes time to load into these areas, and it's actually like Nintendo always does. Or always do, they have maximized and optimized their hardware and what they're able to do with that, like no other. Like there's a reason why you look at the Pokemon games and they look like trash, and then you look at first what's it called? First party IPs, like Nintendo made stuff, and Nintendo does amazing things with the presentation of their games on their hardware, with what they're able to do with that. They haven't, like you have said, they have intentionally put themselves like a generation behind to make it so that when that next step, the Switch 2 is going to be a big step. It's going to be a big push in the right direction for Nintendo, because they've been waiting.
Yeah.
They've been biding their
played
time.
behind. Like, they did what I did with Pig. They played behind, and they let them have a sense of false security so they can actually jump up and compete with the big boys.
So this is the final game?
No, I'm going to go to 12-12. I'd like that number. Nice 12-12, and I'll be done. So 7 more games after this if you want to come and chat and talk. Just as kind of like a decompression. I'm definitely not going to... I'm giving him what I feel is the natural resting period for when I'm down for like 9 or so hours. And, just being able to like relish and reflect on all of this. The finish line of the Conquest, my first one. So I'll never forget this one. That's for damn sure. And I think, and we've talked about our first duo conquest is we're going to back-to-back stream tag team both endings of Undertale.
I'm gonna do the genocide run, and then he's gonna do the So the genocide run might be longer than 8 hours.
Okay. Well,
So I'm
figure
gonna
that
have
out.
the longer of the 2 runs. So you should honestly be resting while I'm, like, we're gonna do kind of how we've been doing in tandem
yeah,
with this.
this is almost like trained for that because we knew that we wanted to do that in a handoff fashion. So also, you know, I mean, and as an empath, I don't think I could sit here and watch you do that.
It was
run.
making me sad the last time I.
So you guys are gonna have to do heals in chat to get Braden through that for sure. Especially
the characters have so much life, and you feel so bad for doing that to them. Like, they make you feel horrible for killing them. Like,
I love the fact that I don't care that I'm placing whatever.
and then the
I'm just
music
not
when you
caring.
wipe out. So like part of the thing you have to do is wipe out all the enemies in a given area.
Yeah.
And like it'll have like a desolate like soundtrack playing, like a wispy like ghost kind of like just like a wind, like an idle wind, like nothing's going on because you've killed everyone. Like the
We're
music
only the
completely
second
shifts.
team to hit 1,200 wins, so 1,205 wins puts us as the second team to do it. So, you know, I'm gonna get to 12-12 and not crest his wins, be gone off this for half a day, and whatever happens happens. But I hope that he doesn't do much ground because I really want to be the first person to hit 100,000, and that will be the greatest way to end this specific folder of this, and you will see all of the awesome conclusion of that on the Pops Plays channel once we get that established and stuff. And again, we'll always have this content on here, but the stuff that's generated after we have 100,000 and whatever we do with the titles, that will always be on the Pops Plays channel unless it makes sense to do an update where I might pop in on this channel to show you that we still have the titles and rally, because I'm still Vid-Bits, I'm still Team Vid-Bits obviously, so like I want you guys to know that we're still holding the title, but I feel like they will cross-pollinate the people that care about that's in the Vid-Bits over there, so that's why we're trying to not make it super distracting, because you guys have been patient for this 2 weeks of, if anything else, putting our brand on top, and some of you do care about that, and that's the thing with our content, it's not for everybody, so hopefully you like a little bit here, a little bit there.
Smokey in chat.
Alright, Smokey's in chat.
Skippy's dropping Smokies.
Nice.
So yeah, following this stream, maybe with like a 15 to 20 minute break, depending on how long it takes me to get things prepared. I plan on immediately following up this stream with a little bit of Dark Souls. Or do you think I should do Game of Day May first?
You should definitely do Game of Day May so that you don't know. That way you don't have a definitive end on where your Dark Souls session is.
Yeah,
you
so
really
I could
play
go
as long
longer.
as you want. Yeah,
Because I have Dark Eater Midir as well as what's the other boss that supposedly is Slave Knight Gale is supposedly one of the harder bosses. I think that's the final boss for the DLC.
Okay.
He's the last known human, I think, or last knight. And then Midir is the last dragon alive in Dark Souls 3. So it's kind of like almost like finishing off those like bloodlines for the story. So it's kind of I don't know. Sometimes it's hard. Like, you don't know how to feel about your actions in Dark Souls, but ultimately, like, you realize a lot of these things are ending and not happening. Like the age of man has come to expire in the Dark Souls universe due to some of their greedy and evil actions. So it's almost like depending on what ending you pick when you play Dark Souls 3. I'm not gonna spoil which one I picked, but you can either, it's almost like a break the cycle or continue it kind of thing. So you almost throughout your game have to decide how you feel about that kind of thing. And I think I still can't wait to eventually beat Dark Souls 1 because that game supposedly has a very very interesting ending, and people always talk about Dark Souls 1 and 3 for good reason. I mean, Nameless King has still been one of the biggest gaming accomplishments I think that I've achieved in recent memory. Like, considering there are many people who've told me they either beat everything else besides Nameless King, or they stopped playing Dark Souls 3 because they couldn't beat Nameless King. It really motivates me. I think it's one of those things that, like, I've also come to appreciate what a lot of these content creators who came before me, and like all of the things that they've, the tech they've discovered, the really what it takes to beat some of these bosses, like and I'm just so grateful to have an amazing and supportive chat who really wants to see me succeed, who's there for the conquest, who are really ready to see me, take on the hardest bosses that From Software games have to offer. I mean, like, I'm ready to, like, there's a reason why I mentally knew I had to beat Dark Souls 3 in its entirety before I moved on to Elden Ring, because it's almost gonna, like, I'm gonna power through Elden Ring. It's gonna be like a 2-3 bosses per episode kind of thing, whereas now, Dark Souls 3 is more so the slow game, the long haul, the grind.
I'm the only person that can do this, guys. I'm the only person that can do this. You look at our name, and everybody else's changes between the 2 pages but ours. Because we did it. We did it as a team. You lifted me up when I needed it, and I was able to lift us up as a brand and then get us more national exposure. And it's all because of you. You guys all deserve all the credit, because it takes a village to raise an idiot. So I appreciate that. I try my best to be the fun-loving guy, and I know that I'll tell you what, this is my final thought on that. I'm all over the place emotionally here, guys. I'm going through stuff in my life, and I didn't know what was going on with the Vid-Bits, but I knew that I wanted to put all my eggs in that basket. And we did. We betted on ourselves. I've saw so many companies that say that success story is to bottom out, wipe out, and bet on yourself, and I didn't know what that was. We've done it over and over and over again. So really, I was producing a movie over the course of 2 weeks and didn't know it. And like, I had insurmountable pressure to just go with the flow, and like sometimes it came across as mania because you just don't know what place to be in. So hopefully you'll appreciate the efforts there. Know that you got somebody that put half a month of their life out there for you to see, and they will never be like that again, like, because it couldn't be. I'm never going to pitch sponsorship again like that, because we already done all the work. Everything just comes now because we built it. So I just got to do what we did before the conquest. I will sleep, I will eat, we will be bottomed out, and we will go back, and we will be ready and honed in for more content, and it's going to actually be a little bit less stressful because Game of Day May is coming to an end, unfortunately. The only stress we have now is to make sure, because we have even more eyes on our product, that we give you guys the attention. So it's more important than ever that you engage in the community poll about the final spot there, that if you still have any writing suggestions,
day 25 is going to be determined via community
I got
poll.
2 spots, Bray's got 2 spots. There's a couple of wildcard spots that you don't know about, because we always do that. So even though we say it's booked in, because we had somebody that said Doom, 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 you know who you are. Unfortunately, I don't even remember your name, because
and then we
you
played
just
the original Doom.
rallied the damn thing. We already did Doom content. We still did some more Doom for you. It's still not the Doom game you wanted, but I digress. We'll get there. Obviously, we don't want to rip through every Doom IP right away, and they have a lot of great offerings, and we're never
Doom,
going to...
I've heard Doom 2016 is great.
Yeah, there we go.
I don't want to rush that.
We have content, guys. I will go ahead and spoil it for you. The next big event besides Game of Day May is like some spooky themed October stuff where we try to at least stream a bit of something spooky every day in the month of October. So that way it's super light. There's no quantification of what it is. We're going to be able to come with 30 things or 31 spooky things. I already got half of it written, so it's so low brow that when you see now how we can produce content every day streaming, that you don't have to worry about, will the Vid-Bits hit their market doing something every day? Well, hell, have we not put it? Are you not satisfied? Or are you not full? You know what I mean? Like,
Skippy said this wasn't just a movie, it was an epic trilogy with a mix of all genres.
that's awesome, because if you felt
was
that,
truly epic.
like, please, Skip, I know that you share this stuff, but like, if you just share the folder and be like, yeah, he's actually writing like the bonus scenes now, but it's ended, like, and it actually, you don't have to worry about the stress. And spoiler alert, he did it, and then they'll be like, what the hell? There's 120 hours, and he actually does from beginning to end, and you saw all of it. Yep, the only thing we cut off was one victory at the end of their first legendary stream. That's why we actually haven't gone to timeout yet, because we didn't know it timed out at 11:55. So it cuts off the end. Bray went in the chat and made sure people knew, and obviously you could see that it survived it up to that point. The streak was still intact, but that was, I think, around 175 or some weird shit.
And you got like, how many wins did you get before you took
I had
a loss?
I had the Babe Ruth stream where, beginning of the stream, I said I was going to win 100 in first place, and then cut it off exactly at that, and I did just that. I min-maxed almost the entire stream. I have the only database stream that's just specifically that, so that's epic in its own right within the journey. There's so many little mini journeys along the way, and again, I can't wait to categorize that. But I was going to do that right after the journey to get to the titles, but now I'm so focused on getting this community built and making sure that these people start getting the recognition that they deserve, so they get motivated to also do that as well. So,
and I've been trying to, in little chat rooms here and there, I've been trying to motivate individuals to really start their journey by showing what you've been able to achieve with such a small amount of time. I mean, especially as far as Chomp Champs is concerned, like, I think there are people who already discount how good this game is, but, like, you need to realize that, part of it's because the game, unfortunately, does not perform well on Switch, and it's
Right.
also because the game is still new, so it hasn't had months and months and months to marinate. It is on the ground floor, and Dad is really setting a precedent as far as like what people are gonna need to achieve to be able to be great in this.
Yep, I'm the first. I'm going to try to be the first try champion. So when I get that 100K mark, which it really is to how fate flies it lie, I'm gonna hit 12-12. I'm not even gonna beat. I'm gonna be respectful enough to not even beat Mint's win-loss record by 3. I'm gonna let that marinate for like 9 or so hours. So what you'll see again, I'm letting you know ahead of time, is I will come back after all the programming blocks done for a late night Chomp Champs for an 8-hour session, and then I'm gonna let this go for. I will do 7 minutes a day until I feel like I'm healed enough with it, so I don't start to make it feel like a job. But I do think that I need to continue the streak. I'm also reigning defending double champ, so I have to do that. Like, who's gonna give that up now, right? Like,
tune in late tonight at like probably.
Pac-Man open some belated birthday presents. Is that what's happening? Yeah, I think so. I mean, we have over $250,000 Pac dollars or whatever.
You're not doing that in this session.
No, man. It's something that you have to wait and tune into the
Okay.
last lengthy one of
that's
this.
the celebration.
It is.
The
It really
final,
is.
the
Yeah.
end piece.
But yeah, and then again, this is the last disclaimer. I know you're going to see in the description 100-win tug of war for it all. I gave him every shot. It was 100 wins that he had to come in and respond. So I said tug of war because I assumed he was going to log in and we were going to fight for it. So it just didn't happen. So when it comes down to like, Lone Shadow Wolf, aka Pops or Pac Pops or whatever you're going to call me, Brian for the Vid-Bits, he didn't give Pig a chance to respond. You were not there, and if you interview him and ask him, he knew he had every opportunity to respond. I can tell you that 100%. So unless life got in the way, and all I said to the universe was, if that's the case, make sure he's safe and happy because he doesn't deserve to have anything ill happen to him. But if for some reason he just can't get in and get in there, then he doesn't get in there. And he decided whatever unfortunately happened to him, we know for sure the last move he made was take an L. So he was going to get like that maybe epic sesh after I ran away for a little bit. Instead, 4 wins into that, he took the L, and that was enough for him to lose 100 spots that we just continuously dominated in a 9.5-hour stretch to take the title. So if you want to talk about marathon and endurance, and you cannot discredit how much of an esport this type of stuff really is. We're just wrapping up. We're going to end up at win 12-12, and we're just having a great de-gauze of the whole experience, guys. I hope that you will like, share, and subscribe to this whole thing because it is my magnum opus as far as unfortunately it is my magnum opus as far as conquests go right now because I don't know what will top this, and it'll be a while before I actually put something in the conquest category for me because really I think that we can both have one started, but once one of us finishes, we both shouldn't have another one going on so the other one ends it, and that way I don't ever have to encroach on time when he's trying to pace his out to make sure that he gets through it and out of respect. So I'm wanting to make sure that you guys are enticed and excited for his Dark Souls 3 Journey to Elden Ring DLC, which is some amazing stuff that you'll be able to see somebody from his demo. And if you look at some of the weight of how quickly he's been able to learn and adapt from some of the bosses, not to mention all the Vid-Bits Fun Club people that are helping him through those bosses with some great and poignant advice from their own experiences, not to mention donating souls and stuff in certain cases. Those things mean so much more to Bray, and he continues to reflect when he's in those games about those experiences because people make it so personal because obviously there's that community feeling of not trying to overpower for the bosses so that you can feel the real weight of your accomplishment. So a big shout out to that series, and I can't wait to finish Be in the Room as Braden finishes that conquest. Again, I can't spoil it too much for myself, but I don't have the time to start it too, so it's going to be bittersweet, but I probably will end up getting a little bit spoiled for me because I'm excited to see him grow and interact with you guys in chat, and obviously I will be moderating that because we mod each other when we're not in a dual stream all the time to make sure that we can keep you guys in check until one of you guys wants to jump in and be the mod on these streams, and we could talk about that. And we do have the great mod Skippy the Bard when he's around, but we're never trying to put too much pressure on you guys. It's supposed to be all about having fun and keeping it light, so hopefully you're doing that today and you're hydrating, drinking some water, and trying to motivate and lift somebody up, planting a little seeds, sowing your garden and removing the seeds that you have of doubt, flooping your animals, that fun stuff. The Victory Pack lap continues. We're just going to do a couple more games, and again, I just have a lot of appreciation for Bandai Namco for making such a competitive game that even though we're talking about it as it's going to be competitive, and it's, you know, publicly criticized that it's not as competitive now. I know one day, at least for a while, we'll get to the point where these bots are a lot less the ones that are populating these halls, and we have more people that are on fire about Pac-Mania, trying to find their individual identity and trying to rank up on these leaderboards as we cover them and give them motivation by giving them coverage at a superstar type level that we can, even at the free level of just shouting them out and letting them know that other people are acknowledging their video game accomplishments. So shout out to everybody that's ranking and everybody that's working up ranked, whether or not it's ranked or elimination, and you're spending time in the grind in the tunnels. We really appreciate you guys, because, you know, you are the infectious community that's going to kind of parlay with the Vid-Bits community, and then I guess subsequently the Pop Space community, and all you guys will be able to push this game into the place that you want. And again, like I said, you can start small by, you know, the small rocks is just getting little social clubs that like Pac-Man together and realizing you can compete against each other and, you know, lift each other up in skills. So, you know, if it's study some tech, do that. If it's just getting an elimination game with some friends and mess around, you can do that. I mean, there's no stress other than the stress that you're putting on yourselves. So, you know, just try to be a little bit more light about it. You can see that the game's accessible. You just don't put too much pressure on yourself. Don't say, hey, I'm going to load this game up for the first time, get the first impression that I'm going to be champion of the world, unless you're the one. And then if you're the one, then you can actuate it, right? I've always said that, and I never knew that I was the one at Pac-Man. And here we go, guys. The Vid-Bits, me and Braid's homegrown brand with our dog, the Chief, are on top of the world in a Bandai Namco publicly traded game. One of the most visible, widely recognized video game mascots in the world. One of my heroes from childhood, because he's so positive and just keeps chomping away, Pac-Man. And we're glad to be representing this, that you can see the commercial for on TV. And if you would have told little Brian that one day he'd be champion of the world of a game that's still running the commercial, I'd be saying, oh, you're watching the old commercials on YouTube and he's dorking around on Mario again? I wouldn't say, oh, did you accidentally see that 64-player Battle Royale game for, you know, Chomp Champs? Oh yeah, my brother, my son, my friend, you know, he's the champion of the world of that. I don't know anybody that's the champion of the world of anything personally, so I just hope that I can inspire people and use that platform as an influencer to do that. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to live little Brian's dreams, and that's like pretty much my final thought on it. We're gonna play 4 more games. I just want to shoot the shit about some things that are interesting to me. We got, you know, a lot of anime series that are coming out. There's some games that I have on the backlog. We bought some AAA titles that we haven't got to, because Game of Day May is all about indie titles this year, so we haven't got to them. So, you know, look forward to that. I'm gonna probably slow down on the pickup videos, because now we finally have enough stuff that like fits that niche where it's that itch to just get something out. And we, you know, we don't ever really try to pride ourselves on crash content or like get me content unless it makes sense. And some of those things do, like when Braden was doing videos about tech problems and stuff, that was real issues he was solving, and he was just trying to create a sub-niche in the community where you solve those problems quickly. So by no means are we a tech company, even though we say that we're the Vid-Bits, and you look at it and you think that it's like a cross or like a help you. Yeah, we are here to help you with advice and stuff with video games and shit, and when it makes sense, we're going to do that. But by no means, please don't stream snipe us with questions about how to fix controllers just because there's a video that may help you a little bit that we did when we were just trying to make it, that we do stand on. But, you know, I digress. I think I got it all out. It's almost like when you have like that long form contract with all this fine print and you don't read it all, but you just sign it. I just wanted you guys to know what it all was before you signed it, or you thought that we were going to sign, because if you didn't like look at what you were getting yourself into and you're recording us for sponsorship, we are going to take the time to vet these things. That's why we applied pretty much to Moist Esports exclusively, because we think he has a lot of those solutions already, and I think that we'd have some great integration of brand synergy and, you know, cross promotion in a way where neither of us felt like we were jilted or slided together. So again, shout out to Moist, and whatever you do, hopefully you can be inspired to do something with your esports league where you can feature people like me and my son that are trying to do the damn thing one day at a time, and, you know, show up and show out on the main stage when it comes to competitive video gaming. And, you know, if that's not also part of the esports community, I hope that it can be not just regulated to first-person shooters and, you know, real-time strategy games and stuff. And there's people like me in the arcades, of the virtual arcades, that's still putting in the time and would like the eyes on them now, because as we're trying to come across more, we're finding that we should be giving people their flowers. So I guess I'm ready to take my flowers, because we're sick of giving them to ourselves, and we're starving artists with the desire to be exposed. So there's all that. Tapped of mana. No misinputs here, and I am calmed the fuck down. What we did was just big and huge, guys. The Vid-Bits are on top of the world. We're a dual champ. going for the 100K mark on rating. We're going to leave that alone for let it marinate for 9 hours because we believe in letting things play and how they lie, because at any given time over like 10 hours, you know, our rival Pig could have started fighting back, and he didn't. So apparently he was supposed to either take a nap, or our extensive stamina battle over the course of a couple of days, which you can see the entirety of Road to number 1. You can see how we bested each other, and you know, the little jousts that we did of min-maxing time head to head when he realized I was going for a spot, and then each time he would come back more and more defeated. It's just so great. You can feel the weight of it like his actual boss battle, and he wasn't in the tunnels with me. So, and I'm so excited. I'm not even caring that I'm not placing first this morning, because I had to do that. I had to max, right? Min-max. I had to get fucking 18 wins at first place, 75 points to win for 90 minutes to get pace to be able to know what time I was telling you guys the thing would finish out, right? So I produced the fuck out of this as a movie, and it's just a passion project, and I never thought that I'd be able to produce a movie like this, guys. So again, shout out to YouTube for letting a kid like me live their dreams and be like a movie producer in the most accessible way. So, you know, say you use this point off to make your movie, and then you jumped off and went viral and got money off of it, you could then buy a studio full of real equipment and actually be the real director that you wanted to, and you could still put it up on YouTube and get the exposure. So like, these windfall things are amazing when you find out you can actuate more than one dream. So 3 more wins and we'll be at the 12-12 mark, which I just wanted it to be 12-12. I just thought it'd be cool. And then after it's 12-12, we're going to be signing off and sending you off to Braden for the rest of the daily programming here at the Vid-Bits. And we're thankful that you guys stuck around to the end, especially if you're seeing this later. Say you're seeing this later and you're like, okay, it's done, it's over. It is, man. You should jump into the Game of Day May folders and check some of those out. You can look at some of the, by this time you never know how many years it is, so we could be growing 7 years. So look at all the different folders there. Look at all those different series that we did. Oh my god, look at all those extra conquests that we've done. All these dreams that we're fulfilling later. Look at all these things. You have so much to look at. And you keep saying, you keep talking about 800 videos, and you're like, why is there 3,000 videos? Because you're seeing this in the past, and so I'm talking to you as you're seeing it now. So enjoy all those videos and wonder how they accomplish all these great things, and get the goosebumps and chills of being motivated to do it yourself as we enjoy these last 3 matches. And we're going to do the last 2 of the last ones in silence before I compose my final thought of this magnum opus that we call Brian's first conquest on the Vid-Bits. And man, I'm excited for the end of Braze. So give me 2 matches and we're going to get there. I love you guys, man. Thanks for the energy. You guys really pulled us through the finish line.
Okay guys, if you're just tuning in, this will be the last game of this stream, and it'll be super sweet. We're just going to go ahead and queue in. As you can tell, I'm now really calm, and I have the echo of the mod that I'm doing. So it's me and future me telling you to enjoy this super sweet last game of the stream that's just going to come in underneath what we consider legendary rarity, which is max time, which is 11:55. We're not going to go all the way there. We don't need to. We all know, if you've been following the journey, that we crossed the finish line, and this has been a legendary stream within itself. We poured our heart and soul into this project, so if you've enjoyed any of it, please like, share, and subscribe. It would mean the world to us. We'll get more eyes out on everything that we do, because we're passionate about everything that's on here, or it wouldn't be here. So thank you again for considering that, and hopefully you enjoyed this legacy movie. You know, basically it's Pac-Man, Mega Chomp Champs. I'm so tired. So Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs by our good friends at Bandai Namco. So thank you so much, guys, for hanging out with us. This last match will pull us to 12-12, and it's just a harmonious number. We're gonna get that 12-12 win. We're just gonna be a nice 3 away from whatever Pig's record is. You won't see us again for at least 9 hours or so as we come in for the nightly version shift to Chomp Champs. But being able to hone in where I don't have to do all these crazy streams and stuff to get the record will make me appreciate this game even more than I already do. So don't think that we're going anywhere with it, but you won't see it like crazy the last 3 days where I'm just trying to get the record for you guys. That's what it is. So if you want to see the whole journey, again, that's where I need you to go, so that you can check out the weight and the gravity of all of what is accomplished for this conquest. You know, that's why the good thing thematically for Braden's conquest is to go from Dark Souls 3 to the end of Elden Ring DLC, so he can feel like the weight of that. So again, I just hope that you enjoyed this last match, and you know, I appreciate you guys for tuning in. It's Brian from the Vid-Bits, and I just want to say, other than that, if I was to leave you with any motivating words, if you're just seeing the very end, the last match of this stream, I just want to say to self-activate, just look at yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, what do I want? And then also just say to yourself, to activate that, just say, to gain it, just say, maximum right now, pow, boom, and just do whatever step that you can that's reasonable towards what you want. That's the self-activation. Stay in your own lane, move in silence. If you have to have supporters and stuff to keep you motivated, just make sure that you're close to them and you know where their motives are, because unfortunately even people that are closest to you sometimes can poison your special sauce, so to speak, even inadvertently. That's really important to us so that you can know. So I appreciate you guys for tuning in, and especially if you've seen like the last legacy bunch of how long these streams have been and stuff. It's just been to clinch the victory, You guys have been really supportive, especially the people in our membership tiers, all the people in the Vid-Bits Fun Club. You guys have been really great and supportive, so hopefully you will share this so that people can see that we can do amazing things together if we put our minds to it. And also, I just want this to all be something that people can use, is if anything else, a way to learn that they can actuate such a great amount of change in their life over the course of 2 weeks, and also be able to kind of shake the system as far as renegotiating their social contracts and how much ground they can gain. Like, you think you take time to reevaluate yourself and you can reset yourself and it gets somewhere, but when you do that and you feel like doing that doesn't change you, then you really haven't evolved. So over the last 2 weeks, even over the last 7 years, but the last 2 years, the last 2 weeks even more specifically, how much the channel has grown and we've grown as people, and hopefully together, as I put myself out there for you to see it in all of YouTube, truly making it YouTube. So thank you again for tuning in. I put my heart and soul into it, as we always will do for Vid-Bits programming. So I hope that you enjoyed the energy that was put out there. So that's the equivocal exchange, is that you spent time with us and you saw this crazy stuff. But please, again, even if you looked at it, like, share, and subscribe, because even if you don't enjoy it, there's something that you could, or maybe you could influence somebody positively because they need to see any of the messages, including how to beat great games and not get gatekept and all these other things that we do, as well as self-actualization. So if I had one final thought, is that's the most important thing here, besides learning that you can start a small knit team, get the tiniest of support, and then also get the mightiest of gains from it. And these people that have been building me and Bray up and helping build our brand are just the beginning, and they will be there for everyone else that is able to synergize and marry well into what we do here on YouTube. So thank you, YouTube, Google, for the opportunity to do that. Thank you for Moist Critical. If he looks at this, we appreciate you just for taking a chance, taking time out of your busy day to look at it. Anybody else that would be considering sponsoring us, know that even though we've kind of shown that we have an open sponsorship, a plea for these people, if it makes sense, especially if you already work with these people too, we are open to the suggestions, because we are starving artists and would like to be able to eat better, to create better television for you guys, so to speak. So thank you very much for that. And lastly, I would like to say, as my final closure, thank you, Megaran. I've met you personally a couple times with my ex and my son. Your energy is infectious. You created atmospheres that were very intimate and very personal. I know that we talked, I sent you an email, a video that you did in a very close-up, intimate space, and I said to you at that time, this is just for you. We didn't post it on socials. I think it was because I think we would have got a little bit more traction, and we don't ever want to be the point where we exposes somebody else's vulnerability or intimate setting to do that. So thank you, though, for giving us a memory that I'll never forget for my son's birthday and stuff when you did that concert. And also, know that we always have that memory that's just for us, and we're happy that you have the ability to do the story time version of Dream Master. It's something that we would just cherish forever. So as far as Megaran goes, you can see the blueprint of what happens when you're self-made and you never stop believing in yourself, and you have an amazing support system. So it's a wonderful example, him and all the people that he hangs with, and all that music for those people in that circle of nerdcore really has motivated and driven me in my playlists, and got me to the point where we're at. So thank you for signing my Nintendo, and then signing subsequently our Vid-Bits Nintendo, and we look at those stuff all the time, and it's been motivating. So you say dream big and all that stuff, and the Dream Master and all that. I just want you to know that we did dream big, Megaran, we did make it. And at the end of the day, and as my sign off, as I let this marinate and roll over, I'm going to let you know what the final thing is. It's been Brian and Brave and the Chief from the Vid-Bits, and we appreciate you. Peace. But this accomplishment, it's been for the Vid-Bits, but most importantly, this has been for the gamers. We'll see you on the next one. I wonder what my next conquest will be. So you need to make sure you hang out and check out Braves, because I know you guys want to hang out with Elden Ring. So it's just an emotional roller coaster that we can just provide for you at the Vid-Bits, and we love you for that, for letting us do that for you. So authentically and unapologetically us, it's the Vid-Bits. Peace.